Welcome to our course focusing on current cyber threats. This module will raise key points regarding who our enemy really is and will help you discover weaknesses in your computer system protection. How do you typically behave security-wise? What are the behavior patterns of system administrators and users? What does the consumerization of IT mean? What is apt? A term with military origins coined as a response to a shift in the computer system security landscape. Let's get started. The first module will focus on the concepts of cyber war, the consumerization of IT, and apt. The key aspects that have driven change as far as system security is concerned. Why is this loosely technical subject so important? It's because computer systems follow their own rules, and our ability to work with them is not innate and has to be learned. As you know, the systems we know today have all been developed in the past 20 or 30 years. Most of us have not been able to use them while growing up. This is an ability which has to be taught and learned. And it just so happens that we haven't yet had a good teacher. What's the result of this fallback? We're all perfectly aware of the rules that have to be followed to be safe and secure outside home or at work. We follow them intuitively, and at the same time, when it comes to virtual security or computer system security, we draw a blank regarding the same set of rules. Your goal is to discover and teach yourself and the users of your systems crucial aspects of computer security awareness. This is all the more important as, unlike in real life, breaking computer security rules won't cause an immediate reaction. If you run a red light, you will surely be noticed. This behavior is dangerous to both you and others, so action will come instantly. But if you do something equally silly in a virtual environment, in a computer system, the reaction will either be invisible or at least be delayed. It's harder to notice the cause and effect relationship between, let's say, visiting a suspicious website and your computer starting to work slower. This relationship is real, though, and will be the subject of this course. There's also another aspect that explains why less technical modules are vital for this training. It's because users, the majority of people who work with computers like students, employees, and so on, use computers as a tool to accomplish simple goals. It's never a goal in itself to become a computer expert. In other words, getting to know computer systems mechanisms is only seen as important when it can be applied to everyday life, at work, or for entertainment. Security awareness is rarely a factor here, and this means that even the younger users who grew up with computers and computer networks still have the same rules to catch up on. They still have to learn security rules. Unfortunately, aside from us, the good guys, there are other people in the virtual environment, or the ecosystem as well. There are people who are there for their own gain, and their agenda can be counterproductive with our own. This business, or the cybercrime scene, is growing rapidly. Of course, cybercriminals have been with us ever since computers were developed. We'll take a look at that later. Recently, from the past 5 to 8 years, there's been quite a significant change in how these cybercriminals operate. Simply put, to be truly secure in all environments, whether it's the real or virtual world, you have to first know its basic security rules. As of now, you're not fully aware of them and you need to increase your knowledge. There are, however, other people out there that are extremely savvy with computer security. People who have tons of experience or have studied for years or simply make good use of the knowledge found on the internet. They can attempt to exploit for their own purposes our ignorance and carelessness and the fact that we're breaking basic security rules. And the problem is they're often successful in these attempts. Despite major security outlays and legislative proposals to reduce cybercrime, we, the lawful computer users, are losing the war against cybercrime. Why? Well, for starters, the statistics are against us. If you consider that there are 2 billion computer systems that have an internet connection, and rather optimistically assume that 99% of them are secured against basic threats and types of attacks, this still means that 20 million attacks per month will be successful. This translates into 240 million computers to get infected with malicious software each year. And remember, we're being very optimistic here. The numbers, by and large, are simply against us in this fight. Why don't we take a look at the past to get a better picture of all this? Let's start with prehistory. The Stone Age of computer systems is the 90s. During this era, we had Robert Morris, who became famous largely as the creator of the first widely spreading computer worm. The worm exploited software bugs in Unix services, in SendMail, and among others in RSH and RExec. The worm also attempted to crack weak passwords. Anyway, Morris himself claimed that he created the worm and released it on the net, the internet of those days, to measure its size. Each infected machine responded to the attacker, so Morris was able to determine the number of infected computers. To prevent the same machine from being infected multiple times, the worm used a mechanism that asked whether the computer already had a copy of the worm. If it responded yes, the computer would not be reinfected, which means that a progeny process of the worm would not be launched. This mechanism could have been easily subverted to stop the epidemic. It would have been enough to run, without analyzing the functioning of the virus, a program that responded with yes when asked whether the computer was infected. Or wouldn't it? Realizing that this could stop his attack, Robert Morris decided that 1 in 7 infected computers would be reinfected regardless of their answer. Morris apparently did not imagine what would be the scale of mass spreading of viruses. About 10% of Unix systems attached to the internet, roughly several thousand computers, were infected with the worm. And so the first attempt to gauge the size of the internet in the 90s ended up as the first global denial of service attack. Robert Morris, or someone who claimed to be Morris, then sent out an email which poked fun at common media belief, or should I use the word paranoia, which pictured cybercriminals, and I don't call them hackers for reasons I'll explain later, as people who, as you can see, could turn your computer into a bomb and detonate it remotely, killing you and your family. Robert Morris dutifully alerted his readers of a new type of virus, which was worse than anything yet found on the internet. A virus that distributed itself through power lines of 60 Hz by changing serial port pinouts and reversing the direction in which disks spin. Those among you who are a bit older may remember that computers used serial ports in the past. There are also silly hints on fighting the virus. First, don't attach your computer to a power line. Don't use batteries either. Batteries are rumored to be infected as well. Don't copy any files. Don't read any messages, including the one you're reading now. Don't use serial ports. Don't use modems. Modems are another relic of the past. They were used to connect your device to the internet. Don't use keyboards, screens, or printers. Don't use electricity and heating. You might say that an exaggerated media reaction triggered an exaggerated response from, well, let's call it the computer systems security experts movement. Time has shown, however, that this exaggerated reaction was unfortunately not so absurd after all. A few years pass and we're now at the turn of the 21st century. This period will be remembered as the days of the plagues. One such plague was Code Red, a worm that exploited a vulnerability in Microsoft web servers to deface affected websites. Notice how the main activity of the Morris worm and the worms we're now discussing spread themselves. This was their basic payload. They were released to breed and infect more and more machines. Damaging actions, if there were any, Code Red launched them about every 3 weeks, resulted in the defacement of some web pages. This was simply to manifest their presence. This is a crucial moment. This was the goal of the creators of these worms. Other than Code Red, this type of worm includes NIMDA. NIMDA is relevant to our analysis because it's a virus that distributed itself through a number of propagation techniques, by exploiting software errors, but also by social engineering, which we'll discuss later. What were the effects of the NIMDA outbreak? 2 million infected computers in just 3 days. While it would seem like an imposing feat, it was quickly surpassed by CLES, another mass-mailing virus which was released on the internet and went around the world in 2.5 hours. The record held by Klez was beaten by the SQL Slammer. The Slammer attacked vulnerabilities in a service of Microsoft SQL Server, a popular database system. The worm was so effective partially because it targeted computers through UDP. It took it about 10 minutes to infect 90% of vulnerable servers. In this time, the number of infected hosts doubled every 8.5 seconds. Even though UDP is a lightweight protocol with very small header and offers only minimal transport service, the outbreak has in fact resulted in internet outage. Banks had to shut down cash machine networks and airlines had to cancel flights. Global communication was impeded or even blocked due to one virus that spread as fast as possible in the infrastructure of the day. If the infrastructure had been faster, the results would have been even more staggering. The past several years have been an era of cybercrime. This is the key point of interest for us. 2005 is a sort of threshold here, or it's usually considered as such because it's the year in which the Zotob virus spread. Zotob is lesser known than the worms we discussed before, as it was not widely reported in the press and mass media. We know now that it was the first virus which was commissioned. In other words, it was written for money. Commissioning an order is not usually an exercise in charity. If you pay money for something, you expect your investment to pay off. The virus was commissioned to steal data from a specific company by installing a Trojan horse. Where did we start? We started with a joke, or with an outlet for Robert Morse's creativity, and we ended up with Zotob, a virus that no one even pretended to masquerade as a harmless program that measures the internet or anything of the sort. This was a worm created to make money. This marks a very significant shift for us. What are the consequences of this change? The first is that media is more reluctant to report on computer system security. Several years ago, before 2005, we the public were regularly fed with information on new global-scale virus outbreaks. Recently, there's a lot less stories or news on computer security in the media. Does it mean that we're generally more secure now? Or that people stopped writing viruses? Or perhaps systems nowadays have been safeguarded so that viruses can't spread? No, unfortunately not. Quite the opposite. Viruses nowadays aren't created for publicity. Coders who create viruses don't seek fame, they try to earn their bread. Writing viruses is now a job. This means that in recent years, from 2005 onward, is the time when big money entered the world of computer systems and changed it forever. This is by no means a revolutionary new era. Humans are social beings. This has always been our characteristic feature, something that makes humans stand out. And for every society, there have always been groups of people who break social rules and flout them for their own purposes. Think of the Wild West or the Prohibition era. The same scenario is seen in the world of computer systems. It would be really naive to think that the internet would somehow be exempt from the same criminal mechanisms that can be witnessed everywhere else. Crooks and outlaws existed from the beginning of history. Would they simply disappear now? Unfortunately, this is not the case. They seem to have found a niche for themselves, just like the rum runners of the Prohibition, and exploit it without remorse. What's even worse, they're becoming more and more effective. And this is the main reason why the security of computer systems is lately in decline instead of improving. 85% is an important number. This is the percentage of attacks which are vectored in ways that render your typical protection measures such as antivirus scanners, software upgrades for both operating systems and installed applications, or constantly enabled firewalls essentially useless. These attacks are performed either internally, locally, or through social engineering. Tricks and techniques that manipulate people. In both cases, these attacks cannot be stopped by the protection measures I've just listed. 85 is also an important number for other reasons. The mentioned security measures, firewalls, updates, and scanners are all important. They should be enabled and supported on all systems. It's not true that they bring no real results. At the very least, you can pretend you're protected. Don't make yourself an easy target. Not having these protections is like leaving your car running with your keys in it in an unknown district. At least close the door. The risk of theft is still high, but at least you've done something to secure your resources. And don't get me wrong, I don't want you to get rid of your antivirus scanner. On the contrary, leave it enabled and updated often, even every day. The problem is that when cybercriminals decide that you have some valuable resources or your system is for some other reason worth attacking, this scanner will fail 85% of the time. The first module of this course, which I invite you to take, will tell you above all which popular computer system security beliefs are actually myths. Myths that originated or laziness, customs, or from applying outdated information to new phenomena. It will also comment on security issues that stem from the rise of organized crime in cyberspace. Remember that there are companies set up in some countries which recruit programmers to create malicious code. Writing viruses has become a day job for some. From 9 to 5, these people sit in their cubicles and write code that you wouldn't want to come across in your systems. The module will also talk about cyber war and terrorism, two issues that have already become reality. We've already been able to witness some instances of cyber war. Another of our topics will be the consumerization of IT and how it affects security. Risks and threats will also be covered in this first module. We'll try to classify their types and discover why they affect virtually everyone. Unfortunately, if you think that you wouldn't be the target of attacks because your business is small scale, you only have 6 computers, your monthly turnover is not big, and you produce no new technologies, so there's really nothing to be stolen, think again. The real situation doesn't look so bright. The last issue will be covered in the point titled The Final Goal of Attacks, which explores the motives which current cybercriminals might have to attack you. See you in the training. Welcome. This module focuses on popular computer system security myths. Let's start by reaching back in the history to get a better picture of the origins of these false assumptions. PCs turned 30 just recently. The first 32-bit computer was created in 1980 by AT&T, and the first IBM PC was created in 1981. Why do I mention that? Notice how often we tend to disregard how much has changed in the past 30 years. From our perspective, 30 years is not a long time, but for computer systems, this is like dog years. Another crucial factor that has turned the world of computer systems, or the global network, the Internet, on its head is the year 1968. This was when the Internet research began. How did it all come about anyway? The history of the Internet starts with ARPANET, a network that joined 4 computers located in 4 different universities. ARPANET was originally designed for the military. Why did Americans invest in researching it? They lost the race to launch the world's first satellite. This was 1968. The fact that they lost the space race to the USSR was a major source of concern and brought up a near panic in military circles. The Russians appeared to be more innovative and more knowledgeable, and they gained a potentially military advantage over the US. How should they defend themselves against it? Intelligence centers needed to be connected, but in order to do this, a way of transmitting information had to be developed to connect them. ARPANET was strictly military in its origin. It was not created with users in mind. And by users, I refer to people that use the Internet today. This has to be emphasized in this stage of the course. The net we know today was developed in the 90s. The World Wide Web was created only 20 years ago, and its appearance completely changed the way global computer networks have been used. Another factor that contributed to the creation of computer system security myths, which we'll list in a minute, is the fact that most of us use computer systems to a limited extent, to achieve specific goals. This is similar to having a driver's license and knowing how to drive the car, but not understanding what happens inside when we press the gas pedal. Using computers can look a lot like that for most of us. We think we know how to use them well, especially teenagers who grew up with computers. This ability, however, doesn't translate to knowing the mechanisms that are hidden under the GUIs and the mechanisms that are relevant for our security. If you don't know something, you're reluctant to admit it. No one wants to own up to the fact that they accomplish computer tasks by shooting in the dark, or only know how to click a mouse. Instead, we will often resort to opinions and stereotypes that have been picked up at home or at school. These opinions are spread because they are repeated by millions of users, not because they're true. The first myth is, you can ensure total protection of your computer system. That'd be something, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, this is merely a myth for several reasons. If you wanted your system to be secure, you would need to bar users from interacting with it. You can't be sure whether or not the goals and aims of users are in fact malicious. So the ideal computer in this scenario doesn't accept any input. It does not have a mouse or any keyboard, or any port that you could use to plug in a smartphone. But it's still possible that this computer, safe and secure from users, could still pose a threat. It could, for example, have software that, although tested, sometimes brings up errors that could be exploited to lower the security of the system. An intrusion or data extraction is a concern here. This should never happen in a fully protected computer system. The software has to go. Don't install any programs, including operating systems, and don't attach any devices to your computer. The principle of a secure computer is within reach. Now it only needs to be physically protected. If it's turned on, someone might use it to read data saved on the disks. So to secure it physically, you could, for example, pour cement over it and throw it in a well. Now you're nearly 100% secure, though we can't guarantee full certainty. Your system is useless, but looks secure enough. The next myth. No one would want to attack your system. It's hard to determine the origin of this myth. In all probability, you're letting a real-world experience influence your perception of virtual security. You know that there are some districts you can walk safely through at night, and you assume that your business computer network is very much like this safe, well-lit area. You don't have any lowlives living in it, and everything has always been all right. Geographical distance is not a factor in the internet, though. Even if your neighborhood seems to lie far from any threat, it doesn't mean that it'll be so in the next 10 seconds. 10 seconds is a long time in the virtual computer system's world. Where there are no boundaries or distance, your neighbors can change very quickly. Computer systems can be targeted with a number of different attack techniques. The least sophisticated types of attacks are launched by so-called script kids, people who rely on resources found on the internet for their exploits. They launch codes and tools developed by other people to have fun watching the results of their juvenile actions. These results could include computer hangs and gaining connection or control over targeted computers. This is, however, only a small chunk of threats. Script kids attacked blindly. If your domain has a popular name, it's enough to make you a potential target. Attacks that are targeted at specific systems are a much more serious threat. If you consider your network resources less valuable, you probably won't be a direct target for big criminal groups. Targeted intrusions use computer systems indirectly as zombie networks, or botnets, to avoid detection and further exploits. This is a concern for all computers. If your device is connected to the internet, there's a possibility it will become a zombie computer. You won't be attacked because someone's itching to see your holiday photos. You'll be attacked because your neutral computer can be used to send information or launch an attack on a specific target. There's always a risk that a spammer or attacker will want to exploit your system. Another myth. It's possible to successfully protect users from malicious and unwanted software. Computer system administrators should set up a system in a way that protects users from running unwanted software. How can this be achieved? You can only protect users through antivirus software. The drawback is that antiviruses only detect a small portion of threats. There's still a high risk that an unaware user will launch on his computer a malware file compiled for specific needs. This doesn't require knowing how to use an assembler or 16 years of coding experience. All you need for this is to read a few articles on the internet and choose a pre-made tool. If administrators were strict, security-wise, and blocked access to all software, this would essentially replicate the scenario from the first myth. The system would be more secure, but it would also be less functional. And you can't afford to decline in the functionality. Firewalls protect computers from all remote attacks, is another of our myths. You can see in the bottom part of the slide how a firewall looks from the standpoint of your computer system. The picture shows names of protocols in the rungs. We are interested in two of them. The first from the bottom is UFBP, abbreviated from Universal Firewall Bypass Protocol, which is slang for HTTP. The HTTP protocol has a secure variant as well, HTTPS, also known as HTTP Secure. Why are they represented in this way in the picture? The majority of firewalls filter traffic based on port numbers or sessions, and both methods are completely ineffective. It's easy to send protocols other than HTTP through port 80. All peer-to-peer applications do it. That's why port 80 is open by default on firewalls. Port 443, a secure version of port 80, is a curiosity. It allows you to pass all sorts of data through firewalls. This works both ways, as we'll discover in following modules, and also disables the monitoring of traffic. Administrators won't pay any attention to it because the data will be encrypted and, as a result, unreadable. The data will all look the same, whether it's encrypted credentials of lawful users who visit a bank page, or if it's a remotely downloaded customer database. Firewalls have long ceased to be an effective protection measure against remote attacks. They're still important, however. Although they can't fully be relied upon, they still play their part in the protection scheme. Another myth. Thanks to XYX technology, you don't need physical protection or a security policy. Why is this false? All applications can only be used for protection if they're turned on. Shutting down your operating system, it's hard to believe that it would still protect the data saved on the disks. It doesn't, and it can't. This is true also of any other device. Let's go back to firewalls for a moment. Even if you paid $5,000 for a mid-range firewall, it won't defend your system against locally driven attacks, which, for example, may be launched from the computer standing next to your own. In other words, technological security measures are vital. They should only be part of a larger security policy for your company. We'll talk about that in the next part of this course. Effective security is achieved through obscurity, is another false notion. This theory assumes that the less conspicuous you are, the more secure your system will be. But it's much harder to hide in the internet than it is to hide in your house, on your street, or in your neighborhood. Attempting to obscure your computer system in the internet means that your presence will be compromised for potential customers and other people you want to share information with. Not connecting to the internet in the first place wouldn't make for a big difference. Any system that performs some operations can disclose a lot on its configuration and the people who manage it. This information is out there for the public, and in the next parts of this course, we'll learn to read it. The next myth. Client-side security successfully protects the server. An example is a client application, which does not allow users to enter -1 as a value in the price field on an online shop. It protects us from people who would want to try and deceive us by buying a product for free and making us pay money to them. This myth is false for two reasons. As server administrators, you have no control over client computers. The client could be the administrator of his computer and will be able to use it freely. He could, for example, tamper with the functioning of your secure web page used for online purchases. Not being a programmer, the user may not want to modify the code on the web page, but it can connect to the page bypassing your application on a public server. You can't force all users to connect to the server always using your application. If there's communication, users can always set it without having to use an X program if they know how to do it. And the program that will be used instead may not function exactly as you wish it would. Cracking passwords is the biggest threat, is another myth from our list. Yes, you should protect your authorizations. It's not true, however, that if an unauthorized person gains access to your authorizations, he or she may hijack your identity in a computer system. It's also not true that cracking a password consists of trying algorithms and authorization procedures until an unencrypted password is determined. It's far easier to simply ask a user to provide a password. As you'll see, in 6 out of 10 attempts, the user will submit his password himself, so cracking it is simply not worth the trouble. Encrypted passwords, for example an MD5 hash or any other cryptographic material, are used for authorizations in computer systems. It's enough to send a hash to an application without even knowing the unencrypted value. The threat is not limited to simply cracking passwords. As far as computer systems users are concerned, a variant of the myth tells them not to save any passwords. They have to be memorized. A secure password set up by administrators could, for example, be a string of 18 pseudo-randomly generated characters. Users, knowing they'll have trouble remembering it, take the password down. Is it wrong to do so? No. The problem is, however, storing the information in a secure way, like you would store the confidential data such as a credit card. Not many people would leave their credit card under their keyboards. They usually put it in a wallet. So why don't you keep the note with your password in your wallet and leave it under the keyboard instead? The final myth. Total computer system security is a priority in all cases. You don't allow for compromises. It's all or nothing. You're rarely this rigid with other everyday issues, but security-wise you're unwilling to make any concessions. Companies demand warranties from security experts that there won't be any intrusions. Money is not an issue, they should add, but they rarely do. As we said before, security does not come hand in hand with functionality. All extra percentage points added to security equal bigger impediments and less convenience for users. As you can see, Eisenhower summed it up similarly. If you want total security, go to prison. There you're fed, clothed, given medical care, and so on. The only thing lacking is freedom. That's all for now. Thank you. Welcome to this module, which talks about the trends that are reshaping the world of computer system security. In this module, we'll try to provide answers to 2 questions. How have we changed and why are we more susceptible to different types of attacks? And how have attackers changed and what's motivating them now? The first catalyst for change is the birth of the new technological society. The internet, or to be more precise, social networking services, have significantly changed the lifestyles of many people. This shift can easily be observed. Humans, as social beings, have throughout history visited and interacted with their neighbors, friends, colleagues, and so on. Information was exchanged within small groups. These communities were made up of members that knew each other fairly well, knew about each other's lives, and had a relationship of conditioned trust. This trust is similar to a situation where you're likely to trust a person that's lived next to you for 15 years enough to ask them to care for your house while you're away. Social networking services brought about a change in the way humans behave. Why do some people talk of the Facebook era? If Facebook were a country with over 1 billion users, it would be the 3rd most populated in the world, just behind China and India. Also, the number of Facebook users has risen very rapidly. The popularity of this service makes it unlike anything else, speaking historically and globally. Radio, which was also a revolutionary invention, needed half a century to get to 50 million users. Though of course the world's population was much smaller then. Television, which was also revolutionary, needed 13 years to reach 50 million users. It took Facebook just a year to get to 200 million users. This suggests a major change in our lifestyle. Why is this topic relevant to computer system security? One of the features Facebook offers is collecting friends. The average number of friends on Facebook is 150. Especially in the younger demographic where there's a large group of people who have over 500 friends. I can't even imagine how you could socially interact, like you interact with your neighbors or friends from work, with this many people. Either I'm the only person who can't do it, or it's simply impossible. It could also be that the definition of friend has changed. A friend is no longer someone you can trust. It's someone you want to attach your profile with to make you look good. This is how we create our internet brand. Whether it's moral to do so is beyond the scope of this discussion. It's relevant, however, that all friends we pick up on the internet have access to a lot of our personal information. This is the information we publish ourselves on social media profiles. In the past, gaining information was complicated, time-consuming, and expensive. Today, all sorts of information is available about almost anybody, and accessing it doesn't require money. All it takes is to create an account on any given social networking site. Among our internet-only friends, there could be people who only pretend to be normal users. Creating a false identity is really easy in the internet. Why would anyone want to do it? To gain our trust and to get to know us better, which makes an attack on our computer system stand a better chance of succeeding. I'm talking about a socio-technical attack here. Let's see the amount of information that you can find on yourself on the web. To do this, other than look at public websites and services, attackers also use specialized tools. The demand for information is so huge that there are special paid information research services dedicated to finding information. Let's start with a site called I Can Stalk You. In the slide, you can see how the service looked when it was active. It was shut down after a year. We'll visit it later and we'll see why it was closed. The site was geared towards raising awareness that posting a picture on social media pages revealed not only the image itself, but also disclosed information on when and where it was taken. All current smartphones and many professional cameras automatically add geolocation data to pictures. And there are applications and tools on the internet that let you view the information embedded in images. I Can Stalk You tracked information from pictures published on social media pages for a year. As you can see, tons of confidential information on people was disclosed every minute. This is a relatively harmless feature in some cases, but can be really risky in others. As it turns out, this poses a great risk for some groups of people. American soldiers who were stationed in Iraq, for example, would take pictures of themselves standing next to a new chopper and upload it to a social networking service. The pictures were seen by terrorists who would use the embedded coordinates to identify the location of the base and where the choppers flew. This ended in the destruction of 4 choppers. This is why you need to think before you post personal information on the web. We'll come back to I Can Stalk You in a moment. Let's now take a look at findmypast.com and intellius.com. Both sites allow you to search the internet and find public records and information. What's the goal of this? If you provide the first and last name of a person, Intellius will run a check to find public information on that person. The search utilizes not only classic engines like Google or Bing, but also social media sites. As you can see, there's a number of results for the submitted name. Intellius has the phone numbers and addresses for these people and knows where they lived before. Full background reports on a selected person can be generated and purchased. For about $30, you'll receive access to the person's date of birth, address, phone number, related people list, and address history. You'll know the results of the person's criminal check, know if they had any financial problems, and see the handles they used online, and much more. Identity theft, especially when it's carried out over the internet, is child's play when you have a database like this at your disposal. By using the personal details in the real world, a criminal can get a bank loan or rent a car in that person's name. Find My Past makes use of similar features. The service was set up to help people find relatives that they'd lost touch with. In some countries, documents such as birth and marriage records are digitalized and can be accessed online. You can view a scanned birth certificate on the internet. The certificate contains a lot of interesting information. If you have access to a records database and find a person who's died recently, you can assume that person's identity in different states or countries by using their personal details. After submitting a registration form and paying a monthly fee, Find My Past will provide us with desired information. If you know the first and last name of a person, you can access their full history and background. KGBpeople.com and Spokeo.com belong to another type of search engines that are based on social media. Let's see how they work. Let's start with KGBpeople.com. To use the embedded social media search engine, you need to know the first and last name of a person. We'll type in John. It's a very popular name, but we don't want to find any specific information. We just want to show you how the search engine works. As you can see, several profiles have been found. There are profiles on Twitter, Facebook, MySpace, Blogger, and Dig, among others. All the shown mechanisms have been used to find internet traces of our John. Also, Flickr and YouTube were checked. John's personal information was found. This information contains facts and tags connected to a person who has this name. It's enough now to pick one of the Johns and learn more about this person. Spokeo.com, also a search engine, works in a similar way. Let's type in David this time. Spokeo.com's mechanisms are similar to those implemented in KGBpeople.com. It's a free internet service which checks social networking sites and traditional search engines for submitted criteria such as first and last names and email addresses. The site returns geographical locations connected to the person, records of their media appearances, and the pictures and videos they've uploaded. We've talked about I Can Stalk You before. After a year of running, the service had been closed. Now this is what the site looks like. It's still worth visiting though, for example, to read up on how to disable geotagging on your smartphone. In the year that the site was up, millions of people had been located using I Can Stalk You. There are also a lot of services that make money out of invading your privacy. Services like ReadNotify.com or MyLife.com intrude on your privacy by breaching the confidentiality of your emails and discussions you hold. Let's see how they work. Let's start with MyLife.com. You can only access the service fully after you've registered. After submitting a first and last name, a long list of found people is displayed. The list features pictures, ages, and locations. You can even contact people via email. A full profile and records on the selected person will be available after paying a monthly fee. As you can see, it's a hard job maintaining your privacy on the internet. Multigo is the last of the services I'd like you to know about. We've discussed search engines to make you realize how much of people's personal information is out there on the internet. Now let's see how these personal records can be exploited. Multigo is a tool for exploring data. I suppose you could call it a data mining tool. We'll use the non-commercial version 304 of the application. Let's say we're interested in the intel.com domain. We'd like to find out if this business address has been given in social networking services. In Multigo, any starting point can be transformed to find a range of information on a given object. One of the options available in the tool is to search for email addresses. Running this option brings up initial results. Assume you'd like to get in touch with someone who works for Company X. Calling the company won't do much good since giving out employees' email addresses is against privacy policy. By submitting a company's domain name as a question in Multigo, you can learn the email addresses used by the company's employees. And all found output can be the starting point of another action. If the starting point is the name of a person, you can run actions to find their address, people they email, or their MySpace account. Before we move on to cybercriminals, I'd like to mention another aspect of social media security. There's a tool called Facebook Blaster Pro. It's a commercial software used for sending spam. It targets fans of celebrities and other famous people. As you know, celebrities have fan pages on Facebook. The Justin Bieber fan page, for example, has more fans on Facebook than there are people in Norway and Ireland put together. How can you send emails to this many people? Buy and install Facebook Blaster Pro. The people you want to send spam to don't have to be your Facebook friends. It's enough that you like the same fan page. Facebook Blaster Pro will extract the email addresses of all fans and send them to you. As you can see, the program is advertised as a great marketing tool that can boost sales. It claims that it's the perfect tool for telling a broad audience that you've written a book. Let's now set aside the issue of online privacy. I hope that I've managed to convince you that there's a lot of information available on the internet that should be treated as confidential. There's a new approach towards privacy that has emerged recently, and this approach directly affects the shape of our security and the security of our systems. Cybercriminals. I've refrained from using the word hacker in this course. It's been so overused that it's ceased to mean anything. Cybercriminals should be defined by two characteristics: their motivation and their skills. Where do hackers fit in this graph? With equal probability, a hacker could be a script kid, an unskilled individual who scans a computer and launches a pre-made exploit out of curiosity, or an expert who wants to make money. The red portion of the market is growing the fastest, and it's the most dangerous. You need to guard yourself against these criminals. Let's find out if this is really true. I'll give you a couple of real stories in chronological order. The first is a story of a gentleman known as Boa, a criminal working in the 90s who set up a website that offered credit card numbers for sale at a good price. At its peak, the website had a selection of 154,000 stolen credit card details. The credit card numbers were stolen from large international corporations. How is this possible? Boa and his partners did not use any exploits for their attacks. They instead struck a deal with Marriott Hotels porters and other people. or sent one of their men to take a job in a company when it searched for a skilled worker. A simple and efficient method. BOA was eventually arrested in Cyprus and extradited to the US. He was charged with defrauding over $2.5 million. It was revealed during the investigation that he was also engaged in a Cyprus-based money laundering company that washed billions. There's a happy ending in this story. BOA and his partners, Igor Anatoly Terashenko and others, were arrested. What's relevant for us is that their fraud did not involve electronic intrusions into computer systems. This is why it brought such great results. If we want to paint a fuller picture of cybercriminals, we need to mention the attack that hit Blue Security in 2005. Blue Security announced the release of a new product, an anti-spam filter. This filter was not like any of the anti-spam filters we know and use today. It didn't block spam. The tool instead detected the spammer's address and sent back a complaint. Thanks, I don't want to receive spam from you. The system utilized a retaliation mechanism. A server that sent a lot of spam messages received a lot of answers. It was successfully attacked, and the attack resulted in a denial of service. The story of Blue Security is quite interesting. You can see here a message that was emailed to users of the tool that Blue Security provided. It was written and sent by PharmaMaster, a Russian online seller of fake Viagra. As you see, PharmaMaster obtained email addresses of Blue Security users. The attackers broke into the Blue Security system and extracted a database with users' addresses. In the message, PharmaMaster warns users that Blue Security is the real spammer. To give more weight to the email, PharmaMaster also sent it to Blue Security. Sending spam to spammers in this way was large-scale. As a Blue Security user, you're in for a backlash from furious internet communities. If you don't get rid of the tool, your address will be put on a spamming list, and there can be other trouble as well. As you see reading this email, uninstalling the system will be for your benefit. Don't install it ever again. Apart from attacking Blue Security users, the servers of the company were also targeted. The first step was to block foreign access to the Israeli company's servers. Next, global access was cut off. Transporting services to servers of an external provider that specialized in guarding against denial of service attacks did not help. The attackers won this time. Blue Security withdrew the Blue Frog project and folded soon after. In the released official statement, the company said that it did not want to escalate the war. The stories of Roman Boa Vega and the attack on Blue Security show that cybercriminals aren't just bored script kids who try to launch some program they found on the internet after school. Let's now take a look at the BlaBla program. The software was designed to monitor the data passing through TJX's computer network to sniff out credit card numbers from the corporation. The sniffer was later used to steal credit card details from other companies. A Cuban American, Albert Gonzalez, was the mastermind behind the attack. Gonzalez had been recognized as an expert in the computer system security field. Before he decided to set up his own business, he was also working for several government institutions. Gonzalez set about his business by first asking his friend Stephen Watt to create the BlaBla scanner. Antiviruses and intrusion detection systems failed because BlaBla was custom designed. The software was installed in the TJX network and stole 45 million credit card numbers in 2 months' time. The attack was a huge success, but let's also pay attention to something that happened in the aftermath. TJX was able to keep their customer base. The company detected the intrusion after a few months, informed their customers of the data breach, and even paid millions in damages. The attack, however, did not make the business collapse. In the following year, record sales and earnings were announced. This means that we, as customers, can and will forgive a company when our transaction details, including personal information, are poorly protected or compromised. We'll return to this subject later. Stephen Watt, Albert Gonzalez, and other members of the conspiracy were arrested and charged. Watt pleaded guilty and is to pay $170 million in restitution. Albert Gonzalez, as the brains and leader of the operation, is serving a 25-year prison sentence and will have to pay $70 million in damages. Another story worth mentioning is the exploits connected to ads for Chinese penis enlargement pills. A virus dubbed Stormworm was created in 2007 and spread as an attachment to emails. If it was launched, the worm infected a computer and merged it into a zombie net. Affected machines sent penis enlargement spam ads. Online ad businesses are paid if a redirected visitor clicks on one of the banners on a page. Stormworm creators made several $1,000s a day in this way. And there was always the chance that someone would actually buy the advertised product. The group behind the attack made fighting the worm harder, because it attacked the servers of all antivirus companies that blocked attachments containing the virus. That's it for an overview on different types of cybercriminals. To end this module, I'd like to talk a bit about cyber war and cyber terrorism. Incidents of both types of warfare have already been launched. The first cyber war broke out in 2007 when China attacked Germany and the US. Soon after, Estonia became victim of another wave of cyber attacks. We'll look into this later. Cyber warfare will emerge as a more and more prevalent reality, unfortunately. Why is that? It's easy to attack a computer system. It's easier than attacking, let's say, a commuting system. You don't need many resources or planning. You don't even have to be at the scene of the crime. It's not hard to locate the missile launcher in the first picture of the slide. The Russians learned that the hard way when they tried to plant it in Cuba. The bottom picture shows a typical housing estate. You can launch an effective cyber attack from there, an attack which is impossible to detect. You don't need a nuclear missile silo either. An internet connection will be enough. What are the methods of cyber warfare? First, espionage. It's very easy to send information over the internet without attracting anyone's attention. It's possible to hide data in a picture posted on a service. The picture can be viewed by anyone, but only the person who's in the know can read the letter hidden in the image. Can you do this in the internet? Of course you can. Arab Spring is a good example of how effective internet propaganda and networking can be. All Arab governments attempted to significantly reduce or even ban internet services. While the outcome wasn't successful, this whole situation, the first of its kind, really makes one think. We'll now move on to denial of service attacks. Try to think of what could happen if there was no internet for a day, a week, or a month. You wouldn't be able to read your emails, log into your account in a social networking service, your smartphone wouldn't work, and you wouldn't be able to buy or sell anything online. But that's not all. It's possible to attack and stop, or at least hinder, the functionality of specialist computer systems. Electricity, water supply, or television are all services that can be remotely blocked. A magnetic cloud can even block those systems which are not connected to the internet. The final point in this module will talk about some specific instances of cyber war. First, there's Estonia in 2007. The attacks began around the time when a monument commemorating Soviet soldiers, the Bronze Soldier of Tallinn, was removed from the city center. First, speculations pointed to the Russian Federation as being behind this attack. The DOS attack, which lasted for 3 weeks, targeted banks and administration infrastructure. Embassies were blocked. For 3 weeks, the country's information flow services were paralyzed. The Kremlin refused to assume responsibility for the sabotage, but at the same time admitted that it would be able to run a large-scale attack of this kind. A year later, as some of you may remember, Russian forces invaded Georgia. Standard military operations were concurrent with cyber attacks that targeted government servers. Torrent networks were utilized. All network traffic was redirected to governmental websites. This resulted in a complete denial of service, which means that government websites and Georgian press agencies' websites were all blocked. Another instance of cyber warfare occurred in 2010, when Google detected that some of their accounts set up on Google servers were being monitored. Email accounts that belonged to Chinese dissidents were monitored by sniffer programs installed on client computers. This was revealed also because a lot of simultaneous connections to one account were detected from many locations in China. It turned out that incoming and outgoing information on the accounts had been spied on for a long time. Accounts of US and EU-based Chinese human rights activists were also targeted in the same way. During its investigation, Google also found traces of attacks that hit some high-tech American companies. These attacks aimed to steal intellectual property and technologies that were being developed by the companies. The last case I'd like you to know about is the Stuxnet worm. We're moving on to the latest history now. The worm hit Iran in June of 2010. It was a highly specific worm written for PLC devices that hid itself by using a rootkit. The technology used to develop Stuxnet had to be highly sophisticated, as the motivation behind the attack was to impede the Iranian nuclear program. The virus might have been spread into uranium enrichment plants through a USB flash drive. The infected drives would have needed to be connected to a computer that controlled centrifuges used for cooling nuclear fuel. The Iranian staff broke basic security rules. The virus exploited vulnerabilities that were unknown at the point of attack. The US and Israel have been obviously speculated to be involved in the attacks. The virus caused centrifuges to malfunction by slowing them down and making them work faster after a few weeks. This behavior should have been immediately detected at the uranium enrichment plant, and immediate steps should have been taken. The Iranians had replaced about 1,000 centrifuges before they understood that they were under attack. The nuclear program was not stopped, however. 2 Iranian scientists were later killed in bomb explosions, which can also be linked to the attack. Summing up, it has to be highlighted that cybercriminals don't seek publicity. They don't want to be media heroes. The dangerous rationale behind their attacks is motivated by greed or national interest. This is an indirect reason which explains why we don't hear much nowadays on cyber attacks. They aren't launched to bring their creators fame. They're intended to be stealthy and bring money. Thank you. Welcome to the module focusing on the security of data. In this module, we'd like to think about why ensuring and maintaining confidentiality, integrity, and authenticity of data should be the main purpose and role of computer security policies. Let's start by reaching back to the essence of this problem. Why does computer security usually fail against attacks? The reason is that system users are often unaware of the threats they're facing. And if they're unaware, they can't counteract the threats. The second aspect of data security that relates both to users and administrators is the failure to clearly identify the resources that require protection. There's a common thinking pattern that pictures a safe computer network separated from the big bad internet with a firewall. This has been outdated for some time now. You can't base your security policy on this type of assumption. One problem that relates only to computer systems administrators is their unchecked belief in technology. We tend to think subconsciously that since we've paid a lot of money for security solutions provided by a popular brand, they'll be completely reliable and efficient. If you don't know the mechanisms behind a solution or technology, or don't even know attack vectors, running a piece of software or a tool won't make you secure. Users and administrators need to keep track of new developments and utilities in the system security field and deal with threats differently than is shown in this slide. Why is this all so hard? The main reason for this difficulty is a new growing trend known as the consumerization of IT. The tables have turned since the development of high-tech software and devices. In the past, new technologies were enterprise-led and only after time emerged on the consumer market. Devices were customized for the needs and goals of businesses. Today, there's no recognizable boundary between consumer and corporate technology. Appliances and software are being designed with users in mind. What are the effects of this reversal? It's harder to say whether the smartphone you're holding is a company device or a private device. The same technology can be used at work and for play. It wasn't quite this way a while back, and this shift seems to have blurred the lines between business computer systems and home systems. New developments mean that more and more people can work from home. And we use our own devices, a laptop or a smartphone, for work. System administrators have limited control over these devices, if there's any control at all. Administrators can't force us to stop using our own devices because our productivity would be lowered. We can do some tasks remotely while traveling or on holidays. Companies can't ban sending emails from outside their offices. While this would improve security, it just simply isn't feasible. Given this new emerging reality, IT security staff have to reformulate their strategies and actions. A good solution for this problem was introducing a new term. It's ridiculous to say that our security measures are ineffective because script kids launch exploits remotely. Advanced persistence threat has a different ring to it, though. Saying that we can be susceptible to threats that are advanced and persistent is not equivalent to an admission of guilt. APT was coined and defined in 2006 by the US Army, when the military began to realize that existing computer security models were ineffective. Funds on fighting launched attacks were irrationally high compared to the results. Something had to be changed. Originally, APT referred to persistent threats, or those threats that were a long-term risk. A good example of persistent activity is the slew of attacks on American high-tech companies that were detected by Google and occurred from 2006 to 2007. In this attack, email boxes of the company's staff had been monitored for over a year. Today, advanced persistent threats are understood as attacks that successfully launch malicious software on targeted computers. Malicious software is a broad term. We'll show you why launching a program can cause an attacker to take over a system. Local attacks and large-scale attacks that exploit vulnerabilities in security systems. We'll talk about this vector in the following modules. By and large, advanced persistent threats include internal attacks. For the most part, internal attacks render any technological protection measures useless. The last category of threats classed as apps are the attacks that target trusted communications channels. The amount of information exchanged between computer systems is huge. Intrusion detection systems implemented in banks and insurance institutions often react only to active suspicious user actions. Attackers exploit a tendency of specialist IDS tools to react to unauthorized claims payments, but ignore information extraction. In protecting data, it's crucial to set up goals that you want to achieve. Our first objective should be the confidentiality of data. Confidentiality means that data is safeguarded against unauthorized access. Information should be categorized according to its sensitivity. It doesn't make sense to take measures for protecting information that's published online on a company's website. Any company will understandably be happy that there are visitors on the website. Internal information is the second class of information. This category of data is available to a broad group of selected people, for example, for all the employees in a company. We wouldn't want unauthorized persons to access this type of information, but it doesn't spell the end of the world if a breach occurs. The next category of information includes personal information. Personally identifiable information is defined as information that can be used to easily and specifically identify a person to whom the information relates. National identification numbers like Social Security numbers are an obvious example of personal information. There's also sensitive data. This class of data, if disclosed to the public, brings direct losses to a specific person. The last data confidentiality category includes classified information. This is a type of data that should only be accessed by trusted people. Disclosing classified information deals a grievous blow to a company. Assigning a level of sensitivity to data stored on a system fast-tracks the implementation of a data security policy in a company. If a company fails to introduce this policy, this could end in the sort of situations you've seen in previous modules, where you can view classified, sensitive, and confidential information on the internet next to people's personal information. Confidentiality of data has to be protected in some way. In the past, obtaining or extracting confidential data was a difficult feat. The next time you see a person go through the garbage bins of your company, remember that the person does not have to be a beggar in search of food. In the US, the trash that's located in a company's site belongs to that company. Trespassing and stealing things from trash bins is illegal. The contents of the bins only later become public property. It's increasingly easy to find confidential information on the internet. Let's see how this can be done. To do this, we'll use a hacking technique that most of you know very well: Google hacking. We'll see if Google can be used to find some information on people who interest us. We'll also find out if it's true that once a piece of information is put on the web, it will exist there forever. Finally, we'll also use specialist programs like FOCA to automate the process of finding information. Let's start with a question. Is it possible to completely erase a piece of information that has been published online? To find an answer, we'll use a site called archive.org. There's a time machine called the Wayback Machine available on this site. Let's type in any address you're interested in. For example, Microsoft.com, and click on Take Me Back. After the search ends, you'll be able to view the archived versions of the page. Let's start with 1996. There are only a few copies of the page from that year. Let's see how the website looked on October 29, 1996. We have a chance to take a peek into the past and see how the page looked in 1996. All links on the page are related to one another and are still active. You can read press information about Microsoft from 1996. What's been put on the internet stays on the internet forever. Let's check now if a popular search engine like Google will enable us to find confidential information on the internet. I have a few predefined queries which you've already seen on a slide. We'll start with exploring whether there are any results for company XLS spreadsheets, in other words, Excel spreadsheets, that relate to user accounts. As it turns out, there are over 64,000 results for the search. It'd take a lot of time and persistence to browse through all of these spreadsheets. But I'll try to give you a more interesting example and show another type of search. This time we'll search for PDF files on military websites that contain the phrase "top secret." It doesn't seem likely that anyone would put these documents on the web, does it? But here you are. There are over 53,000 results. If this piques your interest and you're not planning on visiting any of the countries that put up these files, go ahead and click on the links to find out what types of classified information can easily be found on the web. The crawling methods I've shown you are manual. They can be automated though, for example by using a tool like Gulag Scanner. The application contains a simple set of Google queries that fall into several categories. There are, for example, video files containing juicy info like passwords, logins and the like, or software errors messages that display sensitive information on a system. Another category includes files containing usernames. Clicking on Open in the browser will cause a search engine with selected file types to be displayed. Instead of clicking on each file type, you can select the whole category. Type in a page name that interests you, for example, example.com, and click on Scan. Notice that you don't connect to the site directly. We don't search for information on the servers of a given company. The query is not only sent to the Google search engine. We're exploring what has already been indexed. We'll be able to send bulk queries until search engines like Google block them. As you can see in the slide, 15 results have been returned. All queries have been processed successfully, which means there are no files that contain usernames in the results. A small application called Foca is a rather curious example of a search engine that crawls the web for publicly available information. It enables users to not only analyze selected websites, but also the metadata that's saved in the website files. We'll create a project by entering a website name, for example, Microsoft.com. Using search engines like Google or Bing, we can try to extract information on the network infrastructure, the servers, versions, and so on. We can try to ascertain whether or not there are any vulnerabilities or susceptibilities to a given type of threat. We can also read the metadata, or the various documents. Opening the documents will extract information on their creators. To download an analyzed file, right-click on the document and select Download. Once you've downloaded the files, they can be analyzed. Click on Extract Metadata. We'll extract all the metadata available for the document. Files from both categories will be analyzed in sequence. We have records for 10 users. They're the creators of PDF documents or doc files. We can view the information on when and in how many documents they used OpenOffice and Microsoft Office, and also see the versions of the operating systems that were used to create the documents. All this metadata is contained in the files that we edit and save on a daily basis. When you publish your files on the internet, you have to realize that the metadata will also be published and be accessible. Metadata discloses not only the information on a configuration of the system, but also contains your personal information. FOCA is a great tool for extracting information of this type. Thus far, we've talked about data confidentiality. This is the most relevant aspect and the first thing that springs to mind when data protection is concerned. But this doesn't always have to be the case. Sometimes the integrity of data is equally important. Data integrity refers to a situation when a given message has not been modified by an unauthorized person. Data integrity can be maintained by adding specific checksums to the data. This method also helps protecting the integrity of operating system files. If a document you open has a different checksum than that of a document saved by a trusted user, this points to a data integrity corruption. Why is integrity so important? Let's use online orders as an example. If someone has spied that we've ordered 5 books, this usually doesn't bother us. But if that person modifies the order value from 5 to 500 books, we would be less than happy. Integrity is a vital feature of information. Data authenticity is another key aspect to data security. Authenticity is a bit broader in scope than integrity. Authenticity is a feature of information that ensures that the sender of the data stream is legitimate, and that the data has not been modified after it was sent by a trusted sender. This feature can be verified through the use of digital signatures. We'll cover this in coming modules. As we've stressed before, you should not put too much faith in technology. You can see an example of why limited trust is the best option. It's a certificate for signing crucial information contained in system files, or exe files. It was stolen and used to sign malicious software. Authenticity is verified through digital signatures on files that are usually generated from certificates. A certificate has an assigned level of trust a user can give. The last feature of information is its availability. Data availability is specified in an SLA, Service Level Agreement. IT departments and business customers are bound with the terms and conditions of an SLA. The specifications of this contract define the maximum tolerable lengths of service unavailability and determine the amounts of information that can be lost after a disaster. You can find lots of information on SLAs on the internet. The key elements of the agreement are Recovery Time Objective, RTO, which is the duration of time in which a service can be unavailable. Most often calculated in a percentage, the closer to 100%, the longer the information needs to be available. Recovery Point Objective, RPO, which is the amount of data that can be lost in the event of a failure. The recovery time objective forms the foundation of all SLAs. The measure is the non-negotiable duration of time within which information or services can be unavailable. It is usually expressed as a number of nines. If a given service is to be provided 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, this means that an RTO value that has 5 nines, 99.999%, can only be shut down for whatever reason, maintenance, attacks, threats, for 5 minutes in a year. Agreeing on a 5 nines RTO means that a given service or information has to be protected in a special way. It's impossible to provide an RTO this high if data is stored in one system only. Hosting companies usually agree to a 4-digit RTO. Under the same assumptions, 3 nines mean that a service can shut down for 8 hours per year maximum. You can't expect your only computer to be set up for the whole year without interruption. And 8 hours will probably be too little to successfully deal with an attack or to restore a system after a failure. Another part of an SLA which is defined in all contracts of this type is a recovery point objective, which is the measure that determines the amount of data that can be lost after an attack. It's easier to ensure a recovery point objective of 0%. It's a matter of replicating data and creating backups than to ensure an RTO equaling 99.999%. In the case of the RTO, high availability comes with the need for investing in expensive equipment. SLAs are becoming increasingly popular, and it's quite possible that you'll often be asked to sign an SLA that determines the RPO as a 0%. Businesses need the guarantee that whatever happens, no data will be lost from the system. We have few technologies that can ensure implementing good values of RTO and RPO. We'll mention them later on in the next modules of this course. High availability of services usually require the use of specialist technologies that will also be covered in the next part of this course. Thank you. I'd like to welcome you to the next installment of the Network Security Lecture Series. This lecture will be devoted to protocol and networking hardware. We will learn about the risks related to each of the OSI model layers. To fully appreciate these risks, we will now revise the design of the OSI model. More than 30 years ago, engineers who were creating protocols that are still in use today encountered a serious issue. They had to find a universal way of communication between any two hosts. These may be both modern supercomputers and modern mobile devices. There's a huge gap here when it comes to computational power. Also, the people who designed and created it never met. There have to be some general standards and principles. Successful communication between such devices poses a challenge. Engineers tackled the issue by dividing it into smaller problems. One big task, finding a universal way of communication between any two hosts in the internet, was split into some smaller tasks, 7 to be precise. Each of these tasks is fulfilled by a different layer of the OSI model. We have to know something more than only what's done in each of the layers. The model itself is slightly outdated. It's getting harder and harder to say precisely which function is located in which layer. Very often, the schematic representation of the model shows only 3 layers for simplicity. For us, it's most important to remember that higher layers are dependent upon lower layers. If there's a problem in the physical layer or in the data link layer, you won't find the solution in the presentational layer or the network layer. Individual layers are strongly interconnected. The second important point is that there is a mutual trust between individual layers of the OSI model. For example, protocols of the 4th layer don't check up on the data provided by the 3rd layer protocols. Protocols don't verify incoming data. The next piece of information worth remembering is that each layer communicates only with its immediate neighbors. That's all when it comes to the most important points of the OSI model architecture. Let's have a closer look at each layer. We'll start from the bottom. The physical layer sends a signal through a physical medium. It may be a copper or optical fiber cable or a radio wave. Next, there is a data link layer. It controls access to the medium. It has to take into account various features of the medium. For example, one copper cable cannot transmit two signals of the same frequency. Both of these layers lack any kind of security measures, even the simplest ones. Layer 3 is the network layer. It's responsible for the IP addressing and routing. This involves sending packets between networks and transferring them to the destination host. The transport layer is the fourth one. It's responsible for communication channels. Layer 4 allows you to establish a two-way connection. It also enables you to control the session. And contrary to layers 1 and 2, you can implement some security measures in layers 3 and 4. Internet protocols are used for that purpose. Then there is the session layer. This layer may compromise reliable protocols which are connected with managing a session. These are, however, usually implemented in lower layers. A closer look at this layer will show that it includes protocols such as NTLM or Kerberos, which will be discussed in another lecture. The sixth layer of the model is the presentation layer. One of its tasks is data encoding. It's responsible for the delivery and formatting of information to the communication protocols, so they're prepared to be sent. The application layer is the last layer of the model. In this module, we'll see why a successful attack on one of the layers can give the attacker control over the entire computer system. This is another reason for implementing layered security. We will also consider risks and threats connected with each individual OSI layer. We will also examine what kind of measures provide real protection against those threats, and in which circumstances such protection is only illusory. As a summary of all this information, we will try to answer the question: how can you effectively improve the security of your computer networks? Let's start Module 6. This lecture will be devoted to protocols and networking. We'll analyze the three lowest layers of the OSI model. We'll start with the physical layer. The security risk that the physical layer is most susceptible to comes from the denial of service attack. The result of this attack is that authorized users cannot use certain system services. As we know, the physical layer is the basis of all higher layers. It's easy to conduct a successful attack on the physical layer. Unfortunately, few technological solutions can prevent that. The piece of news that you see in the slide provides a good example. The story is about a 75-year-old Georgian woman who cut off most of Armenia from the internet. Scavenging for scrap metal, she found a transmission cable. She thought it was a copper cable, but it turned out to be a fiber optic cable. Obviously, she didn't manage to get even $25 for it. From our perspective, the most important bit of this story is that the woman managed to defeat the security measures of all the computers in Armenia with a shovel. DOS attacks are a serious vulnerability of the physical layer. Wireless networks are especially susceptible to this problem, but this will be the topic of another lecture. The second serious vulnerability of the physical layer comes from unauthorized access to the medium. The picture you see above shows that you shouldn't blindly follow stereotypes. One such stereotype states that fiber optic cable connection is always more secure than a copper cable connection. It's generally accepted that a copper cable signal is easy to intercept because the transmission emits an electromagnetic field. Moreover, many people think that a fiber optic cable transmits light waves which are immune to electromagnetic interference, and thus the signal cannot be intercepted without cutting across the cable. And this in turn can be easily detected. This is not entirely true. The device you see in the slide is widely available on the internet. It costs about $1,000. If you can access the fiber physically, you have to bend it in such a way that you see in the picture and attach it to the device. After that, the fiber emits wavelight outside. When the light gets reflected from the wall of the cable, the light loss is about 1%. A sensitive detector could intercept the signal escaping from the fiber. Then you just have to convert the signal back to the electric form and connect the device to the computer. That's how you get an optical fiber cable monitoring system. Of course, there are devices that can detect that the fiber is bent. If there's an automated attack, someone has probably already invested money to develop an automated defense against the attack. However, the devices for the signal interception monitoring cost much more than $1,000. If someone can get physical access to the medium through which the signal is sent, they can intercept all the data that passes through that medium. In many cases, they can also modify it in real time. For example, the moment it was sent, the data at the far end of the fiber is different from that which was sent. For example, the order subtotal might have changed, or a piece of hostile code was added to the binary file. You should trust the data source. However, after the data passed through a medium that was accessed by an unauthorized person, the end result may be different from the one expected. Such attacks represent a serious risk for modern computer systems. No medium ensures protection against data interception. The physical layer doesn't provide any technology that would allow data encryption. Nor does it include any solution that would enable the receiver to authenticate the sender of the data package. The two main threats the physical layer is susceptible to come from DOS attacks, which can be as simple as unplugging a network cable, and interception and modification of the data sent through the medium. Without the use of technology, you have to restrict access to the medium. To do so, companies employ security firms, install digital locks, etc. Monitoring the surroundings of the company's premises may also provide effective protection. Consequences of a malfunction can be limited by duplicating the most important connections. But these are the only three available methods of physical layer protection. Let's now consider the next layer. The data link layer is layer 2. This layer is susceptible to MAC spoofing. The second layer of the OSI model includes the Ethernet protocol. It's used in most local networks. No matter whether it's a wired or wireless network, the Ethernet protocol is widely employed. In Ethernet networks, the sender host's identity and the receiver host's identity is determined by the MAC address, often called the physical address. The manufacturer of a network interface, such as a network card, should give it a unique address. For many years now, however, it's been relatively easy to change the MAC address. You can do that thanks to the drivers that come with the device or using a program you download from the internet. No matter what environment the program is dedicated for, it will allow you to easily change the MAC address in real time. You can even have more than one such address at a time. To conclude, you send headers of higher layer packets and actual data in Ethernet protocol frames. Because we're at the lower layer, these can be control data only. The Ethernet frame header must contain MAC addresses of the sender and receiver of the packet. The rules that govern MAC address distribution are very simple. If both the sender and the receiver belong to the same local network, the sender sends the frame directly to the receiver. However, if that's not the case, the sender sends the packet to the router. In Windows operating systems, the router is called the default gateway. When the packet reaches the gateway, it's no longer the sender's concern. It's the gateway's task to deliver it to the receiver. The question remains, how does the sender, the host that initiates the connection, know the MAC address of the receiver? In accordance with RFC standards, a local network host that doesn't know the MAC address of the receiver sends the so-called broadcast to all other hosts in the network. The broadcast is a request for a specific MAC address. You can see a sample request in the picture below. It contains all requests for MAC addresses of the neighboring machines. One of them should respond to the request. When a remote host does respond, the response is in no way verified by the sender. The sender trusts that the response came from the host identified by the requested MAC address. The ARP protocol, as with all other lower layer protocols of the OSI model, is stateless. There's no way to make sure that the response corresponds to the request. The request was sent to all machines and the response is not verified. What makes the attack even easier is that the ARP protocol can announce its MAC address to neighboring machines without being asked to. No one and nothing verifies whether such information is true. Please also remember that, as we mentioned before, a network interface MAC address can be changed at any time. Nowadays, virtually any network card can be put in promiscuous mode. The network card is a device whose task is to receive and send packets and also filter out packets that are addressed to a given machine. A properly working network card rejects packets addressed to someone else. Those that had the wrong MAC address in the Ethernet protocol header. In the promiscuous mode, the card accepts all packets passing through the medium that it's connected to. These include packets addressed to another machine. All of the above, the promiscuous mode, the possibility to change the MAC address, and gratuitous ARP messages can be exploited in an attack called MAC spoofing. Before we move on to analyze attacks on the second OSI layer, we have to explain one more thing. There are two kinds of devices operating in the link layer. These are hubs and switches. Hubs are still in use, though they're getting less and less popular. They differ in that they pass on the frames that they receive. When a hub receives a frame, it will get forwarded through all ports. This is called broadcast. In this case, everyone can receive the frame. But obviously, the only receiver should be the network card that the frame was addressed to. On the other hand, a switch would forward the frame through a port connected to the host identified by the MAC address appearing in the frame. Someone may ask, how does a switch know which port a given host is connected to? This is not part of a switch initial configuration. A switch learns which hosts are connected to which ports. If it doesn't have that information, it forwards incoming packets to all hosts that are connected to it. Only one of them should give a response message. Only one port should actually receive the packet. This is how the switch learns that a computer identified by the MAC address ending in 09 is connected to the port number 12. This information is then stored in the CAM memory. It's an associative memory. In contrary to address-based memories such as RAM, CAM is a content-based memory. As a consequence, a switch can work like a hub. This is how it works right after the first startup. It can also be changed to the hub mode by an attacker. Almost every network is based on switches. You won't be able to intercept data sent between hosts just by connecting to the medium. Because of the mechanism we've just described, you won't get data that's not addressed specifically to your machine. The port your computer uses won't get any needless signals. This problem is typical of wired networks. It's not present in wireless networks. In wireless networking, all users share the same medium. Therefore, attacks on wireless networks don't require the attacker to perform all the operations we're about to discuss. such as poisoning a victim's ARP cache. The first way to intercept traffic in a wired network is to change the switch configuration. It must be forced into hub mode. One way to implement this kind of attack is by using a program called makeoff. The program floods switches with random IP addresses with attached MAC addresses. The switch must remember all of them. Usually, users buy cheap switches, so it may be expected that the device's CAN memory will shortly be full. Then it will no longer be able to remember which host connected to which port. How the switch will react depends on a specific model. Some models go into the hub mode. They broadcast the packets, which ensures that the network won't go down. Newer models usually block the port that receives the flood of random IP and MAC addresses. Still, others just crash. Switch manufacturers reacted to the threat coming from the makeoff program. Therefore, a new version of the program was created. This time it uses only IP addresses from the local network. Switch flooding is, however, not very effective. It depends on something that the attacker doesn't control: the switch reaction. It's also a very noisy method. It may end up as a DOS attack affecting the whole company. A typical company network has a hierarchical structure. The first flooded switch starts broadcasting packets everywhere, even through the uplink port, which sends them upward in the hierarchy. This may lead to the flooding of the whole network, which would obviously prevent you from intercepting any meaningful network traffic. Therefore, another frequent attack consists of ARP cache poisoning. The ARP, or Address Resolution Protocol, is responsible for IP and MAC address mapping. When you want to connect to a host, you don't use its MAC address, but either its IP or its name. A mechanism must exist that would change the IP you type to the MAC address, and it's done through broadcasting. If a computer learns that a MAC address ending in 09 corresponds to a machine identified with an IP address ending in 12, it will save this information. The information will be saved in the ARP cache buffer. After that, whenever your computer will try to establish a connection with the machine of a given IP, it will send packets to the MAC address saved in the buffer. To perform ARP poisoning, the attacker must change certain entries in the ARP cache. Speaking more precisely, he will replace the IP, the default gateway, the DNS server, or the database server of your computer with the ones of his own machine. Thus, bypassing the higher layer protocols, your computer will be sending data not to the router or database server, but to the attacker's computer. Only the attacker knows what he's going to do with the data then. He can send it to its original destination so that the victim won't notice the attack. This technique is called the man-in-the-middle attack. It's the first threat we'll demonstrate in a moment. Before we do that, however, it's advisable that we briefly discuss how the 802.1x standard helps secure the link layer. The standard defines methods of medium access control. Usually, it's associated with wireless networks, but it does apply to wired networks as well. In both cases, its aim is to block access to the medium. For example, a port with a switch will remain closed. The red light above the switch will glow until the host's computer identity is verified. This standard is implemented through Radius Server. The server verifies the identity of the device, for example, a computer, rather than the identity of the user. When the verification is over, the green light above the port will go on. Your computer is called the supplicant. It will try to connect to the authenticator, in this case, to a managed switch. Before the green light lights up, the authenticator will ask you to send some certificates. More specifically, the EAP protocol, which we'll discuss later on. Next, the authenticator will forward these certificates to the Radius server. The server will verify whether the computer sent the required certificate, and if so, it will unblock the switch port. Only then the computer will get access to the network. It seems to be a very secure method, especially if you use certificates to verify the identity of the computer. Certificates are difficult to fake. It's not even done because it's simply ineffective. There is, however, another serious problem. Many companies invested huge amounts of money on implementing the Radius server and the 802.1x standard in their local wired networks. The standard is also very effective in wireless networks. The problem is that in the data link layer of the OSI model, a host is identified by its MAC address. And we already know that the MAC address can easily be changed. To connect to a company network secured in the way we've just described, the attacker must first wait for one of the computers to authenticate, which will be signaled by a green light above the port that's just open. Then the attacker must disconnect the user from the port and connect his own hub instead. The hub will broadcast all packets passing through it to all switch ports. It thus becomes a kind of signal multiplexer. Next, the attacker must connect the user's computer to the hub so it will still be part of the network. The user, unaware of all of this, is able to use the network normally. If the attacker connects his computer to the hub, he'll be able to intercept the client's communication with the whole network. The attacker can do much more than simply intercept network traffic. He can also obtain the client's computer MAC address. In the second layer of the OSI model, MAC addresses are not encrypted. Now, the attacker can change his computer's MAC address to the one he obtained. If the attacker's computer MAC address is the same as the victim's but the machines have different IP addresses, the attacker will gain access to the UDP protocol and the TCP protocol as well. The victim's firewall is almost always active. Without elaborating on a subject that's yet to be introduced, let's just mention that the TCP protocol is a delivery protocol. This means it allows for a bidirectional connection. If the attacker and the victim are identified by the same MAC address, the packets sent by, for instance, a database server, will be delivered to both machines. The attacker will try to connect to the server sending a SYN packet. The server will respond by sending the SYNAC packet to both computers. The victim didn't expect to receive the packet, so in accordance with RFC standard, it will send back a reset packet and close the current session. However, this scenario won't happen because the SYNAC packet will be blocked by the firewall. The firewall will reject the packet and no reset packet will be sent back. Now the attacker is connected to the open port after the port-based user authentication took place. This allows him to intercept all traffic directed to the client and connect to the servers behind the switch. The attacker achieved that by spoofing the victim's MAC address. This in turn means that it only takes a hub worth about $15 to defeat a complex security infrastructure of the Radius server, certification server, and such. As we know from one of the previous lectures, it's a perfect example of an ineffective security policy. Now we'll demonstrate an ARP cache poisoning attack. We'll use a widely available program called Kane-Enable, which has many additional functions, but can be used for ARP poisoning. Before we start using the program, let's examine the victim's ARP cache. In order to see the contents of the ARP cache, you just have to type in ARP with the parameter A into the command line. As you can see, the cache now stores only one IP and one MAC. We would like the victim to notice us so that you can see how such an attack unfolds. Under the Sniffer tab, you can see the information about who's currently connected to the network. A couple of computers were found. We can see their names. We can learn that the victim's computer runs on Windows XP and that the IP ends in 115. Let's check again the contents of the ARP cache of the victim. Besides the address ending in 1, which is probably the default gateway, we see another IP ending in 125 and a MAC address ending in 42. It all pertains to the computer we will use to conduct the attack. For now, this is all we should remember. Back in the Cain Enable program, we choose the ARP tab and we add the computer whose ARP cache we want to poison. We'd like to do it in such a way that enables us to intercept packets sent to the default gateway, which we will then forward to the router. And vice versa. If the router tries to communicate with the victim's computer, it'll send the packets to us and we'll forward them. We'll be the man in the middle. We start the program and return to the victim. Let's read the ARP cache once more to see what happened. The MAC ending in 42 is now associated with both IP addresses. The victim's computer treats the attacker's computer as the default gateway. It will send all the data to it. Let's try to send some data. We'll connect to a certain server. We're required to type in a username and password. We'll use test as the username and pass as the password. This data is incorrect, so we didn't manage to establish a connection. We can try connecting to a local network host and to open a website. Everything works just fine. We browse the internet. We could probably connect with a favorite bank's login page. When we try to connect to a website through the secure HTTPS protocol, it turns out that the site certificate created some problems. Likely, the certificate was issued by a company you have not chosen to trust. After closer examination, the certificate seems valid. It cannot be, however, verified. We had a chance to see that things look normal from the perspective of the target computer. It can still establish connections with web pages, with the FTP server, and with the network share items. Let's see how things look from the attacker's perspective. As we can see, some packets were indeed routed. We also intercepted a lot of data. Cain Enable has an additional function. You can export the data directly to the Passwords tab. We'll find there passwords grouped into categories. Above, you can see the NTLM passwords, which we'll talk about later. By right-clicking on the password, you can choose the option to send to Cracker. Having the LM passwords, we can find a Windows local network user's password in just a few minutes. This password would allow us to connect to the file server. The FTP server passwords are stored in plain text. If the HTTP passwords are sent as plain text, they'll be stored in that form as well. Let's stop the victim's ARP cache poisoning. We have to do that to prevent the victim's computer from discovering our real MAC address. The information we discussed before and the demonstration you've just watched should help you conduct your own ARP cache poisoning attack using the Cain Enable program, which I strongly encourage you to do. You can try to use a newer web browser, for example the new Internet Explorer, to connect to an HTTPS secure website. It can be a bank's website or an email web page. The web browser here doesn't really matter, because the attack is conducted on a very low layer of the OSI model, and the web browser trusts data sent from the lower layers. Whatever browser you use, you should get an untrusted certificate error message. In reality, we don't connect directly to the website, but rather to the man-in-the-middle computer. We connect to the attacker's computer who sends the data forward. The certificate is issued for a specific computer and won't be compatible with the man-in-the-middle computer. Doing the exercise, you should ignore the untrusted certificate error message. It'll allow you to connect to a website. In the HTTPS secure form, you can type a login and password. They will later be visible in the CAN-enable program. There will be no need to decrypt them, and it's not an encryption issue. The password will be visible because the victim has sent it to the attacker voluntarily. The untrusted certificate error message was triggered by the certificate issued by the CAN-enable program for this particular session. In this way, the program enables you to connect to the HTTPS secure website. It turns out that the victim encrypts the data with the attacker's encryption key. The attacker decrypted them easily. Next, the attacker encrypted them again with the website's encryption key and sent them forward. The next layer is called the network layer. Discussing the network layer, we will analyze details of the IP version 4 protocol, and we will say a few words about the IP version 6 too. Both versions of the protocol are responsible for delivering the protocol to the given address. Another protocol operating in the network layer is ICMP, and it is used for diagnostic purposes. Executing a ping command usually results in sending echo packets of the ICMP protocol. Previously, we discussed Ethernet addressing and MAC addressing. IP numbers are called logical addresses due to the fact that they're allocated by administrators or users. The network layer includes routing. Therefore, IP numbers must be allocated in such a way that data will be delivered to both correct hosts and correct networks. An IP number must contain information about the network address and recipient host address. IP version 4 consists of a 32-bit number divided into 4 octets. Octets are separated by dots. This is for users' convenience. Computers treat it as a uniform byte stream. You may ask, which part of the IP is the network address and which is the host address? We'll discuss addressing in greater detail while analyzing the subject of subnetting. For now, you should only remember that each IP address should be associated with a subnet mask. The subnet mask specifies which part of the IP is the host address and which is the network address. The mask is usually given in bits. Usually the bits for the network address are all set to 1. The last principle of the IP version 4 addressing is the network address must precede the host address. In the mask, all number ones must come before the first 0. In the third layer, IP packets are called datagrams. IP spoofing is as easy as MAC spoofing. There also exists a possibility of a routing table modification attack, to which IP version 6 is especially vulnerable. In the network layer, just as in the second layer, frame headers are not encrypted. IP addresses of both the sender and receiver are sent as plain text. Everyone can read them and even modify them in real time. The biggest vulnerability of the network layer is IP spoofing, that is, impersonating other IP addresses. Attackers use this method to hide their hosts. If the administrator notices in the event logs that someone has scanned his or her system, the IP address of the sender of scanning packets will not always be the one of the attacker. It may be a random address or the address of a computer the attacker previously found in the network. IP is a routable protocol. And the fact that IP datagrams are so easily routable is the reason why protocols become so successful. The IP version 4 protocol has become very popular within just a couple of years, and has completely replaced competing protocols IPX and SPX, which are now totally forgotten. When it comes to routing options, there's been a great deal of change between the 4th and the 6th version of IP protocol. The IP version 6 protocol configuration is by and large automatic. This means, for instance, that if a network doesn't include the DHCP server, you still don't have to configure the IP version 6 protocol manually. A local address will be provided automatically. And if your router supports IP version 6, global broadcast addresses will also be provided. This means that the computer reacts in real time to the router advertisement. Routers advertise some packets and the system configuration is adjusted accordingly. This mechanism gives rise to two risks. First, it allows attackers to spoof broadcast packets. The attacker can configure IP version 6 addresses in such a way that your computer will treat every other machine as a member of the local network. Usually, the network firewall settings are different for local networks and external networks. And that's how the attacker can very easily change the configuration of a host network firewall. The second risk can now be mitigated thanks to network hardware improvements. But in fact, the vulnerability was a consequence of following the RFC standards. IP version 6 hosts listen and react to packets broadcast by IP version 6 routers. As stated in the RFC, injecting false routes into the network will block hosts. If you resend a spoofed broadcast packet with a false routing path a couple of times, it'll prevent the target computer from communicating with the network. Usually it takes 200 to 500 such packets to completely disable the computer. It'll consume 100% of the processor usage. This means that every computer that supports IP version 6 and all modern operating systems that do that by default can be remotely disabled. Through such an attack, you can disable web servers and servers for cloud services. In a while, we'll show just how easy it is to do that. But first, we'll discuss the second protocol of the network layer. That's ICMP. The ICMP is used for diagnostic purposes, and it's widely available. Virtually every local network uses the protocol, and few people block its packets. Even administrators rarely analyze these packets. Network intrusion detection systems discern the ICMP packets but don't analyze their contents. As you can see in the picture above, you can send data in ICMP packets. If you were connected to the network and wanted to send something so that the administrator wouldn't notice, you could use the ICMP packets for that. No one and nothing would block this data or analyze the contents of the packets you sent. This is because nobody expects any data in these packets. Usually there is none. On the web, you can find about a dozen programs that allow you to send text or binary codes using ICMP. How then can you secure yourself against vulnerabilities in the third layer of the OSI model? One of the solutions consists of dividing the network into smaller segments called subnets. We'll elaborate on that later on. Another is monitoring all packets passing through the layer. To ensure that no packets are sent or received without your control, you have to monitor IP and ICMP packets. The third method of protection involves taking into account that IP version 6 is a dynamic protocol. If you don't need automatic routing configuration, for example, you don't switch servers between networks, you should either disable it or limit it. You should also limit the list of IP addresses of routers you'll accept advertisements from. The network layer is the first layer of the OSI model that can be secured using protocols. In this layer, you can see the IPsec protocol. Because it works in the third layer, it's less visible for applications working in the seventh layer. We'll discuss the IPsec rules during one of the next lectures. Now we'll demonstrate how to impersonate somebody by changing your IP address and how easy it is to disable a computer by advertising false IP version 6 routes. We'll also learn how easy it is to perform IP spoofing in order to hide the IP of the computer used for remote scanning. We'll use the Nmap program. This is a tool that allows you to perform various types of scanning, such as TCP scanning and IP protocol scanning, which will be discussed later. It can also be used for IP and MAC spoofing. IP version 6 scanning can also be performed. First, we'll hide the real MAC address. We'll change it to a random address chosen from, for example, the pool of addresses of Apple network cards. Then we'll hide the real IP address. We'll use IP addresses which will be interpreted by the victim as computers that try to establish connections with it. To make it convincing, we must use only the addresses of computers currently online. At the moment, we're sure that the computer identified by IP number 192.168.0.115 is online. We can also use Nmap to generate a number of random addresses to use. We have to type the real address in as well. If all packets had false addresses in the sender IP address field, we wouldn't get a response from the victim's computer we are trying to perform the scan on. As a result, we would learn nothing about it. If the real address comes 6th or 7th, most network intrusion detection systems won't save it. For efficiency reasons, these systems usually only save the first 5 addresses. We choose the scan type, for example TCP stealth scan. Also, we have to select the port we would like to scan. We choose standard TCP ports ranging from 1 to 1024. The last thing we have to do is determine the scan target. In a later part of the seminar, we'll learn how to monitor data passing through the network using Wireshark Network Analyzer. I highly recommend you return to this exercise once you get to know the program. With Wireshark enabled on the server you perform the scan on, you'll be able to see which sender IPs show up on the computer being scanned. It'll turn out that there's more than one, 6 for example. Only the 6th IP will identify the computer that actually performed the scan. Because only a 6th of the packets sent returned to us, the scan will take longer. When it's finished, we should be able to observe TCP ports on the target host ranging from 1 to 1024 are open. Let's have a closer look at one of the tools that are included in Backtrack. We can see here a couple of tools that send IP version 6 router advertisements. One of these tools is called Floyd Router 6. The only thing we have to provide in the program is the interface through which the advertisements need to be sent. Before you execute the command you see in the picture, it's advisable that you save all the documents you're working on, because it will crash all the local network hosts that support IP version 6 protocol. All of the computers that will be affected are running under Vista and Windows 7. We analyzed the first 3 layers of the OSI model: the physical layer, the data link layer, and the network layer. We also learned about the vulnerabilities characteristic of each layer and the ways to mitigate those vulnerabilities, which is the topic we will also elaborate on during the next modules. Thank you for your attention. Welcome to the lecture devoted to transport protocols. These are protocols operating in the 4th and the 5th layers of the OSI model. This module will be devoted to the risks connected to these protocols and the ways of mitigating them. The 4th layer, or transport layer, consists of 2 protocols widely used in computer protocol networks. These are the TCP and UDP protocols. Both are responsible for bidirectional communication. However, they differ in how they work and in the functions that they perform. Why do we need the transport layer above the network layer? One host can run more than one program on one network service. This is usually so. Frequently, you use an email client Internet Messenger, etc. simultaneously. All of them work on the same host. All of them will be identified by the same sender IP. There must be a way then to differentiate the packets. There must be a way to direct responses to corresponding programs. Your emails shouldn't be received by the web browser and websites by the messenger. This is where the transport layer and the TCP and UDP protocols come into play. These protocols allow us to unambiguously identify communication endpoints, or sockets. Individual sockets consist of an IP address, a name of a transfer layer protocol, such as TCP or UDP, and a port number. One port can only be used by one program at a time. It's more convenient when a given service is permanently assigned to a given port. Therefore, it's customary that low port numbers, lower than 1024, are assigned to specific services. For example, an HTTP server listens on port 80 for TCP client requests, and port 443 is used by HTTPS protocol. This is only a convention. Nothing obliges the packet sender or receiver to use specific ports. And that's why network firewalls that filter traffic on the basis of port number are easy to get through. This is also the reason why many network traffic monitoring tools can be deceived. If port 80 is used for communications with the use of a protocol other than HTTP, monitoring systems may not analyze the data sent over it. Such data is either completely ignored or just a couple of the first characters from the data section get analyzed. That's why a program called Gnutella, which used to be used in peer-to-peer networks, added GET to the beginning of each data packet. The program, just as with many others, runs on port 80. Having come across such a piece of data, many network intrusion detection systems and firewalls didn't analyze the packets further. Thus, we know already what sockets are. Let's get back to the TCP. This stands for Transmission Control Protocol. The name means that the task of the protocol is to guarantee data delivery. If you transfer some data through TCP, even if you use an unreliable link and unreliable lower layer protocols, the client will get the data nevertheless. In order to achieve that, the TCP uses sessions to transfer data. Therefore, you have to establish a session first. This involves sequence number synchronization. Thanks to that, the receiver will be able to detect that some packets were lost. In such a case, the receiver may request data retransmission. Because TCP uses sessions for data transfer, it can guarantee successful delivery. Moreover, the protocol guarantees that the data is received in the same sequence it's sent. This is achieved thanks to the sliding window mechanism. The mechanism involves data buffer, and each packet contains the information about the offset and data flow that must be accounted for in the buffer. There are two terms connected with TCP. The most important is establishing or initiating a session. It's called handshaking. Usually it's implemented as a three-way handshaking. The next is transmission of packets through sliding window flow control. The second protocol used in the transport layer is called UDP, or User Datagram Protocol. This is a stateless, connectionless protocol, which means it does not guarantee successful data delivery. That's why UDP is used much less frequently than TCP. UDP is mostly used in local networks to transfer small amounts of data, which can fit easily into the Ethernet frame. This can include DNS server queries. The response is also so concise that it can be contained in one packet. How can TCP and UDP protocols be used in an attack targeting remote computer systems? In one of the previous modules, we discussed an attack method called the idle scan. Idle scan uses zombie machines which provide the attacker with IP address sequences. This is one of the vulnerabilities of the fourth layer. If the sequence is predictable, in many computer systems the numbers grow incrementally. You can first send the packet to the zombie, and then you can send the packets to the computer you want to scan using IP addresses of the zombie. The victim of this scanning exchanges communications only with the zombie. Whether or not the packet was sent can be deduced from the successive sequential numbers of the IP protocol. If the number is higher, it means the packet was received and the reset response was sent. The RFC documents do not specify the details of the mechanism that generates the sequential numbers. It concerns not only IP numbers, but also TCP numbers. Some years ago, a very popular type of attack consisted of terminating a TCP session. There were many programs that allowed the attacker to hijack a TCP session in order to, for example, throw someone out of a chat. If the attacker had access to the medium and was able to notice that two machines exchanged data in the TCP session, the attacker could get the sequential numbers of the packets. As we already mentioned, these numbers are sent to ensure that the delivery is complete. If the numbers were sequential, the attacker could send packets to the target host impersonating the host that initiated the session. The attacker could send, for example, the reset packet. The result was that the remote computer logged a given user off of a chat session or some other device. This problem was solved a long time ago. None of the modern operating systems use easily predictable sequential numbers. There are still many mechanisms used to generate those numbers. Some are better, some are worse. The main threat connected with the fourth layer of the OSI model comes from the possibility to collect information about the configuration of the remote hosts and services running on them. This is due to the fact that, conventionally, certain services always listen on the same ports. By learning which ports are open, you get to know which services are running on a remote host. In a minute, you'll see a demonstration on how you can use this information. What can you do to get protected against threats connected with protocols of the third layer of the OSI model? You can employ two elements of a general computer system security strategy. Limit the risk-affected area. The first way to do so is by blocking ports you don't use. The second, monitor your network for port scan attacks. Now we'll see how easy it is to take over a remote computer. We're in the same local network as the victim. That's why we've managed to bypass the demilitarized zone firewalls of the network that normally block ports. The majority of attacks are local attacks. The attack unfolds as follows. We have a computer that will be the victim. On the attacker's computer, we'll start up the Metasploit environment. This framework is automatically installed in the Backtrack 5 Linux. The Metasploit framework includes tools for scanning remote computers. The results of the scan will automatically be saved in the database. The specific tool we'll use is Nmap, which we already know. We'll use the information stored in the database to conduct the attack that will exploit vulnerabilities found in other computers that have already been scanned. Let's check to see if we're connected to the database. Right now we're using PostgreSQL. However, other databases, such as MySQL, can be used too. We would like to save the results from the scan in the database. We invoke the db-nmap command. From now on, the basic nmap syntax will be supported. Now we'll examine routes to the computers we're trying to infiltrate. This will help us discover which machines are in the same network as ours and which are 2 or 3 routers away. Because we're discussing the fourth layer of the OSI model, we'll now take some time to discuss the TCP and UDP scanning mechanisms. As the attacker, we would not like to be discovered. Until now, we've avoided this by hiding our IP address among many others. We can also try packet fragmentation. This means to use one packet to send so much data that it can't fit in a frame of a lower layer protocol. A part of this data will be sent in one IP packet and the rest in the next one. This won't affect the delivery because the receiver will assemble the fragments back together into one packet. However, if someone tries to intercept the packets being sent, they may not be able to assemble them. They will not manage to reproduce the whole session. We'll send a 9-byte packet and use the parameter F option to force the packet fragmentation into 8-byte parts. We'll also detect the operating system and perform a stealth scan. Finally, we must type the IP addresses or names of the computers we're going to scan. To make the attack less noticeable, we'll scan the computers one at a time, starting from the first one. We'll use random IP change. This is to deceive intrusion detection systems looking for certain patterns. The information we will scan is identified by IP 192.168.0.115, and the second by IP 192.168.0.125. Below, you can see the complete command executing all of the above operations. We're scanning local network computers, so it shouldn't take much time. Let's look at the result. One host is online. TCP ports 135 and 445 are open. We can see that port 139 is open as well. This information tells us that there's a Windows 2000 or XP operating system running on the computer, because these systems have the above-mentioned ports open by default. Nmap managed to precisely determine the operating system, including the service pack version installed. The computer is only one hop away, which means it belongs to the same local network. Now let's check the data stored in the database. It contains the records about 2 computers. The first one is the result of the scan we've just performed. We can also learn that services are running on these computers. We could list out potential vulnerabilities of these services. Instead of that, let's try to exploit them to conduct an automated attack. The information you can gather from the 4th layer of the OSI model is enough to take control over a remote computer with security issues. Now we'll get acquainted with the former Metasploit module that is not included in Backtrack and must be installed manually. dbautopun was included only in the 3rd version of Metasploit. Now it's an independent module. It is, in fact, a Perl script. Such a script can easily be adjusted to the newest Metasploit version and quickly implemented. Let's see what options it gives. Metasploit is a framework often used for security testing. It includes a database of known software vulnerabilities, which is updated on a regular basis. The p-parameter option, which the script offers, allows you to select well-known exploits stored in the database. The selection is based on the information about the victim's computer we've managed to collect. Metasploit will try to execute those exploits on the designated remote host. The r-parameter option will additionally force the remote host to make a callback connection if the whole operation is successful. This will establish a connection session. The e-parameter option initiates the scanning of all hosts saved on the database. Below you can see what the full command should look like. Having executed this command, you can watch individual exploits being sent to open ports of the target computer with the IP number ending in 115. Scanning the victim's computer, we've learned which ports are open and what services are listening on them. If the services are not updated, which in turn make it vulnerable to any of the 108 exploits sent, the remote host will make a callback connection. This will give us full control over it. Now we're waiting for all the exploits that were sent to have been executed. The following piece of information is particularly important. The remote computer has made a callback connection. This means it was vulnerable to at least one of the 8 security loopholes. The situation exemplifies a principle we mentioned in previous modules. It's much easier to attack a computer system than to defend it. The attacker wins if she finds only one weak point in the system. The defender must make sure that his system is protected against all kinds of attacks. In our demonstration, one vulnerability has been detected. After the last exploit is executed, we'll get through the Metasploit and be able to list all active sessions. The list will include the session with the loophole we mentioned. We'll be able to switch to that session and execute a program on the victim's computer. We'll also be able to find out what privileges the program has access to. If the program is running with administrator or system privileges, it will give the attack full control over the remote system. The complete attack procedure consisted of only typing 3 instructions, provided that Metasploit has been configured to use the database. We have already learned that a session is established. Therefore, we will terminate the last module of the procedure and check active sessions. We see that a session with the remote computer is established. Later on, we will have the opportunity to break into remote computers and harvest information from them. Now we will connect to the active session. Next, we will try to connect to the remote system. As you can see, it's Windows XP. We've recognized the system. Now let's try to run something on it. After connecting with the system, we're able to see the processes running on the victim's computer. One of the names signifies the calculator application which we've remotely started. Please note that it's running with system privileges. This means we have full control over the remote host. There's nothing that we could not do. Regardless of the user logged in at the moment of attack, we've acquired maximum privileges. We've seen that from the transport layer, it's very easy to gather information about computer configuration and running services, even system services. Generally speaking, data transfer is done also through the protocols of the session layer. Here, however, various functions are not so clearly distributed among different protocols, as was the case in the lower layers. It's generally accepted that all user authentication protocols operate in the session layer. We will talk about that later. Either way, this fact concerns both operating systems and individual apps. The typical attack of a session layer consists of taking the identity of an already authenticated user. In the picture above, you can see a Firefox add-on called Firesheep. Some time ago, it was a real hit. After downloading and starting it, you were able to see pictures and personal information of people who were connected to the same Wi-Fi network as you and happened to be using social networking sites. To transfer data, all network services use the HTTP protocol, which is stateless. This means that a server does not know whether an incoming request was sent by the same user as the one before. To enable users to browse a website, the server must emulate a stateful protocol. It does so by attaching a session identifier to each sent packet. Usually this is a short text file called a cookie. If the cookie is sent back, an already authenticated user will be identified. The user will then be able to switch through subpages within one session. If someone managed to intercept the cookie and send it back to the server, he'd be able to impersonate the user perfectly. The attacker wouldn't even have to know login and password. That's how Firesheep works. The main threats connected to the session layer are identity and credential spoofing. The latter may include Kerberos tickets, NTML passwords, or web cookies. Administrators and other people responsible for security can do little to counter these threats. This is the job of the people that create applications that employ these mechanisms. Applications should offer secure ways of user authentication, or at least, use secure authentication protocols. Let's get back to the picture in the Firesheep add-on. If the communication took place through the HTTPS protocol, it wasn't so easy to use the cookie anymore because it was encrypted with a session key. During this lecture, we have learned about the threats and vulnerabilities of transport and session layers of the OSI model. In the transport layer, protocols TCP and UDP provide a lot of information that can be used to take control over a weakly protected operating system. It's more difficult to enlist protocols that are specifically connected with the session layer. Generally, this layer is responsible for authentication. The main threat connected with this layer consists of stealing the identity of web users. Thank you for your attention. Welcome to a lecture dedicated to application protocols. In this session, we'll examine the protocols of the two highest layers of the OSI model. Let's start with the presentation layer. Presentation layer protocols are responsible for encoding, decoding, and displaying in applications the data sent by the lower layer protocols. This is kind of a standard interface between, for example, an application written in PHP, a website written in ASP.NET, and data transport protocols. The implementation of presentation layer protocols is crucial for the safety of the entire network application. Let's discuss a few examples. The first one concerns the IIS server. This is a Microsoft web server. One of the earlier versions of the server allowed anonymous access to the hard drive of the computer the IIS was installed and run on. The attackers only had to properly encode the request for access to a selected file in a hexadecimal format. The IIS server rejected the HTTP GET requests for files to which a website user should not have had access. However, if a hexadecimal number which encoded the file's directory was given as the GET request attribute, the IIS server fulfilled the request. One should not be able to browse a web server folder structure. To prevent this, the IIS server checked if anyone used a combination of characters $:/. If someone tried to use this combination, the request was blocked. However, the same request encoded as %C0%AF was fulfilled. The problem was that the same thing could be encoded in many ways. If you try to secure an application with the mechanism checking if an action is hostile, with the default assumption that it's not, you'll fight a lost battle. When you create a line of defense, you always have to show ingenuity. You have to imagine how else the request can be encoded. So in the example mentioned, all possible ways of encoding the request should be blocked. But such an approach is simply impractical. A typical problem of presentation layer protocols is the null byte injection. Many network applications are created in high-level programming languages: PHP, Java, Perl, ASP.NET. These languages use environments, or frameworks, written in another language, usually C or C++. In these languages, end of string is marked in a special way. In C or C++, the string doesn't have a specified length. The string ends with null characters, or zeros. This means that everything that comes after is ignored. Let's look at a few examples. Suppose that you write a script in PHP allowing someone to download files with the DAT extension. We could do it as it's shown. This is a simple function allowing us to download a DAT file with the name specified by the user. The function will work properly if the user executes it in the following way: http://www.server.com user php file myprofile.dat. But what happens if the function is executed in the following way? http www.server.com user php file equals dot forward slash double dot forward slash double dot forward slash etc forward slash password null. At the end of this command, we see a null character, indicating the end of the string. In this case, the extension dat will not automatically be added. The problem with translating expressions between different platforms and different ways of encoding means that a function can be executed differently than its creator had intended. This is a simple and universal example. It doesn't apply to PHP only. We see a similar function written in Java. It will be used for reading files, this time with the extension db. This time too, the correct request, namely server.com/mypage.jsp?fn equals report.db, can be replaced by the following: server.com/mypage.jsp?fn equals serverlogs.null.db. Again, the attacker uses the function in a way the creator hasn't thought of. The problem is that the issue doesn't concern only the specific web application of Company X. This is the issue of the environment or the language in which these applications are created. This is a very common problem. That's why many applications are susceptible to null byte injection attacks. It doesn't mean that the applications are poorly written. It just means that they're written in a specific environment. Some environments can be exploited, which means that they allow for certain requests to be encoded in another way than expected. The last layer of the OSI model we should examine is the application layer. There are a lot of application protocols. As for now, we will only be interested in the protocols associated with the network infrastructure services. The first of those is DNS. This is a protocol which serves as the Internet's telephone directory. In order for you to connect to a remote computer using its qualified name, your host must know its IP address. There must exist a database which will translate the name you know into the IP address. This is performed by the DNS servers and the protocols created to enable them to communicate. There are quite a lot of computers on the Internet. If there was only one DNS server, then it would have to store a lot of information and would be permanently blocked due to the number of requests to handle. To counter this problem, the DNS database has a hierarchical structure. At the top, there are the root servers, the root zone. These are the servers responsible for the root domain. Domains such as com, org, gov, etc. are its subdomains. Each DNS server can be responsible for one or more domains. The client side of the DNS is called a DNS resolver. If a client wants to connect to the computer www.microsoft.com, www is the name of the computer, Microsoft is the name of the subdomain, and com is the domain name. It connects to its local DNS server first. This is very important. Later we will find out that controlling the DNS server allows you to control the data transmitted. The host connects to the local DNS server and requests for the IP address of www.microsoft.com computer. The local DNS server probably will not keep the IP address. As we said, each server is responsible for its own subdomain. Your local DNS server will surely know the address of one of the root zone servers, so it will request one of those servers for the host address of www.microsoft.com. Unfortunately, the root server won't be able to answer this request either. It will respond, however, with the address of the DNS server, lower in the hierarchy, which is responsible for the domain com. At this point, your local DNS will connect to this server and will request the address www.microsoft.com computer. Your request will probably be forwarded to an authoritative server responsible for the Microsoft.com zone. At this point, the only two responses possible are either the computer's IP address or that such as the computer doesn't exist. DNS servers store in their databases information not only about the hosts, a type of records, but also about record types as well. Two types will be especially interesting for us. These are the NS records, indicating other DNS servers, and the MX records, indicating mail servers. Let's see what information you can extract from DNS servers. It will be widely available information. If someone fails to secure the information they upload to the DNS server, it will be easy to get this information. We start with a web knowledge base, Whois. Most of the Linux distributions have this tool pre-installed. There's also many graphical versions of the tool in various operating systems. Let's make a query about, for example, the google.com domain. Because in the internet everyone should cooperate, the Whois database holds domain registration information. So you can learn, among other things, what are the server's addresses and the DNS server's IP addresses responsible for the domain you asked about. You can also find out when the changes concerning the registration of the domain have been made. You can also see names of the servers responsible for the domain. Take notice of them if you want to learn more about the domain. You can also get to know who's registered the domain and how to contact its owner. There's a lot of information available to the public. By completing the domain registration form, you can provide information that will compromise security. For example, providing the email address in the format name.surname@companyname. You're giving out information that should not be publicly available on the internet. That would give attackers your login in the corporate network. Registering a domain, remember that the information you put on the form will be publicly available. Let's now check how much information can be read from the DNS servers. A standard tool for the communication with DNS server is NSLOOKUP. It allows you to send queries to the DNS servers about the names and addresses of DNS servers that are responding to you. Backtrack has a few additional tools and scripts that allow you to make various more queries. One such tool is dig. It will allow you to read the information about the records of the DNS server responsible for the domain google.com, for example. With the command shown, you can access the information about all records. In accordance with best practices, the public DNS server does not store information about computers of the corporate network. If it did, everyone could read them with this command. We've inquired about the default server. Let's try now to inquire about the @ns1.google.com server. In this case, we've received similar addresses of the same computers. Let's try again to execute the command. It shouldn't work in the case of a well-secured server. Then we'll see how another server responds to it. The command above is the zone transfer request. Remember that DNS servers have a hierarchical structure. It may happen that one DNS server will ask another server to send the entire database of computers. We've conducted such an operation using AXFR. The zone transfer should be permitted only for trusted DNS servers. Anonymous internet users should not be able to request the entire database of computers. As you can see, the zone's transfer failed. We will use dig once more, this time asking another domain about server names. In the answer section, there's one of the servers responsible for the domain we've inquired about. ugdns.ugent.be. We can now ask the selected server about everything it knows about a given domain. We haven't learned much more. Let's try to request a zone transfer. This time it worked. For the next hour or so, individual IP addresses and computers' names will be displayed on the screen. Very often, computer names reveal some information about their configuration and the purposes they're used for. The name sqlserver.company.com fully reveals the computer's function in the corporate network. Another script in the Backtrack suite is DNS Recon. This is a script written in Perl that allows, among other things, to ask for a zone transfer. However, if the transfer is not successful, the script will iteratively send further queries about individual computers. With a brute force attack, the script will check all the possibilities. If a server does not want to send you the entire zone, then you ask him for the data concerning individual computers one by one. We will now run the script and ask about the same domain as before, ugent.be. We found the information about the DNS servers in the servers that are the Kerberos Key Distribution Center. Now let's see how you can learn something about a specific computer. For example, we would like to find the SQL servers or mail servers of specific companies. We could search for mail servers by MX addresses, but it won't work with SQL servers. Now, we'd like to ask the DNS server if, in the zone it manages, there are any computers containing certain characters in their names. If we obtain this information, we could use it later to identify the infrastructure of a specific company. All we need to ask such a query is encoded in the fierce script. This script will help us to obtain information about the DNS servers of our test domain, ugent.be. Then we should specify a dictionary containing expressions we'll be looking for. Let's use the standard dictionary, that is, hosts.txt file. This dictionary contains many expressions, and that's why the result is similar to the one we've had earlier. You can prepare your own TXT script with only those expressions that are especially interesting for you. This would allow you to ask the DNS servers about computers whose names could be telling in some ways. This information is publicly available. To search for it, you do not need to use dig or any scripts. You can use various web services for this. One of them is a service available at http://serversniff.net. It has visualization options. It will enable you to see that the main DNS server has a particular name and subservers responsible for their own domains. The report will feature as much information as can be collected. For an exercise, you can connect with this service and send a query about your favorite domain. The first threat associated with application layer protocols is that the attacker can gain information you'd like to remain private. Further problems relate to subsequent protocols of this layer. Let's take a look at the DHCP protocol. This is the protocol operating in almost any network. It's responsible for the automatic configuration of IP version 4. Instead of configuring IP addresses, MACs and DNS servers, and default gateways on each workstation, you can run a single DHCP server. It will configure each computer in the network automatically. Please note that, again, trust is needed. When you allow a computer to be connected to a network, you don't know whose it is and what software is installed on it. It sends the DHCP Discover packet to check if there are any DHCP servers in the network. If there are, then each of them will offer the computer the IP configuration parameters. The client will choose one DHCP server, probably the closest one, and inform all that it wants to get all of the configuration parameters from that server. You can see the exchange of these 4 packets below. This means that the easiest way to perform a DOS attack on a computer network is to connect it to your own DHCP server. In the earlier versions of the Windows Server systems, if the DHCP server service detected another DHCP server on another host, it just stopped. This happened if the DHCP server granted addresses from the same address pool. At this point, the legal DHCP server would quietly turn off and the attacker's DHCP server would remain. This server would now configure, among others, the DNS server's addresses and the client's computer's gateway. If you want to control their communication, you can set them in such a way that they will point to your computer. You can route packets or run a proxy server. The server will allow you to see what's happening on the websites viewed by the users and even to change something on those pages in order to extract as much information from users as possible. If you want to block network communications, your DHCP server will incorrectly configure all the computers. They will end up using a non-existent router or a non-existent DNS server, and the communication will be blocked. Let's now examine the HTTP protocol. It's used for data transfer between clients and web servers. This is not a problem because most of the data published on the web is open to the public anyway. It makes no sense to encrypt it during the transmission. However, some information is confidential, for example, logins and passwords. To protect this information, the HTTPS protocol was introduced. To use the HTTPS channel, you don't have to install anything on the client computer. Just a simple web browser is enough. When you type an address into the browser, type HTTPS instead of the standard HTTP. By sending such a request to the server, you can connect to the default port number 443. In response, it'll send back its certificate. It contains, among other things, the public key of the server. It also contains information uniquely identifying this server, including the address of the computer it was issued for, information about the certification center, what it can be used for, and for how long it will be valid. From this moment on, the browser must verify the certificate is correct and valid in order to check whether someone is not trying to carry out the man-in-the-middle attack. If everything is correct, the HTTPS protocol will send to the web server selected cryptographic protocols and pseudo-random strings of data. This data will be encrypted before sending with a public key for the server. The public key is available to everyone, but only you know the encrypted data because it's been generated from your computer. A person listening to the packets won't be able to read them. In order to do that, the private key that matches the public key is needed. Only the server with the public key has the private key. In this way, you are able to transmit confidential data over an untrusted channel. From this point on, only you, the browser, and the server possess the session key. No one else knows your session key. You know it because you have generated it. The server also knows it because it had the private key that matches the public key used to encrypt the session key. With the session key, you no longer need to encrypt data using an asymmetric algorithm. You can use a symmetric algorithm instead. There's no need for 2 kilobyte keys, as in the case of, for example, the RSA. If everything on the internet was encrypted with the RSA algorithm, it would take a simple website at least 20 minutes to load. Asymmetric encryption is about an order of magnitude slower than symmetric encryption. It is not suitable for encryption of large data sets. The first stage is needed to exchange a symmetric session key which allows us to encrypt data symmetrically. Designing web applications, developers often boast that their application is secure because it uses a 4 kilobyte RSA key. After such a complex key is used to exchange the session key, the rest is encrypted with the 56-bit DES key anyway. The safety of the entire application is the sum of all the individual factors. You should always look for the weakest link. If the user ignores the warning about the invalid certificate, nothing will protect them against the man-in-the-middle attack. In the slide, you have an example of such a situation. We can see captured secure communications that didn't need decrypting. The attacker didn't need to decrypt anything because everything had been encrypted with his own key. There are application layer protocols that still don't secure data in any way. Those include the FTP protocol or email protocols, POP3, SMTP. This means that all data is sent in clear text. Anyone who has access to the channel can intercept it. The second risk is connected to the service. Many services allow you to guess passwords. On the internet, you'll find programs that make this process automatic. Brutus is one of the most popular. In this program, you will just enter the address of the server you want to connect to and then the server type, for example, POP3, and indicate the file with the usernames and passwords. The program will check all possibilities until it finds a match. No protocol of any of the layers provides protection against password guessing attacks. Now we'll say a few words about the SSH protocol. This protocol allows us to gain remote access to the system through a secure channel, unlike Telnet. SSH differs from HTTPS because it's used by programs that do not verify certificates while establishing a connection. Digital keys are used instead. You connect to the server, and its identity is confirmed by the key, as you can see. You need to check if this is really a key of the server you want to connect to. If you don't, it makes you susceptible to the man-in-the-middle attack. Someone could capture your request. In consequence, you would connect to the attackers. They would forward your request. By accepting the key above, you save it in your local storage. From now on, the computer will always view this connection as trusted. The problem is that the computer must identify remote hosts. It is rather unclear for the end user. During this presentation, we had a chance to talk about the protocols of the highest layers of the OSI model. We discussed the dangers connected to these protocols. The issues were related to encoding, the null byte injection in particular. We have also seen how to gain additional information about the services and users of computer systems. We've talked about the denial of service attacks which may be carried out with the use of DHCP protocol. Thank you. Welcome to the module in which we'll discuss how to design computer networks. We will consider how to close the gap between security and functionality. In previous modules, we took quite some time to show that security and functionality cannot be in conflict with each other. You should never try to introduce a security policy that would in any way inconvenience users in their daily work. Otherwise, users will quite consciously ignore such a policy. Thus, the actual level of security of the system will be lower than it should be. In this module, we will show that subnetting can improve the security of the whole network. Moreover, the ways to minimize the area that can be affected by an attack and reduce potential losses will be analyzed. Also, we'll see how to apply subnetting in the case of IP version 4 addresses, the CIDR addressing, and if there are any differences in the 6th version of this protocol. Then we will shortly discuss the differences between IP version 6 and IP version 4. Next, we will explore the subject of a special subnet called the demilitarized zone. It's a virtual area in which you can place high-risk computers, or hosts. Towards the end, we will examine how network services influence the overall security of the system. Services such as subnetting, that is routing with the use of manageable switches in the second layer of the OSI model, will be briefly discussed. We will scrutinize the mechanisms behind the IPsec, a secure internet protocol, and evaluate the protection it offers. We will also get acquainted with the address translation service, proxy servers, and remote access services. I hope you'll enjoy this part of the seminar. Welcome to the course devoted to subnetting and its bearing on the security of the whole computer infrastructure. Let's start from the very beginning. For two hosts to be able to communicate in computer networks, IP networks, they must have unique IP addresses. If two hosts are in the same network, they can communicate with each other directly. If two hosts are located in remote networks, all communication between them takes place through routers, devices that are responsible for connecting individual networks. This means that by dividing a company into smaller subnets, you gain the ability to control the packets transmitted between hosts. The first advantage of this solution is that the packets will always be sent by routers that you manage yourself. You don't need to use routers when you divide the network into subnets. Instead, you'll use a special kind of routers, namely firewalls. The router forwards packets. It must reject erroneous packets or those that exceeded their lifetime. Firewalls, on the other hand, are routers that filter forwarded data. This enables you to improve not only the efficiency, but also the security in a direct way. If you remember lectures devoted to the consumerization of IT, you will know that a corporate network encompasses more than just devices in the company's headquarters. At present, a corporate computer network can include users' temporary whereabouts. These are very often users' homes, because they communicate with the network through mobile devices. Such a network can hardly be regarded as trusted. Not all administrators know what devices are connected to their networks. Back when a local corporate network included 6 hosts and 2 servers only, the distinction between the secure corporate network and a dangerous internet was reasonable. Right now, a corporate network encompasses every single device that any given user connects to it. Therefore, the security level of such a network is similar to the one of an external network. It needs to be divided into smaller segments. It will allow us to monitor packets sent over a network, and in particular, to control the availability of selected hosts. If you use firewalls to create subnets, then computers in subnet A will be available only for trusted hosts located in subnets B and C. Using firewalls instead of routers, you gain the ability to detect and prevent attacks such as those that you see in the picture below. What we see there is a network communication between 2 clients, first intercepted and then reassembled. If we reassemble such communication, that is, see what data was sent in a TCP connection, it will turn out that it was a computer trying to connect to a web server in order to download a file root.exe. You wouldn't like your computer to download and run such a file. The application layer firewalls offer the ability to monitor the network. These firewalls employ more than just simple rules, such as that a computer from network A can communicate with a computer from network B on port 80. There are firewalls that examine only protocol headers, but also data transferred by these protocols. Let's focus again on the IP protocol, on its 4th version. The simplest method of subnetting is classful addressing. As you can see in the picture above, 3 classes are used, A, B, and C. Class D is used for multicasting. Its addresses are reserved for future use. Classful addressing is very simple. To distinguish a network address from a host address, you look at the first bits of the most significant byte. This is the first part of the IP version 4 address. If the first bit of the octet is 0, then this is a Class A address. In decimal notation, these would be values ranging from 0 to 126. The value 127 is the loopback, and any address starting with 127 points out to your local computer. The same method applies to higher classes. If the address belongs to Class B, the value of the oldest bit must be 1, and the next one -0. This means that the first two octets constitute the network address, and the next two, the host address. If the first two bits of the last octet are set to 1, and the third one is set to 0, then the IP address belongs to Class C. In such a situation, the first three octets constitute network address, and the fourth one is a host address. It's a clear and simple principle. Unfortunately, such addressing is very inefficient. Many addresses are wasted. In the case of IP version 4 protocol, you cannot purchase just any address if you want to achieve proper routing. You always have to have a network address. Even if your network includes 6 computers, you still have to buy a whole Class C network address. You have to pay for all of the 256 addresses, even though you'll use only 8 of them. The solution to this problem is classless interdomain routing, CIDR. It utilizes the fact that the network address and the host address don't need to be divided into individual octets. One part of an octet can define the network address and the other the host address. To allocate these bits, a CIDR mask is needed. I'm sure you remember from the previous lectures the CIDR addressing scheme. The complete network address must come before the host address. The only correct masks are shown in the table below. Zeros and ones cannot appear interchangeably. In a mask, ones indicate the network address and zeros indicate the host address. In the case of IP version 6, this is a bit different. We have to realize the 6th version of IP protocol is being increasingly used, especially in Asia, where the IP version 6 protocol has already become a default one. Other versions have fallen out of use. In Europe, the 4th version of the protocol is still largely in use. Nevertheless, even there, operating systems of hosts and networking devices have built-in IP version 6 support enabled by default. Also, IP version 6 is the default version of this protocol. If two hosts can use IP version 6 to communicate, they will opt for this version instead of the 4th one. Administrators, who for the time being have decided to ignore IP version 6 protocol, manage networks in which this version is used and works. Administrators do not seem to realize this and do not monitor the IP version 6 traffic. This is a serious problem. Now, why do we even have the 6th version of the IP protocol? The primary reason is that we've run out of IP version 4 addresses. In the United States, where the internet was developed, there is still a number of IP version 4 addresses available. Some universities have bought out whole classes of addresses in advance. They possess a bigger pool of addresses than countries such as China or India. These countries started to run out of addresses some time ago already, hence the transition to IP version 6. How to solve the problem of IP version 4 address exhaustion? You can increase the pool of available addresses. IP addresses were extended from 32 to 128 bits. A 128-bit number is a large one, so it is saved in a different format. The format consists of 4-digit groups of hexadecimal numbers. IP version 6 introduced an important change related to subnetting. In IP version 6 addresses, the network address always has a fixed length. This is a marked difference from the IP version 4, which utilizes either classes or CIDR and doesn't allow you to distinguish between the network and the host address. In IP version 6, the first 64 bits always correspond to the network address. 48 bits describe the main network, and the remaining bits correspond to subnets. The last 64 bits of the IP version 6 address is the host address. The IP version 4 addresses are arranged hierarchically. You can easily group them together into subnets. Now let's analyze the IP version 6 address notation. If you follow certain rules, you can shorten the address. The first one says that the groups of zeros can be replaced by a single zero. Two addresses listed below are functional counterparts. However, the second record is still quite long. The second rule says that if an address contains several groups of zeros in a row, you can replace them with a double colon, as below. According to the third rule, leading zeros can be omitted. Therefore, the address shown above can finally be written as shown below. The first 64 bits are still the network address, and the rest is the host address. The notation presented above only makes it easier for the user to analyze the addresses. Increasing the IP address pool required to change the structure of protocol headers. A very flexible solution has been adopted. After the first header, additional IP version 6 headers may appear. This means that we can expand the structure of the protocol quite freely. IP version 6 addresses are widely used, but not all administrators are familiar with them. Therefore, let's discuss IP version 6 address types. The address ::1 is the address of the local computer, also called the loopback address. It's the counterpart of the address 127.x.y.z of the IP version 4 protocol. There is one more difference between the addresses of the two versions of the protocol. If a host supports IP version 6, it will have more than one address on each network adapter or network card. When it comes to IP version 4, usually, one network adapter has one address only. We have to mention other IP version 6 types so that it will become clear why there is one address of each type. The multicast address is another one. This type is used for broadcast. Broadcast addresses are also supported by IP version 4. They prevent sending the same data multiple times. Thanks to these addresses, the data is sent once to all these hosts. There are also local unicast addresses. Each active IP version 6 host is a local unicast address. It corresponds to the 169.254.x.y address of the IP version 4. It was the address assigned by the APIPA protocol. If a computer's DHCP client connects to a network that has no active DHCP server, it has to have an IP version 4 assigned nevertheless. Otherwise, some things wouldn't work. The computer must generate the address by itself. This is called automatic private addressing. The address will be selected from the 169.254.x.x address pool. This is a non-routable IP address. Any computer that uses an address from this pool will be able to communicate only with hosts from the same network. Then there are unique local addresses. These are the IP version 6 counterparts of the private addresses of the 4th version. Those were addresses such as 192.168.x.y. They are non-routable in the internet, but in general they can be routed. The last type of addresses is global addresses, which is the equivalent of public addresses in IP version 4. Examples of all the types of IP version 6 addresses are presented in the table below. Unlike IP version 4, IP version 6 can be configured automatically and dynamically. Also, the new version of the protocol is to provide a higher level of security. We have seen that enabling the IP protocol doesn't automatically improve security. The creators of IP version 6 have made the same mistakes as their predecessors. They assume that the protocol will only be used for its designed purpose. They did not take into account that someone may impersonate a router in order to inject false routes to a local network. Routers play an important role in IP version 6 addressing. IP version 6 routers are responsible for assigning globally unique addresses within a network. The scheme for generating IP version 6 addresses is based on the MAC address. With regards to most computer systems, the same network card will always give you the same IP version 6 host address. The network address will change depending on which network you run your computer on. It is a convenient but a dangerous solution. It infringes on your privacy. It gives web server administrators the opportunity to identify the computer which you use to connect to the server on the basis of IP version 6 log entries. From Windows 7 onward, Microsoft started to deliberately ignore the standard. The standard is that IP version 6 addresses are to be generated on the basis of MAC addresses. Microsoft operating systems generate them randomly. Each time you start your computer, it will have a different pseudo-random host address. Subnetting in IP version 6 is much simpler than in the case of IP version 4, where sometimes it is necessary to convert the numbers from decimal to binary. In this case, there are 64 bits on the left side. These are the network address. 48 bits can be omitted because they represent the main network address. The other 16 bits can be divided into subnets. To divide a network into subnets, you only need to adjust these bits typing, for example, 0000, then 0001, and so on. Subnetting in IP version 6 is much simpler than it was before. Dividing the network into subnets, you might want to highlight one special subnet called the demilitarized zone. You can see the demilitarized zone in the upper right corner of the picture and below it. This depends on the implementation. There's a principle that states that a firewall cannot be configured in such a way that it protects both local users and external servers. Rules established to ensure the security of workstations will block servers. Rules that allow servers to work will not protect workstations effectively. It appears that more than one set of rules is needed, and thus, more than one firewall. The firewall should protect the high-risk dedicated computers. To achieve that, you need a firewall with 3 interfaces. For each of the internal interfaces, there is a separate set of rules that protect the network connected to this interface. Another way is to have 2 adjacent firewalls with the demilitarized zone between them. The rules that separate the DMZ from the internet are less restrictive than the rules set on the firewall between the DMZ and the local network. In addition to the subnetting that takes place in the network layer of the OSI model, you can also come across data link layer routing and switches that perform functions of routers. When you use 2 switches and they are not connected to each other, as in the picture on the top of the slide above, each of them creates a subnet. Computers connected to the same switch can exchange data with one another. Instead of using switches, you can also divide a network into subnets using specific ports. For example, ports 1 to 6 will constitute subnet A and the rest will constitute subnet B. The final effect will be the same. Direct communication between individual sections of the network is now possible. In this way, the network topology can be adapted to the company's needs. Such a division is commonly applied for security reasons. However, this technology was not designed as a technology for security. Rather, it's a solution for a more effective and efficient local network. This solution has been implemented in two ways. The simplest kind of network partitioning, the Virtual Local Area Network, or VLAN, is a static partitioning. VLAN numbers are assigned to the switch ports. A dynamic partitioning consists of assigning the MAC addresses of hosts to VLANs. In the case of the latter, it is no longer important which switch port an individual connects to. It's important how the individual identifies themselves in the second layer. The switch is to control the frames sent in one Ethernet packet in such a way that they are delivered only to other hosts within the same VLAN. To make this possible, some additional information must be attached to the frame. Thus, a tag is added, which represents the VLAN membership of a given host. To ensure correct communication between the switches, it is necessary to make at least one port of each switch a trunk port. This is the transport port through which all frames pass, regardless of the tag value. In this way, the computers connected to one switch are able to communicate with the computers connected to another switch, provided that the tag values are the same. This is a standardized solution, but it's implemented under different names by different manufacturers. However, it does not influence security directly because the tags are not protected in any way. Data carried by the tag can be freely modified. During this part of our seminar, we touched upon the issues associated with the administration of computer networks. We said that thanks to subnetting, you can limit the area affected by potential attack. In addition, subnetting makes it easier to manage a network and improves its performance. It allows you to control data traffic easily. We discussed subnetting in IP version 4 and IP version 6. We examined the issues related to network partitioning in the second layer of the OSI model, VLANs. We mentioned several services that allow to further improve the performance and security of the network. Thank you. Welcome to the lecture on protocols and services designed to ensure the security of computer systems. This subject is very important because the bulk of protocols still in use today are more than 30 years old. These protocols were not designed with security in mind. Examining individual layers of the OSI model, we have noted that some security measures are present only from the third layer up. The first secure protocol is the IPsec, which is used by default with IP version 6. Even when there are mechanisms allowing to improve security of a computer system or a computer network, they are often not used. There are a number of solutions, but the number of those in use is smaller still. What could you do to improve the security of a computer network? You could ensure the confidentiality and authenticity of the data sent over the network. You can also make sure that you exchange data with the host you actually intended to, or authenticate the remote computer. Doing these three things would improve security greatly. Data confidentiality and authenticity, and the identity of the remote computer can be ensured by implementing the Secure Internet Protocol, or IPsec. Actually, this is a whole suite of protocols. We will now examine each of them individually. The first and most widely used is the ESP protocol, encapsulating security payload. All the protocols that make up the IPsec operate at the third layer of the OSI model. One of the basic advantages of the ESP is that the protocol will not affect in any way the functionality of applications running in a given network. The IPsec can be enabled from the third layer and not from the session layer or higher. We can secure communication between hosts or groups of hosts in a manner not requiring any changes to the infrastructure and software running on your network. ESP is used for encryption and digital signing of the transmitted data. If you use both features of the protocol, the data will first be encrypted and then the cryptograms will be digitally signed. The implementation of ESP required to add the ESP header to the IP header. The first header field contains information about security parameters and about security associations negotiated for the protocol. The header also includes the package sequence number. This means that the IPsec and the ESP protect against replay attacks. In a replay attack, the attacker uses a stolen password instead of cracking one. The ESP automatically eliminates this threat. The packet footer contains information about the amount of pseudo-random data needed for the encryption with a given algorithm. Encryption algorithms have certain requirements concerning the amount of data to be encrypted. The information about the amount of data that was supplemented is sent too. The final part of the header contains the information about the protocol protected by the ESP and the information confirming the identity of the remote host. The ESP protocol can operate in one of two modes. The transport mode is used most often. This is the mode shown in the diagram below. Its function is to ensure the confidentiality and authenticity of communication between two hosts. Everything that is above the third layer of the OSI model gets encrypted. In addition, the ESP header is signed as well. The authenticity of the header is verified. The second mode is the tunnel mode. In the picture below, you can see its schematic representation. This mode is used to secure the communication between routers, that is to say, between subnets. The same kind of data that is encrypted and signed in transport mode is encrypted and signed in tunnel mode as well. In addition, the IP header is attached. The original IP header is replaced with a router header. The router establishes a secure connection channel between two networks. The second protocol of the IPsec suite is the authentication header. It allows you to confirm the authenticity of data and the protocol headers contained in this data. Authenticity is confirmed by attaching a signature to the data being transmitted. We had a chance to examine this when we discussed calculating SHA-1 or MD5 file hashes. Thanks to this, any change in the data will change the hash value. In IP protocols headers, there are fields the values of which are inherently variable. An example of such a field is the TTL, time to live, whose value is reduced by 1 for each router through which the packet is transmitted. If the TTL field was signed, its endpoint value would certainly not match its initial value. A solution to this problem is that all header fields with variable values are reset before getting a signature. This information must be recorded at the AH protocol header. In the header, you will find, for example, the information about the protocol of the package whose data has been protected by the AH protocol. Moreover, there is also the information about the data length and security parameter index, that is, the information about the IPsec security association. This is the information concerning the hash function that has been negotiated and used. As in the case with the ESP, you also find the sequence number of the remote host and its credentials. The authentication header, just like the ESP, can run in one of two modes. A similar transport mode is used to confirm the authenticity of communication between two hosts. In the picture below, you can see all the data except the variable header fields are signed. The tunnel mode is used to confirm the authenticity of data transferred between networks. In this case too, the IP header, with the address pointing to the router that sent the packet, is added. Data can easily be encrypted and digitally signed as long as both communicating parties have access to the shared secret. The problem is how to establish a shared secret key over an insecure communications channel. In the case of the Secure Internet Protocol IPsec, this problem has been solved by the Diffie-Hellman protocol. This is a protocol for the exchange of cryptographic keys using asymmetric key encryption scheme. The designers of the solution also took into consideration the PFS, Perfect Forward Security rule. According to this rule, disclosure of the key should not allow access to all the data encrypted in this key, regardless of whether the data has been encrypted before or after the key was disclosed. This is a simple requirement to meet, and the solution is not technologically complex. The key must be dynamically generated. The master key is used to secure the establishment of one or more session keys. The Diffie-Hellman protocol is computationally complex. If it was used regularly, it would have a perceptible impact on the efficiency of IPsec communication. Moreover, it cannot be used repeatedly for a long time because it would fail to meet PFS requirements. To create an efficient and secure solution, it was decided that the IPsec security associations would be negotiated in a two-phase process. During the first phase, a secure connection is established. The identity of the remote host is verified and a secure channel is set up. Phase 2 is very fast and computationally cheap, but it only allows to renegotiate security associations and replace the session key. Now we will see a demonstration of how Phase 1 may proceed. First, we need to decide on a way in which the identity of the remote host is confirmed. The IPsec allows us to confirm the identity of a remote computer by checking its account with the Active Directory domain, using the Kerberos protocol. We can also verify the certificate issued for a given computer. This solution is used most often. The third option should be used only for testing and demonstrations. It's the shared secret verification. The shared secret is a string of characters recognized by every computer that is to take part in the IPsec communication. Establishing a secure channel consists of the exchange of challenge-response messages. Challenge-response protocols are widely used for remote authentication of both computers and users. This is also how the LM and NTLM protocols, the two protocols which we'll discuss later on, work. The underlying principle is the same. Differences concern only technical details. One party must generate a pseudo-random challenge message and send it to the computer it wants to exchange data with. The receiver should be able to use the challenge to calculate a response and send it back. The response, when decrypted, should verify or authenticate the identity of the remote host. For this, the shared secret is used. It can be the short secret, a certificate and a public key, or a password that would start up a computer in Active Directory. An important feature of the IPsec is that it allows mutual authentication. It requires both parties to authenticate or prove their identities. Both parties must be sure who they exchange data with. Phase 2 is relatively simple. It consists of confirming or changing the negotiated security association and generating new session keys. Let's see how, in the simplest case, the configuration of IPsec could look. We'll learn how to do it in Windows 7. In Windows 7, you should use the MMC console to perform all administrative operations. In this operating system, the IPsec was integrated with the network connection firewall. Therefore, you need to find the local computer tools that allow you to configure the security policies of the network firewall. In practice, this type of operation will affect all the computers in the group. Once defined, the settings will apply to all the computers that are members of the group. In this version of Windows, the IPsec policies are set as part of the firewall configuration. In earlier Windows systems, the IPsec policies could be configured independently of the firewall policies, but resulted in many people accidentally blocking communications between computers. Users often created conflicting rules. The first question of the wizard concerns the type of rule you're creating. As you can see, the IPsec can be successfully used to block certain hosts. With the IPsec, you can completely block data from subnet X or subnet Y. In our demonstration, we will try to create a rule allowing secure exchange of data. Now we need to specify which computers this rule will apply to. In the simplest case, both fields can be left blank, which means that the rule will be universal. The Customize option allows us to choose the type of interface. The next question is critical when it comes to the security of our rule. The default option, Request, means that an attempt to negotiate the IPsec security associations will be made. However, if the other party does not agree to the negotiated security association, the data will be sent as a clear text. In all wizards, the Request option makes it possible, but not required, to negotiate security associations. The Require option, on the other hand, means that if the other party does not agree to the negotiated security mechanisms, the communication will not take place. The next step is to select the remote host authentication method. This can be a certificate issued for the computer, or, after selecting the advanced option, a computer account in the domain. Each computer and each user as well has an account in the Active Directory domain. This account is password protected and the passwords are regularly changed. Another method is authentication with a pre-shared key. It's not recommended to use this option. Everything you type in this box will be visible to anyone who will create a similar solution in the future. You can define more than one authentication method. This is connected to the Security Associations negotiation we mentioned earlier. If an attempt to negotiate one of the mechanisms fails, the next one will be tried out. The next step is to determine whether the rule being created is to apply to private, public, or corporate networks. At the end, you type the name of the rule. We've created a rule which is by default enabled. It protects both inbound and outbound connections. This is a very general rule. In practice, such rules are hardly ever created. It applies to all kinds of protocols. The rule enforces the authentication of the remote host by checking whether it recognizes the information we've provided in the wizard. It affects networks of all types. Theoretically, the principles behind the IPsec may seem uncomplicated. The implementation of this protocol is very simplified in the domain environment where we can use Kerberos. The wizard we have just gone through also greatly simplifies the implementation of the rules. However, the fact remains that the implementation of a set of rules that effectively protects the communication with various servers requires thorough planning of the whole mechanism. Let's say a few words about other services that can improve the security of your network. First of these is NAT, the Network Address Translation Service. The service appeared in response to a diminishing number of public IP addresses. That's why in the IP version 4 networks, some of the following addresses are often used. From 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255 single Class A network. From 172.16.0.0 to 172.31.255.255, 16 adjacent Class B networks. From 192.168.0.0 to 192.168.255.255, 256 adjacent Class C networks. These are private addresses that are not routable on the internet. Their advantage is that you can assign them all by yourself without consulting a local IANA representative. You do not have to pay for it. However, a computer with any of the addresses from the range specified on the slide will not be able to get through to any host on the internet. This is not entirely true. After all, we have private addresses, and yet we can connect to the internet. The NAT service enables us to do so. It changes the addresses of the packets that pass through it. That's why the service is usually provided by the routers. We have three types of the address translation. You can see the source address translation in the picture below. As you can see, the incoming address is changed into a public address. 192.168.0.1 from the IP address field is changed into, for example, 10.10.100.100. And that's how a packet makes its way to the internet. The response will be directed to the NAT server, which will then forward it to the corresponding computer with a private address. However, this solution is rarely used. Destination address translation allows you to connect to a computer with a private address. It can act as, for an example, a web server from the outside, from the internet. Most often used, however, is IP version 4 address masking. The mechanism is presented in the picture below. The entire pool of addresses is changed into one public address. The NAT server has a session history. The response, which will come to one public address, will be associated with a session established by a particular private computer. The response will be sent to this particular computer. Network address translation improves security of networks. All computers are treated as one computer with a single address. This, of course, has its advantages and drawbacks. All communications between computers passes through the NAT server. It is not possible to get through to a computer with a private non-routable address from the outside. Another improvement to network security comes from proxy servers. Their working principle is very simple. They used to be used to improve the performance of certain services. When you want to connect to a remote server, you really connect to an intermediary server, a proxy server. The proxy server will forward your request on your behalf. Because a proxy server executes requests of multiple computers, there's a good chance that different computers report the same request. If the data is buffered or cached properly, the proxy server does not need to connect to a remote computer. This is the basis for optimal performance. Since all requests of that type pass through a proxy server, the server administrator is able to filter requests. They can decide, for example, that certain websites can be visited while others may not. They can also decide that executable attachments may not be downloaded from the internet. Security-wise, it is interesting that if an attacker manages to run a proxy server and redirect your communication to the server, which is not so difficult, then he will be able to modify the requests dynamically. The attacker does not control your host or the target server, but the request, for example, to display a web page can be modified in real time and instantly forwarded. The most common way in which a request can be modified consists of attaching to a request to display a web page the request to display an invisible point on the computer controlled by the attacker. When you download data from a specific page, its entire contents are displayed. The invisible picture should also be displayed. Although you can't see it, it was most likely downloaded from the attacker's computer. In order for the picture to be downloaded, the client computer must connect to the attacker's computer. In Windows systems, establishing a connection with a remote host entails sending credentials, that is, the user authentication data. In this way, the attacker obtains users' logins and passwords. They are encrypted but usually quite easy to decipher later on. Now let's say a few words about remote access protocols and the network quarantine service. Today, when we're talking about the remote access, we usually mean VPN networks. Dial-up remote access, either through analog or dedicated connection, is no longer used. The VPN establishes a tunnel through the public connection. It's assumed that it's secure. When you use a public connection, the data you send must be encrypted and its authenticity confirmed. The PPTP, point-to-point tunneling protocol, is responsible for ensuring that. There's also another VPN protocol, the L2TP, which we'll discuss later on. Apart from the implementation details of the PPTP, two things are important from the perspective of administrators. The PPTP, which is Microsoft's original product, is not universal. It works only on Microsoft systems and within the Microsoft environment. It is also considered to be less secure than the L2TP. The PPTP used to be easier to configure, but in newer versions of Windows, both protocols are equally easy to set up. The L2TP, Layer 2 Tunneling Protocol, is a protocol based on PPTP. It's been modified by Cisco and Microsoft. This protocol uses encryption standards and digital signature standards instead of custom encryption protocols. It uses the IPsec. The L2TP enables the IPsec tunnel mode for the virtual network interface. That's all the protocol is required to do. It uses a TCP session for control. This created a problem for computers with private IP addresses. However, it was solved several years ago. L2TP session establishment is presented in the slide below. Please note that it requires building a tunnel between two hosts. Therefore, we have to identify the session and remote computers. A look into the Windows Network and Sharing Center will show that we have the possibility to set up new network interfaces, or new connections. Let's try to choose connection to a workplace. The VPN networks are designed for situations where the user is away from the physical location of the server that provides a certain service, an email server, file server, or network printer. Now we will try to connect to such a server. We will do this by selecting the VPN connection. To establish a VPN connection, you first need to be connected to the remote access server. We will not use the dial-up connection. We will only build a tunnel through the existing connection. This will serve us as an internet connection. This means that, in a moment, we will have two connections, both of which must be active. Both the connection to a workplace and the connection which we use to communicate with the internet must be active. The connection to the corporate network will be encrypted and signed by the PPTP or the L2TP. Let's name our connection, for example, Test. We still have to enter the username and password. In the demonstration, both the username and the password will be Test. Let's now look at the properties of our connection. For it to be established, we must, of course, choose an already existing remote access server. Let's have a look at the Security tab. When it comes to the type of VPN tunnel, we can choose between L2TP or PPTP. These are the standard options. Next, we can choose whether or not we will encrypt the data, the ways the keys will be exchanged, and the type of remote user's authentication. We will further discuss the authentication protocols in the next module devoted to remote access. Setting up a tunnel consists of creating a connection, choosing the security protocol, choosing the security level, and choosing the way to authenticate the remote user. The advantage of L2TP and IPsec is that it authenticates not only the user, but also the host. If you select PPTP, then the authentication concerns only the user. Nor will it be possible to confirm the identity of the remote computer. Now we have two network connections, each of which has a different IP address. One address will be private, and the other will be a corporate address. You may ask, which of them will be used to send data if we try to connect to a web page? This is specified by the routing rules or the routing paths set on your computer. For security reasons, the RAS servers set routing paths in such a way that the communication is forwarded by said servers. This means that you are no longer connected to the internet directly. If you want to restore the previous functionality, you have to configure routing manually. We mentioned that it's necessary to confirm the identity of the remote user. There's a special type of server providing such services. It's called the Radius server. In the RFC documents, this standard is labeled with the numbers 2138 and 2139. In the Microsoft environment, it's been implemented as the IAS or the NPS server. NPS, Network Policy Server, has been available from Windows Server 2008 onward. And IAS, Internet Authentication Service, can be found even in earlier versions of Windows. The Radius server is a central place that allows you to authenticate remote users and control their access. Remote users are defined as those who connect from outside the local network using, for example, VPNs. The Radius server controls remote access servers, RAS. Let's see how it all works. First, a user is trying to connect to a corporate network, that is to say, a remote access server, the RAS server. Then, the server, which is configured as a central Radius server client, will send the request forward on behalf of the user. The Radius server should be physically as close to the domain controller as possible. In the next step, the Radius will ask the domain controller if the user provided correct credentials, if the login and password or the certificate are correct. If the credentials match and the user has the right to log on to the remote server, the Radius server will inform the remote access server. Then it will ask the remote access server to create a virtual interface for the user. Eventually, a connection is established. There exist several ways to check credentials. First of them is the CHAP protocol. It is specified in the RFC documents 1994. This is one of the protocols which you should never use. For CHAP to work, you need a reversibly encrypted password. This protocol doesn't encrypt the channel, therefore the data is sent in clear text. The protocol has been modified by Microsoft and is called MS-CHAP. This version allows you to encrypt the data. To do this, it uses MPPE, Microsoft Point-to-Point Encryption. However, it does not protect against replay attacks or session capture. We don't use MS-CHAP either because it doesn't provide mutual authentication. Mutual authentication is available only in MS-CHAP version 2. This protocol allows you to store reversibly encrypted passwords. MS-CHAP version 2 is the least secure protocol among those that we should use in practice. In every possible case, and there are many, you should use the Extensible Authentication Protocol, EAP, in one of the available modes. For example, the TLS mode. At present, this is the only protocol that guarantees the security of the authentication data and the data sent through the channel established in this way. It also allows you to confirm the identity of a user or a host not only with a password, but with a public key certificate, a smart card. There are two more protocols that can be found on the list of older network devices, ROS servers and Windows systems. You should not, however, ever use them. These are the PAP protocol, which sends the password in clear text, and the later version of SPAP, which uses reversible password encryption. The latter can be broken by modern computers in real time, and when it comes to the former, there's nothing to be cracked. The last topic we'll discuss in this module is network access control. In corporate networks, there are more and more computers that are beyond direct control. These are not the demilitarized zone computers. These are users' laptops and mobile devices. Therefore, you have to take a different approach to subnetting. Do not group computers into subnets according to their IP addresses or their function. They should be grouped according to their security level. This is how the Network Access Protection, or NAP, works. NAP is a mechanism supposed to automatically verify the conformity of your computer with certain standards. For example, if the Internet Connection Firewall is enabled, whether the virus scanner is installed, and whether it is active, or if the operating system is updated, or if there exists a fixed list of tests that the computer must pass before it's connected to the network. Until the computer meets these requirements, it will be isolated. It will be automatically connected to a specific separate subnet. How can you create such a subnet? The first way is to use IPsec. Unless the client meets the security requirements, it will not be given a certificate, which can be used to communicate with IPsec. Without this certificate, the computer has access only to selected subnets. Such a separate subnet should consist of a remediation server and a server allowing to download and install missing updates. Another way to implement network access control is to use 802.1x protocol, which we have discussed earlier. You can enable or disable a switch port depending on whether the computer passed all the tests or not. You can also assign the computer to an appropriate VLAN. Network access control can also be implemented with the use of the DHCP server. A DHCP server with two address pools grants addresses from the pool A to computers that meet the policy's requirements, whereas to computers who don't, it grants addresses from pool B. Clients that connect remotely to our network can also be verified by the Radius server. The mechanism described, implemented in the way that's usually done in Windows, has one more important advantage. Rather than being carried out on a one-off basis during the connection, computer security tests are carried out regularly, over a period of time specified by the MPS policy. If someone turns off the firewall while connected to the corporate network, they will be immediately disconnected from the network, or the firewall will automatically be enabled by the MPS server. The technical implementation should proceed as follows. First, we need agents that will gather information about the computer's configuration. Also, there must exist a mechanism that will implement the method we've just discussed. We'll demonstrate how it will work on the safest mode possible. That is, the IPsec mode. First, connect the computer to the corporate network. In Windows systems, there's a security agent that assesses the security level of the computer. This service is installed along with the operating system. The service communicates with the quarantine server, the network's access control server, in order to check the rules currently in force. The agent evaluates the computer in terms of compliance with these rules in force and reports on the result of the evaluation to the MPS server. If the result is positive, the computer will be given a certificate. A certification authority issues a certificate that will be downloaded automatically. Certificates used in the network access control are short-lived certificates. Their default validity period is 10 hours. This means that the entire infrastructure associated with the certificate revocation and status checking is not needed. This is a very simple mechanism. If a computer fails the test, it will be redirected to a remediation server and, as a consequence, its security level will increase. It could involve, for example, installing missing patches. Likely, it will happen automatically and go unnoticed by the user. After the patches have been installed, the agent should assess the computer security status as consistent with the security policy. This means that it will be granted a certificate. Thanks to this, you will be able to use IPsec and get full access to the corporate network. The whole mechanism is not, strictly speaking, a solution for security, but it fits very well with current trends in computer system security. It eliminates the risks coming from neglectful users who, for communication with the network, use computers which have been connected to open public networks and which have run the programs from untrusted sources. The second part of this module has been devoted to the additional protocols and services that help secure the computer infrastructure. Thank you. Welcome to the lecture on the security of computer networks. This time, we will look at the issues associated with the administration of computer networks. In particular, we will examine the methods of real-time monitoring of packets sent over local networks, and other networks too. We will use one of the most popular network monitoring tools, Wireshark. We will explore why automatic intrusion detection systems are not going to replace manual ways of network traffic analysis. In this module, we will answer the question, how to control access to the network with firewalls. We will get to know basic information about firewalls and their division. We will also say a few words on network intrusion detection and the limitations of both technologies. Then we will examine Wireshark more closely and discuss its usefulness in detecting suspicious situations that take place on computer networks. Let's start. Welcome to the lecture on network traffic monitoring. First, we will recall some basic information about firewalls and their configuration. The firewall, which is really a special kind of router, should control the network traffic rather than unobtrusively send senders and receivers packets. The firewall should send only those packets that were allowed and block all others. Which packets get through and which packets get blocked is specified by the rules. That is, the conditions according to which the firewall processes the packets. Such a condition, in the general form, looks as follows. Depending on the criteria the packet meets, it should be blocked or accepted. The information saved in the headers of the protocols of the lower layers of the OSI model is, historically wise, the first criteria that appeared. You can create rules that will filter the traffic on the basis of the sender's address, recipient's address, sender's port, or receiver's port. There are two approaches to creating such rules, or configuring the network firewall. The first says that the default rule should be a block rule. Everything that is not explicitly allowed will be blocked by the firewall. An alternative approach is to create a default rule that will be an allow rule. All traffic, except for packets explicitly blocked, will be permitted to pass through the firewall. Security-wise, the only effective way is to use the first approach. By default, everything that may threaten the security of computers that are to be protected must be blocked. The same intuitive rule should be applied in other security solutions. In the same way, you should prevent users from running any program of their liking and allow them only to install ones that are known to be safe. We will return to this issue later. When it comes to firewalls, we all realize that the default rule should be a block rule. Such an attitude isn't very popular in other aspects of computer and network security yet. Historically, the first method of filtering network traffic was IP header analysis. In its time, it was an effective solution. We're talking about situations dating back more than 15 years. Back then, computers exchanged data only if they had public IP addresses. No one used masks or more virtual and private addresses. Since then, the situation has changed, so these kind of firewalls are no longer effective. The use of the IP protocol has changed in the last 15 years. Another functionality that firewalls have acquired over the years is the ability to filter traffic on the basis of the headers of the fourth layer, the transport layer, protocols such as TCP and UDP. Because these protocols are responsible for establishing the communication channel, it was possible to filter traffic on the basis of, for example, port numbers. It was possible to allow web browsing and deny P2P traffic. It's all done by filtering on the basis of some constant features, for example, port numbers. It is assumed that a given service will always run on the same port. Firewalls filtering by transport layer protocol headers can usually check the session state too. This is the basis for the division of firewalls into stateless and stateful. If a trusted computer, located in your private network, initiates communication, the internet connection firewall should allow it. This is due to the fact that the decision to connect to a less trusted server is consciously made by a trusted user. If, however, the server itself initiated a session, then it should be blocked. That would be an untrusted computer trying to connect to one of the protected computers. TCP session direction is crucial here. We will return to the issue of TCP session direction later in the lecture. The next step in the development of firewalls was to enable them to filter packets not on the basis of headers, but on the basis of data. You will notice that any firewall and almost every network monitor is equipped with the functionality allowing them to reassemble data. A set of data can be divided into several packets. Therefore, before making a decision whether a request is correct or if a file type is allowed, data from multiple packets must be gathered together. The data from these packets must be reassembled into one unit. This operation is computationally expensive and time-consuming. Therefore, application layer firewalls usually don't protect individual computers. They are specialized devices whose task is to protect in real time whole networks. A situation where it takes a minute, or even a couple of seconds, for a firewall to assemble packets together, examine their contents, and send them back is unsustainable. Application layer firewalls are rather expensive devices of large computational power. A separate issue that should be discussed is the issue of data encryption. With an application layer firewall installed and configured, another problem arises. That is, when the firewall should let packets through and when to block them if the data is encrypted. The firewall should be able to, first, decrypt the data and later re-encrypt it. Without this, the data would be completely unreadable for the firewall. The requirement to encrypt all data does not automatically improve the security of computer networks. It may sometimes have the opposite effect. Anyone who wants to send your private data outside will encrypt the data before sending it, having a good chance of fooling your firewalls and intrusion detection systems. Even though firewalls are not perfect, they are very useful and effective indeed, for the purposes they were created for. Firewalls should be used to control traffic between networks and subnets. You should use them to control the transmission of messages that are not needed outside, primarily diagnostic messages. Such a control should take place on a corporate network boundary or even the boundaries of individual subnets. While blocking the ICMP protocol on the subnet level can cause some trouble, blocking these messages at the boundary is reasonable. The firewalls are perfect for controlling traffic between subnets. Having divided the network into subnets, you can allow access to the subnet which hosts database servers only through the port servers listen on. In this way, you prevent people from using them for other purposes, for example, as file servers. Firewalls can be used also to block specific hosts or services. Most firewalls have a useful feature of generating traffic history. You can make a record of packets that pass through the firewall. This is useful in case you have to prove that an attack happened or track down the source of an attack. In addition to firewalls, there are also network intrusion detection systems. These are programs or devices that analyze data sent over the network in real time. On the basis of predefined patterns or anomalies from the baseline, they notify the user or autonomously take preventative actions. The simplest network intrusion detection systems analyze traffic against certain characteristics. Some programs create packets in a way that differs from the RFC standard. The foremost example of that is a TCP scan called the XMAX tree, which has the flags in the TCP header set in a nonsensical way. No host would send packets with flags set that way. Another example is the null scan. In this case, all of the TCP header flags are turned off. Network intrusion detection systems analyze packet headers, looking for anomalies. Thanks to that, they can identify a program which an attacker used, for example, to perform a scan. Each of these programs corrupts packets in a distinctive way. More and more network intrusion detection systems in use are intelligent systems. They learn the behaviors of the users of the network they protect. A system in the learning mode collects data about the user's activity in the network. Based on this, it creates a signature. We're not talking here about the signature in the sense of the combination of two header fields. Rather, it may include information that, for example, a user John Doe receives more data than he sends. The ratio of packets downloaded to the packets sent is 3:1. In addition, he connects to 4 favorite servers and works usually between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. If the same user starts sending data at 11 p.m., downloading very little, and in addition sending the data from a database server which he is not connected to before, his behavior will be inconsistent with the characteristic calculated beforehand by the intrusion detection system. This is how intelligent intrusion detection systems work. This functionality is developed as part of an intrusion detection system called SNORT, which has become sort of a standard. Having discovered a suspicious situation, that is, a packet matching an attack signature, or the one that doesn't match a user's characteristic or network traffic signature, the response of the detection system can be passive or active. A passive response consists of recording the attack and signaling it to the administrator. An active response is more interesting. In an active response, the communication channel is immediately interrupted as a result of an interference with the TCP session. Previously, we mentioned that more than 90% of the internet traffic and traffic on local networks uses the transport layer of TCP, because it's reliable and guarantees packet delivery. The session can be terminated by the commands of fin or reset. Discussing network intrusion detection systems, we should mention traps they use. Such traps are called honeypots. These are special systems run in order to attract attackers. One of their main advantages is that they are not production systems. They are configured to run certain services, but in fact, they do not provide any services useful for the network. This means that any attack attempt can be easily identified. Each connection attempt with a honeypot is suspicious. In a perfectly configured network, no one would try to find a database server by trial and error and then connect to it to read some data. Each user connects to the server dedicated to a given program. With a honeypot enabled, it's easier to analyze suspicious traffic because you don't have to filter out regular traffic. Each session established with the honeypot is suspicious. Despite numerous advantages, network intrusion detection systems and firewalls have their limitations. Here's a relatively recent story. It happened a couple years ago, which exemplifies these limitations. It was a four-way handshake. It was publicized by the Breaking Point Systems Company and the NSS Labs Research Group. Let's start from the very beginning. The TCP, which is a session protocol, initiates the communication through a handshake process, which involves establishing a session. The RFC 793 describes the entire process in detail. It should proceed as follows. The initiator sends the SYN packet in order to synchronize sequence numbers. After receiving the packet, the recipient sends an acknowledgement message. For a TCP packet, this means sending an ACK flag. The recipient then sends its own synchronization packet. Usually, this flag is sent along with the previous one in a single SYN ACK packet. The initiator confirms receiving the packet by sending the ACK response. At this point, all needed information has been exchanged. Both parties know the sequence numbers. They can now reliably exchange data. In Section 3.3 of the RFC 793, this process is described slightly different. According to the document, the client, the initiator, sends a SYN packet. The receiver acknowledges it by sending an ACK packet. Then it sends its sequence number in a separate packet. Having received the SYN packet, the initiator acknowledges it by sending its ACK packet. Thus, the RFC describes session establishment as a four-stage process. It requires the exchange of 4 messages rather than 3. The issues the creators of firewalls and intrusion detection systems face is that their products are suited for the current situation. Because it's customary to establish a TCP session using 3 packets only, firewalls and intrusion detection systems assume that this is the only way to establish a TCP session. The RFC standard, however, is different. Firewalls are not universal mechanisms that always act in a predictable way. They are configured with specific situations in mind. If someone can look at the situation from a different perspective, and hackers are people who can easily find a different perspective, then the assumptions underlying the design of a device turn out to be wrong. The entire device will prove ineffective. We'll show that in a while. We already know that the RFC standard describes a TCP session establishment as a process that requires sending 4 packets. Please note that, having received the second ACK packet, the server should be silent. In practice, computer systems, and we're not talking here only about the TCP implementation in operating systems, but also in network devices, would behave differently. The initiator would send a SYN packet with its own initial sequence number. The server would respond with an ACK packet, increasing the acknowledgement number. The client would silently accept the ACK packet. Up to this point, everything would happen normally. At this point, the server would send to the initiator the third packet. That is, its own SYN packet with a pseudo-random sequence number and a valid acknowledgement number. Instead of sending the ACK packet to end the whole process, As is described in the RFC standard, the client would now send a SYN ACK packet. The sequence number would get sent once again, and the acknowledgement number would be increased by 1. The server would respond to a SYN ACK packet in accordance with the standard by sending an ACK packet. But the TCP session would already have been established. The problem was, however, that from this moment the direction of the session would be reversed. So it would look as if the server had connected to the client and not the other way around. The direction of the TCP session would change. Please remember that modern firewalls, and as we'll see in a while, intrusion detection systems too, are stateful in that they take into account session direction. From that moment on, it looked as if a trusted computer from inside connected to an untrusted computer from outside. In reality, it was exactly the opposite. We have yet to mention that the ACK acknowledgement does not affect the way the process unfolds. You can establish a TCP session by sending packets in the following sequence: SYN, SYN, SYN ACK, and ACK. Let's summarize now the results of the research conducted by Breakpoint Systems in NSS Lab. It turns out that only one intrusion detection system out of every 3 tested by the company detected attacks carried out by the means of reverse TCP session. If the session was established through a 3-way handshake, all systems tested were able to detect the attack. Reversing the session direction fooled 2 out of the 3 systems. You'd think that the ratio is not bad, but the problem was that the system which passed the test successfully was stateless. It didn't analyze session state. Other high-end stateful systems were deceived. The built-in system firewalls of Windows Vista, Linux, and Apple systems were tested too. None of these firewalls were able to stop the attack. All of them detected and blocked the hostile activity in a regular session. A year later, the NSS Lab company tested 6 professional firewalls, all of them top of the range, for effectiveness of filtering the data sent in the reverse TCP sessions. At that time, this problem was already known for more than a year. 5 of the 6 firewalls, theoretically the best ones available, did not block the attack by means of the reverse TCP session, although they managed to block it when it happened during a regular session. Statements summarizing the tests were quite pessimistic. They said that the producers of this type of hardware and software, perhaps unwittingly, misled their clients. The products were tested for known threats, which was a comfortable situation. If you produce software designed to detect threats and you would test the software using only known threats, it would probably seem that your software was effective. The problem is that manufacturers of firewalls and intrusion detection systems cannot know all threats, because every now and then new threats surface. And only recently someone has read the section 3.3 of the RFC document. This shows very strongly that computer system administrators should analyze the data that passes through their systems on their own. But it does not mean that they need to, on their own, reassemble and review data previously divided into many pieces and packets. Such a solution would be inefficient. You just have to use a program such as Wireshark. We'll examine this program in the remaining part of this lecture from both a theoretical and practical perspective. Network monitors such as Wireshark really make network analysis easier. The analysis doesn't have to concern each individual packet. It may be a session or a protocol analysis. It can have the form of charts presenting certain relations or hierarchy statistics showing how much data was sent through which protocol. The program offers such functionalities. In Wireshark, you can also create your own intrusion detection systems through packet colorization. Wireshark is a free network monitor. After preparing your file, simply start the network monitor and watch whether packets colored, for example orange, do not appear on the screen. Unless they do, everything is well. If certain colors start appearing, you immediately know what's going on because you've previously created a coloring rule. The advantage of Wireshark is that it collects data sent by all types of popular networks: Ethernet, Bluetooth, or less commonly used token ring. The data collection program uses WinPCAP library in the Windows environment. You can use it to collect data sent over wireless networks too, but it requires the AirPCAP adapter or a Wi-Fi adapter compatible with Wireshark. On the airpcap.com website, you can order such an adapter. The image you see above represents the statistics collected by Wireshark. This alone can let you detect suspicious situations such as, for example, unusually high numbers of broadcast or data transmission errors. However, there is one problem with Wireshark. You should not filter the data the program captures. If you did, you would make the same mistake as the manufacturers of firewalls and intrusion detection systems. You would collect information only about the known threats. Instead, what you'd like to do is gather all possible data and analyze them later. Before creating capturing filters, you should relieve Wireshark in another way. Actually, you can do this in several ways. You can disable updating packets in real time, you can also disable auto-scroll, and you can disable automatic conversion of MAC and IP addresses to domain names. Also, a good way to relieve the program is to uncheck the option which reassembles fragments of IP protocol packets and verifies their checksums. Wireshark does this automatically by default. You can also disable TCP validation. If all of these ways do not help, you can start Wireshark from the command line just in order to capture data you will analyze yourself later. You can customize Wireshark to suit your needs. This applies to all windows you can see in the picture below. Wireshark consists of 3 sections. At the top of the window, you can observe all packets collected. Below are the details of the packets you selected from the top window. At the bottom is the data sent within the packet you selected. All of that can be customized to suit your needs the best. You can change the order of the columns in the main window, and add or remove columns. You can filter the data being displayed. This is something completely different than filtering captured data. The program still captures everything, but it only shows you what interests us at the moment. We can also create coloring rules based on any piece of information captured by Wireshark. These can include, for example, combinations of TCP header fields. If you choose glaring colors, you'll have the perfect intrusion detection system. Wireshark gives you more than just real-time analysis. It allows you to create all kinds of reports. For example, you can browse through objects downloaded within the HTTP session. In a while, we'll find out how to do that. Wireshark also enables you to observe the communication between computers on the TCP level or on the HTTP level. The program allows you to check which servers you really connect to when you type an address in your browser. For sure, there will be more than one server. This feature has a very practical application. Earlier, we mentioned that a simpler way of intrusion detection is to analyze the network traffic generated by a given program. Wireshark allows you to see which hosts that your computer has never connected to before is connected to now. In the same way, you can check if the amount of sent and received data has changed. But to make all of this information relevant, you have to have something to compare it against. Using Wireshark in your network for a month or two, you'll acquire a reference point because you'll learn what kind of activity is normal and which is not. It's much easier to get to know the characteristics of the network traffic this way than to run a pre-configured intrusion detection system and wait until a certain alarm goes off. If you'd like to consult charts, Wireshark can generate various types. Some are quite complex and allow, for example, the evaluation of bandwidth and session validity. There's also a functionality called expert functions. In Wireshark, the most common issues reported are non-security issues. Strictly speaking, it's not an intrusion detection system. For example, if a program performs the Xmas tree scan on your computer, this will not be reported as the Xmas tree scan, but as an illogical combination of flags in the TCP header. That's the end of the theoretical part of this module. Let's start the practical part. In this part, we'll use Wireshark to detect issues with network communications, including, above all, those that indicate the attack is taking or have taken place, or errors in the configuration of the network services. We'll first discuss the features of the program in detail. During the training, we will use version 1.6.4. If you'd like to do similar exercises by yourself, please use this version or higher. Newer versions are backwards compatible. Since this is a network monitor, it should, first and foremost, capture information sent through a network. Wireshark is able to collect various types of data sent through various adapters connected to your computer. In our case, it's a network card. As we've mentioned in the theoretical part, these can also be Wi-Fi adapters. In Wireshark, you can configure a few options related to the adapter. Please note that you can collect data from a remote computer. Wireshark allows the capture of data sent by another adapter on the computer you're connected to. This functionality works only in the Windows environment, although Wireshark is available in other platforms too. You can choose the type of network. We're working with the Ethernet networks. You can choose to capture data in the promiscuous mode. Wireshark can put the network card into promiscuous mode. The wireless settings button is inactive because Wireshark hasn't detected any compatible adapter, such as the AirP cap. The data collected can be saved in one file or in a couple of files. You can specify the rules according to which the data will be divided. In the lower left corner, you can see the settings that allow you to determine in which circumstances the data capture should stop. It is not necessary to sit before the screen watching Wireshark collecting data. Capture filter is an option used to set the data capture filters. We have already mentioned that you ought to be careful with those filters. You can use them when you want to diagnose a specific situation or a particular problem. For example, to collect the data addressed only to TCP port 80, the HTTP protocol data, or to examine the communications of a particular host. While collecting data in order to create a baseline or to make sure that everything is working normally, you should not use data capture filters. There are also a few display and name resolution options. As we've mentioned, you should turn these off in case the program cannot cope with the stream of data. The Start button starts the monitoring process. As you can see in the picture above, we don't have to generate any additional traffic yet. Let's select a packet to get a look at the program interface. In the upper window, we see information about the captured packets grouped into columns. The information available includes sequence number. The number of the first packet captured is always 0. The next grows sequentially by 1. The next column shows the time elapsed since beginning of capture. Often, we would like to see this in a different layout. Frequently, we're interested in how much time passed since the previous captured packet. Sometimes it makes it easier to find some abnormalities. In other columns, we see the sender IP address, the receiver's IP address, the protocol, as long as Wireshark is interpreted correctly, and the amount of data and diagnostic information. Let's see how all this looks for an application layer protocol. For example, let's select the HTTP protocol. After typing a valid display filter, we will only see HTTP packets. From the lecture on the OSI model, we know that the higher level protocols are packed into the protocol packets of the lower layers. We can see the Ethernet frame, and at the bottom we can see the whole set of captured data. The frame contains everything that we would find in the higher level protocols. When we choose the details of IP version 4, we can get to know the values of the IP version 4 header fields. For example, time to live is 64, which means that the package was, most likely, sent by the server running under Windows because these systems, in the case of the local networks, ascribe 64 as the initial TTL value. We can also find out by whom and to whom the packet was sent. Examining one level higher, we find the TCP protocol. We see that this is a packet sent to port 80 from a dynamic port higher than the port 1024. We can see the sequence numbers and acknowledgement numbers. That is, numbers that allow the TCP protocol to make sure no data has been lost during the session. There are also the TCP header options. These are the flags which, as we said, are set in a strange way during the Xmas tree scan. The checksum closes the TCP header. When it comes to the HTTP protocol, Wireshark analyzes it just like any other header values. We get to know that it was a server's 200 OK response, a message confirming a successful client request. To try out more Wireshark functions related to HTTP protocol, let's visit a website such as youtube.com. From the perspective of a user, this site gives you an opportunity to view a variety of contents. Let's see how it looks from the Wireshark's perspective. Let's clear the filter field. If the data is not cached yet, we'll be able to see the data downloaded by the client. Looking at a stream of packets, it's hard to say what we're actually seeing. So let's apply some additional features offered by Wireshark. In the File Export menu, you can select objects from the HTTP session. Now we can see that these were some pictures. Wireshark has a sync option so that everything that's displayed in an additional window is highlighted in the main one too. We can even save the pictures that have been captured. After the reassembly of the right packet, you can do the same with other multimedia files. If you have a program that plays Adobe Flash video files, you can watch offline what you've previously watched on the internet. While exploring other functionalities of Wireshark, we'll examine some problems. Let's start with a classic problem. We close the window we've been using and start the program with a capture file we've saved before. Because we're now dealing with the ARP protocol, a lower layer protocol, the analysis is much simpler. ARP converts IP addresses to MAC addresses and vice versa. There's little data in the ARP packets. The minimum and maximum size of the Ethernet frame is specified. If there's too little data to reach the minimum, the frame must be filled up. Programs sometimes fill up the frame with current buffer content. Evidently, this is a network card driver problem. It fills up the frame with what's in the buffer at the moment. For example, with what the user has last received or sent over a network. Analyzing the ARP, you can find out what network users have been doing recently. Let's now open another capture file. One of the easiest ways to check what's been happening in the network is to analyze the DNS protocol. Wireshark allows you to filter the data by selecting something in the Packets Details pane, then choosing Apply as a Filter or Prepare as Filter. In our case, we choose the protocol name and the packet type. Data can be filtered in many different ways. Let's see how much information we can get from DNS. We can choose the protocol we're interested in and corresponding field. In our case, it's source. When you click on it with the right mouse button and choose Prepare as Filter option, you can create more complex filters. Now we can observe the DNS communication of the chosen client. After a short time, we'll be able to tell what programs have been running on the computer and what its users been doing. The DNS is a protocol that can give us all of this information. As you can see, to connect to a device in the network, you must first get to know its address. You must first send a request to the DNS server. Let's see another example. We've captured data concerning network users. In this case, someone is connected to HTTP servers. To get a general overview of what happens in a capture file, let's start with the Statistics menu. We'll examine the HTTP statistics and the packet statistics. You can apply data filters to the statistics too. In our case, we will create the statistics based on all the packets. The capture file contains the following information. The client we've chosen sent 144 GET packets. This is 100% of the activities performed by the user. We see the responses below. Is there something in these responses that may be troubling? Not necessarily from the security perspective, but from the management perspective. Let's have a look at the HTTP server's responses. Right now, we don't know what servers they were or what happened to the data. We see 140 responses, out of which there were 80 OK responses and 57 redirection responses, where a server responded to a client that some data had been moved to another location. Interestingly, the not found message of the HTTP protocol indicates a client error. The client wanted to connect to something that doesn't exist. The server isn't responsible for the missing content. We can analyze the data using various statistics. For the same item, let's see the endpoint list for TCP. It turns out that servers redirected our requests not only to different addresses, but also to different ports, so we're not able to trace the data. We managed, however, to generate a list of IP addresses of hosts that were involved in the communication. From the number of packets generated by the host, we can guess that the selected address is the client's computer. The list contains the IP addresses of all computers we were redirected to. Let's see what other information we can get from the DNS server. Let's open a file with the data captured when the computer was starting up. An interesting experience is to monitor the computers left unattended, that is, those with no one at the keyboard. What does the computer do when no one uses the keyboard? Some of the programs installed on the computer are very chatty. Particularly interesting is what happened with the computer when it was starting up. We know that to find out who the computer was connected to, we should filter the data for the information from the DNS protocol. We can see that the computer has the McAfee antivirus installed on it. We also see that the program tried to perform an update. Next, there is a query sent to the virtumode.com server, which isn't a McAfee server. If we did some research about this server, we would learn that this is a website that virus is connected to get instructions concerning further actions. It was the site used to coordinate attacks. Normally, the detection of such a situation is not all that easy, but the capture file and the filter on the DNS server will show us all such information. If you learn that the computers you look after connect to the websites that you know nothing about, check them out, and everything will become clear. To achieve all this, we only needed to know how to use Wireshark for data capture and how to filter this data according to simple rules. Until now, the basic statistics have been sufficient. Now let's examine the application layer. Let's open the file with the captured telnet session. This is a protocol that's very easy to interpret. It's easy for us, humans, to read what the client sent to the server and how the server responded. We can see that two computers exchanged communication. The first 3 packets visible were responsible for a proper establishment of the TCP session by a 3-way handshake. Below, you can see that the telnet was turned on. However, it's difficult to tell how the communication proceeded. We won't analyze a packet after packet. Clicking on any of the telnet packets with the right mouse button opens the context menu with the Follow Stream option. Follow TCP stream, follow UDP stream, follow SSL stream. We will choose Follow TCP stream. It allows us to see the whole of communication, unpacked from the headers of the lower layer packets. We now see the raw data. We can see the data that the client contributed or how the server responded. In our case, we see the original conversation. The user has logged in with Telnet. In the 4th row from the top, everything is doubled. This means that the program captured echo. After the user pressed a keyboard button, a character appeared on the screen. The server sent back the echo of the buttons the user pressed. After typing the password and logging in, please note that there's no echoes of the password. Some information on the remote server was displayed and the client logged out. Follow TCP stream allows you to trace this kind of communication. If we'd used this feature earlier with the HTTP server, it would have pointed to a communication between the browser and the website. Now let's look at something more related to security. We open another capture file. It presents a situation you would not ever want to have in your network. Just looking at the main window, you can more or less get what's going on. First, you can see the TCP session establishment. Then there's an attempt to log in to the FTP server as an administrator with a random password. By clicking on the selected packet with the right mouse button, we can choose Follow a TCP stream. We see that someone tried to guess the administrator's password. We would like Wireshark to highlight issues like this one at once. To do this, you should first prepare your own profile. It can be called, for example, sec, like in security. From now on, we'll perform every action in the new profile. We'll now create coloring rules or filtering rules for specific packets. The point of that is to enable you to choose a pre-configured profile, management, security, etc., whenever you turn Wireshark on. We're now checking on the FTP protocol. Let's see how the user tried to guess the password. Remember that any piece of data can be used as a filter. If we applied the filter FTP request command == user, we would be shown only logging requests to the FTP server. If we only wanted to see the failed attempts, we should select the password not accepted packet. Click on it with the right mouse button and choose the options Apply as Filter or Selected. Let's now create a coloring rule. We would like to color a situation in which the password was not accepted. Right mouse key, Colorize with Filter, New Coloring Rule. We will call the new rule Bad FTP Pass. Now, choose the background color. I suggest you choose a really annoying one. There are already a few coloring rules in Wireshark. Because the rules are applied in sequence, it's more important that our rule is first. From now on, we'll be able to spot the packets we would never like to see in the file. In this way, we've created our own intrusion detection system. Let's look at the attempt to guess the password to another service. We'll open another capture file. The protocol used to communicate with the Microsoft SQL servers is the TDS, Tabular Data Stream Protocol. As you can see, Wireshark correctly interprets the data of this protocol. Not only did it show that such a protocol was used, but it also properly interpreted its header. Wireshark correctly interprets a large set of protocols, virtually all of them. If it doesn't manage to do so, it means that someone uses a really strange protocol or an unusual port, and that you'll have to manually decode the data. Usually, all data are properly interpreted by Wireshark. We'll filter data according to the TDS protocol to see if there are any troubling messages. We see that someone has tried to use the server name SA to connect to the computer named SYD S21ESXi, with a server with a visible IP address and listening on port 1433. Filtering the data sent by the server according to IP addresses would be faster, but it would give the same result. We have the error message reported by the SQL server, which is understandable even for people unfamiliar with databases. It contains information that SQL Server reports an error when someone tries to log in with the wrong password. The error message number is 18456. We can use the error number as a filter or as a coloring rule. We can check how many times someone tried to log into this server. We would like to know how frequently these attempts were. In the table above, we can see the total time since beginning of capture. You can change this to the time elapsed since the last capture. Now it's easier for us to analyze the data. We can see that someone sitting at a computer with the IP address displayed, source, tried to log into the SQL server more often than every 39 milliseconds. Either this is a person who types really fast or uses a brute force program to acquire unauthorized access to the server. Let's have another look at the diagnostic possibilities of Wireshark. The point is to detect a situation when someone tries to send a large amount of data. We'll try out the data visualization capabilities of Wireshark. To evaluate the contents of the file, let's try to visualize them first. We look at the I/O graphs from the Statistics menu. The image shown below is a graphical representation of units called packet tick. The unit is not really intuitive. We can change it into bytes tick. Now we see at what speed data is transmitted at a given point in time. We see how the speed with which anyone sent or received data changed over time. It's presented as a summary. Looking at the statistics, we can notice that one of the computers who tried to establish a connection was identified by the address 10.0.52.164. This information can be included in the graph. It turns out that we can visualize a variety of information on the graph. After we've created a red graph representing a new rule, we can change the graph style to impulses. We can make the graphs overlapped based on the filters previously created in Wireshark. If we look at the example again, you should notice that the client downloaded data from two different servers. And in one case, the bandwidth was small, but in the other, much bigger. In this example, we're focusing on data visualization in Wireshark. Let's see another problem, namely the case before what happens if Wireshark is not able to properly interpret the data. Examining the above capture file, you'd conclude that this is a NetBIOS over TCP/IP session. Looking closely at the data presented by Wireshark, it turns out that the program does not interpret the data as SMB. It shows raw data. This is an example of a situation in which someone uses a protocol that utilizes the TCP transport that Wireshark is not familiar with, or someone has changed the destination port, and Wireshark decodes the wrong data. What should we do in this case? First, we'll try to decode it. If you suspect what could really have happened, select any packet with the right mouse button and choose Decode As. From the list, you can choose the protocol that you suspect was used. Let's try to decode data as FTP. After applying the decoder, the situation looks better right away. We have a correct interpretation. We can now track the selected packet by using the Follow TCP Stream from the right mouse button click menu. It turned out that it was actually a TCP session. We can see who connected to which server and what folders they browsed through. If, in the main Wireshark window, under the subheading Data, there's not information about the protocol, try decoding it as a different protocol. This operation almost always succeeds. Shortly, we'll look at another capture file. It'll be the record of a process which we mentioned in one of the earlier lectures. We talked about how you can make a switch act like a hub. We said that this can be done by sending a large number of IP addresses associated with a random MAC address. This is the situation you see on the screen. Please note how quickly the packets were sent, and how many hosts were apparently involved in the communication. Here we see only the SYN packets of the TCP protocol. There are no data in these packets, so it's not an unusual thing. Please note that the window size field value is set to 512. No operating system uses such a small TCP initial window size. The SYN packet gives no reason to set the window size smaller than the default one, because we haven't received any data yet. A situation where there's only SYN packets and the window size is 512 seems readily suspicious. So really, this is a signature of MacOff, a program used for switch flooding. If you make a coloring rule for the window size value 512, this is the first part you should have in your filter. At this point, we can get some false positives. From time to time, computers can inform you about such window sizes. We're halfway to solution. We should now move the coloring rule to the top. So far, the rule works as it should. We'll add just one more detail to it. That should be a SYN packet. This is the final rule which we would like to add to our existing coloring rules. Thus, we have worked out the signature of MacOff. If we manage to do this with one program used for automated attacks on operating systems and computer networks, we'll probably manage with others as well. Let's try it out on another demonstration file. We'll open the file named Nessus. The file name suggests what we'll be looking for. Here, we mostly want to get to know another Wireshark functionality. Press Ctrl+L to open the Find window. We can now search for something by display filters. That is, all rules that could be entered into the program, by hexadecimal values. They're displayed in the lowest window of the program, or by strings, typing any string of characters. These criteria will be used to search the packets list, the details pane, or the bytes pane. Let's see what happens if you type the expression Nessus. We found the program, which, as we mentioned in the previous lectures, tries to be neither discreet nor stealthy. Nessus is a program that detects certain errors and vulnerabilities in the configuration of network services. The program probes remote services. In packets sent by Nessus, we find program names. We can create another coloring rule or another filter that will show whether someone in the company uses Nessus. Finally, we'll take a look at a few examples of computer scans and remote operating system detection. We'll start in the lowest layer with the IP scan. Above, you can see a capture file you'd never like to register in your network. We see here that some IP protocol packets were sent, and any packet of other protocols. We're dealing with scanning in the third layer of the OSI model. The attacker tries to probe the network infrastructure in this way. They want to see which protocols are supported by which network devices. This is called the IP scan. Only IP packets are sent, in the IP header. They contain information which protocol should be above. Then, you wait for a response from a given device. It will tell you whether the device supports the protocol or not. The IP scan is used to check out the infrastructure of network devices. This is how the IP scan is presented in Wireshark. Let's see how the port scan looks like. We see the TCP packets sent by the computer identified by the address 10.1.0.2 to a computer identified by the address 10.1.0.1. This is very chaotic. If we look at the destination port, it appears that each packet is sent to a different port. Everywhere connection request is addressed to a different port, and each time the destination computer responds with a reset. If the port is closed, the RST packet is sent. That's how the TCP scan works. If the port is opened, it either won't respond or the response will be definite. However, if you receive an RST response, it means that the port was closed. The scan failed. We can see that, in our case, most of the ports were closed. However, if the port was open, the server responded with the SYN and ACK packets. The port wasn't behind the firewall. It tried to establish a TCP session, just as we've discussed it before. In this case, we can analyze successful and failed attempts to establish a session through a standard scan. Let's examine UDP scan. Because UDP is a stateless protocol, we do not expect a positive response. This is a broadcast protocol. The packets are sent, but there is no certainty whether they got through and are received. In accordance with the RFC, after receiving a packet at a closed port, the computer should notify the sender by sending the ICMP packet. Destination unreachable, port unreachable, informing them that the packet was sent to the wrong address. In the UDP scan, no response means that you have come across an open port. At the same time, we expect the error message if a packet reached a closed port. How such a scan proceeds is shown in the picture below. Finally, let's see how you can identify a remote operating system. In this case, the ICMP protocol was used. We see the attacker's computer with IP 10.0.0.29 and the test computer with the address 10.0.0.2. The process begins with sending an echo packet and waiting for the response. This is repeated several times because the ping command sends several packets. In this step, we want to identify a computer existing in the network. Then we formulate different ICMP requests. We look at what the requests and how the server will reply. If someone responds to the timestamp request, giving away the timestamp, or not, depends on a particular version of the device and the operating system. Older Windows systems readily allowed to synchronize their clocks. After the request, we see the response. Someone shared with us his timestamp. Then we ask about other things, for example, the IP version 4 address mask. We can receive the response or not. The response may also contain the default values. The process, which has been previously presented and used quietly in a certain program, for example in Nmap, to identify a victim's operating system, boils down to posting a typical or atypical request and observing responses. Individual responses are compared with a list of predefined schemata. Certain systems respond to one kind of questions, other systems to another kind. After you've used up all the 60 questions, you can quite accurately determine what system you're dealing with, details such as version and service pack included. Functionalities we've tried out are only a part of the full capabilities of Wireshark. We had the opportunity to capture some data, configure the display filters. In a nutshell, we went through the features such as visualization, statistics, packet coloring, and creating custom profiles. The range of possibilities offered by Wireshark that we got to know is sufficient to monitor user activity in the network in real time. It allows you to detect unusual behavior of hosts and users and react to it accordingly, for example, by recording a certain operation. If you'd like to analyze saved capture files, Wireshark files are used by various network services, for example, programs for cracking Wi-Fi network passwords. If you have some spare money, turn on Wireshark for a while and send someone a file to a certain web page. The next day, you'll get an email with a password for the Wi-Fi network whose packets you captured. As you see, Wireshark has a very broad application. Before you use the capture files as a proof, you need to sign them. A couple of modules before, we mentioned how important data integrity is. You should sign the file with the SHA-1 or MD5 key. In that way, you can make sure that the data someone extracts from the file will be the data that you have provided to them. At this point, I would like to end the presentation of Wireshark. Thank you for your attention. Welcome to the module focusing on computer network security. In this module, we'll take a look at wireless networks and discuss the threats connected with wireless technologies. First, we'll cover the strengths and weaknesses of wireless technologies. Then we'll bust some popular myths circulating around the Wi-Fi standard. We'll try to understand why the popular solutions that secure especially home network infrastructures and are often implemented for business networks, are completely ineffective and at best can actually lower the security of a network. We'll also examine authentication methods related to confirming the identity of users in wireless networks. Next, we'll take a look at the technologies that ensure the authenticity, integrity, and confidentiality of data transmitted within these networks. Finally, we'll examine some typical attacks targeting infrastructure, wireless networks, and clients, the computers connected to a wireless network. See you in the training. Welcome to the module focusing on wireless network standards and security solutions. Let's start by going back in time. Wireless LANs were first introduced in 1991 in the Netherlands. Over a short period of time, they became globally sought after. The working principle behind wireless networks is identical to the principle of wired networks that we talked about earlier, or that of networks transferring data via optical signals. They also use the TCP/IP protocol stack. A fundamental difference is in the medium, the vehicle for transmitting signal. Also, the signal is no longer electrical or optical, but uses radio waves instead. A repercussion of this difference is that unlike wired networks, wireless networks share the same carrier for all computers, all hosts that are within the reception range of the transmitter and access point. Unlike in wired networks, a potential attacker doesn't have to run a man-in-the-middle attack, poison the ARP cache, or masquerade under a different IP address to eavesdrop on and control transferred communications. Establishing an unauthorized connection with a wireless network will remain unnoticed in most cases. It's possible to connect to a VLAN without the need for tampering with the network infrastructure. It doesn't require a physical presence in the office of a company whose network an intruder tries to break into. Any computer connected to an access point shares the medium with the other machines. This means that the data transferred over the same network, including confidential data, is in fact public. This is the key difference that separates wireless and wired networks. Whenever you connect to a Wi-Fi network and check your mailbox, or log into an important system service or a social media website, you have to be aware that all interconnected users can access your information. Security-wise, the worst scenario involves attackers taking control over the access point. They can then force you to connect to their rogue access point. This situation will be examined more closely in this and the next part of this course. Now we'll introduce you to wireless communication standards. Standard 802.11, the Wi-Fi standard, is in fact a set of standards. The first 802.11 standard had a maximum data rate of 2 megabytes per second. There's one thing you need to know as far as standards are concerned. Since Wi-Fi networks are standardized, they use the same frequency bands everywhere in the world. In contrast to CB radio or amateur radio users, we don't have to file for a permit to use a particular frequency spectrum. The same wireless card used in Europe will also work in the US, Asia, or Africa. This is made possible through the implementation of wireless standards. The original 802.11 standard was quite soon replaced with its B version. This version is fully retroactively compatible. The amendment increases wireless network throughput to 11 megabytes per second. Version A was released simultaneously with 802.11b. It's quite less popular as it is not compatible with version B or with the original standard. Its strength lies in employing a different signaling method. It also uses a higher frequency. The frequencies that can be seen in the chart in the picture are approximates only, because each standard uses a specified number of channels. Depending on a country, there can be 11 or 13 channels. Adjacent channels can overlap. You need to realize that, for example, for the B version, the frequency is never exactly 2.4 GHz. The successor of B is the standard 802.11g. It's used in business and homelands even today. It's retroactively compatible with the B version and the original standard. 802.11g can transmit data over a relatively long distance with a speed of up to 54 megabytes per second. Between 2004 and 2005, the N version of the standard was introduced and gained popularity. What gave it an advantage over the previous versions was the improved reliability and extended range of the wireless transmission. In 802.11n, the same signal can be transmitted and received by multiple antennas, or access points. Originally, the 802.11 standard used not only radio waves to transport data, it also defined infrared transmission. This standard, however, failed to achieve popularity and was supplanted with other technologies. Let's now briefly discuss the working principles of wireless LANs. To set up a connection with an access point, we need to determine a channel number, which is the frequency of our access point. Many access points might share one channel at a time. This means that there has to be a supplementary mechanism to identify and correctly associate the APs. This can be provided by service set identifiers, SSIDs. An SSID is the name of a wireless local area network. It's not a mechanism for authenticating wireless clients. It's a standard-defined mechanism that allows a client to uniquely identify an access point for connection. This implies that SSIDs have to be public. They can't be encrypted or secured in any other way. If they were, they wouldn't deliver the functions defined in the standard. It's quite pointless to turn off SSID broadcasting. And as we will soon discover, you can't simply turn it off. If you wanted to secure your home VLAN by turning off SSID broadcasting, this could lead to the computers of your users to automatically try to connect to all access points that are available in a given area. As an access point is not broadcasting its name, the client will actively send requests to available APs for their SSIDs. This action, which is complemented by sending certain authentication data during the probing, means that disabling the SSID broadcast can lower the overall network security. It will definitely not work to tighten the security in any way. Turning off the broadcasting doesn't mean in this case that it will be harder for intruders to connect to your network. It's a behavior that can actually actively compromise a Wi-Fi network. We'll look into this more closely. Wireless client configuration is relatively easy to set up. For all operating systems, it's enough to simply choose an available access point and a creator, or a graphic interface will set up the connection. Configuration can be as easy as submitting a password, provided that the authentication is based on a pre-shared key mechanism. To facilitate connecting to a network even further, the Wi-Fi Protected Setup, WPS protocol was developed. At this stage, access point protection is essentially safeguarding the AP's external registrar pin. Setting up a connection is only possible if you provide the correct external registrar pin. The key is usually printed by a manufacturer on a sticker on the device. This helps to automate the configuration and launch of the devices. A problem turned up in December 2011. It transpired that an access point could be made to disclose information on its number. Answering an external registrar PIN query, an access point reports which half of the submitted PIN is invalid. Note that the last digit of the number is its checksum. This is not a secret. You can extract a checksum from the known information. Knowing this, the PIN length is even more reduced. Being able to separately attack the two halves allows for a greater chance of cracking the PIN than in the case of having to determine the entire number at a time. The complexity of computing is worlds apart for both instances. The first part of the number requires as many as 10 to the 4th power attempts to be successfully cracked. Because of the checksum, determining the other half requires only 10 to the 3rd power attempts. Access points enforce no limit of failed attempts. Even if a client is submitting a wrong external registrar PIN over and over again, it won't provoke a reaction. The AP will still give out hints, for example by telling the client that the first half of the PIN is incorrect. This means that a successful attack requires only a degree of patience. Depending on the connection rate, it usually takes up to several minutes to crack an external registrar PIN. Once an attacker has determined the number, he can connect to an access point and be granted admin status. This means that he can change access point configuration. Unfortunately, not all access point manufacturers took steps to solve this problem or took them too late. Not all of them disabled this feature that, as you've seen, allows attackers to effectively determine external registrar pins. What can we do as users to enhance the security of our home networks? Since this is a problem that relates mostly to home networks. We need to disable the Wi-Fi protected setup entirely. By taking a few minutes to manually configure access points, we do a lot to improve the security of our networks. Wi-Fi is not the only wireless technology. Wireless has a long history behind it. The first developed technology was the analog network known as CD-PD. This cordless data transmission method is practically discarded today. The successor of CD-PD, GPRS, is on the other hand still employed in a variety of applications. It is now mostly used in mobile web browsing services. The technology is still also used by the WAP protocol. Another wireless technology that is extremely popular today is Bluetooth. But even given this notoriety, it is virtually unsecured. All laptops and smartphones today have a built-in Bluetooth connectivity. This technology is freely available. And the technologies that make possible the interception of data sent over this channel are equally available. The slide above shows pictures of 3 such tools. To secure your transmissions, you can only force the encryption of exchanged data. Other than that, the natural security is provided by the short maximum range of Bluetooth, a distance of 10 meters. We assume that in the 10-meter radius there are no attackers who'd want to capture the data we exchange between the smartphone and a laptop. For example, during the synchronization of an address book. RFID is another wireless technology that is spread over the world. It can be encountered mostly in supermarkets and other shops. This standard is used to tag products. Reading tags discloses the information contained in it. RFID is practically unsecured. The only protection involved assumes that a person who scans an RFID code is authorized to do it. This doesn't always have to be the case. Imagine that if a thief of an RFID reader takes it to walk around a supermarket car park. Coming closer to the cars, he's able to view the bought items that are inside. RFID's wide popularity does not ensure it is safe. You should remember that there are risks and threats connected to this technology that might be exploited by attackers. The same is true of near-field communication, NFC. It's usually used in an active-passive communication mode. This means that a near-field communication client doesn't have the power source of its own. NFC clients include, for example, the increasingly popular proximity cards. The security of near-field communication is also based on the assumption that there aren't any people around who would want to read your card. In this case, around means in the radius of up to 3 centimeters. The new release of Backtrack includes a set of tools for attacking both Bluetooth networks and NFC devices. These tools are capable, for example, of duplicating proximity cards. If on a train or bus your card is placed within 3 centimeters from a device that can read cards, an attacker can use this to duplicate the credentials saved on your card and use them without any control. Remember that there are no built-in security solutions in NFC. You can physically control medium access, provided that the medium is physical. You can, for example, monitor network cables and switches and in this way prevent unauthorized connections to your wired network. This security technique is practically impossible with wireless LANs. Usually, to be able to connect to an access point, you have to be up to 100 meters away from the AP. This is dependent upon the used antenna. The bigger it is, the better. A directional antenna can be used to reach an access point that is 100 kilometers away. This distance means that a potential intruder can attack your network even from another city or another country. Despite this, he can logically connect to your business VLAN. What can you do to reduce this risk? Internet standards organizations puzzled over this problem in 1999. The web standard was ratified in that year. We'll come back to that later. The ratification of WEP made a lot of people sigh with relief. There's a ready privacy solution providing security that is equivalent to that of wired networks. You can now control medium access. This illusion of security was shattered 2 years later by Peter Shipley at a DEF CON convention. Shipley started the ward-driving trend. This attack method consisted of searching for VLANs during recreational walks, drives, rides, or even flights with a running laptop equipped with a Wi-Fi card. There used to be geolocation maps on the internet that revealed the presence of VLANs. Today, internet access in many countries is practically everywhere, and it's often free. This wasn't the case 15 years ago. The DEF CON lecture also brought positive effects as it highlighted the problem of wireless network security. Since we can't control medium access, we should above all focus on ensuring the confidentiality and authenticity of data exchanged over wireless networks. The diagram in the picture above shows which OSI model layers can be protected with security implementations. You can remember from previous lectures that the lowest layer that can be efficiently protected is the network layer. IPsec can be implemented in the third layer. IP version 6 has its protocol as a default component. Unfortunately, the layer is too high. We would have needed to control medium access and ensure the authenticity and confidentiality of data even lower. This is when WEP protocol and its successors, WPA2 and WPA, were developed. WPA and WPA2 are completely dissimilar technologies and protocols. WPA was introduced because WPA2 was too good for its times. The majority of devices used at the time were incompatible with its technology. To make people move away from WEP, WPA was introduced. The standard is compatible to some extent with WEP. Most older devices that were designed with web security in mind could run with WPA, but not with WPA2. Before we move on to those security solutions that fulfill their promises, it'd be good to mention those that don't. Disabling SSID broadcasting has already been brought up. Even if we turned the broadcast off, the SSID would still be emitted. SSIDs are in clear text in probe request, probe response, association request, and reassociation request packets. You can't hide it. The first thing I'd like you to remember from this course is a warning not to turn off SSID broadcasting. At best, this will not affect your VLAN security, but if you're less lucky, you can decrease the security substantially. Static IP addresses can also be used to enhance security. Almost all access points provide DHCP server services. This means that they allow connected clients to automatically configure the IP protocol. DHCP servers, however, are definitely not built with security in mind. It would then seem logical to disable the server. This, however, does little to improve security. Even though in this case an attacker who connects to an access point would have to manually configure IP address and default gateway, the information needed for configuration is transmitted by an access point in clear text in UDP packets. UDP is a broadcast protocol and can certainly be received publicly. This method only manages to delay an attack by a minute or two. The third solution is a MAC address control. As you can see in the picture above, all access points support adding a trusted MAC address list. This method is sometimes exaggeratedly referred to as a MAC address-based authentication mechanism. What it really amounts to is simple filtering. As you know from previous lectures, it's very easy to change a MAC address. It's just as easy to capture it as it's not secured in any manner. We're in OSI model layer 2 occupied by WPA, WPA2, or WEP. These security measures protect data transmitted in upper layers but not in the second layer. Enabling the filtering of MAC addresses will simply make your life harder. In large VLANs, there are many different Wi-Fi clients. For example, people from other branches of the company. The MAC address whitelist should be updated manually. There's no automatic mechanism for that. Keeping a network like that would consume enormous amounts of effort and time, and the security benefits that come with it are negligible. Another approach you might come across is that since we can't control radio wave access, we should at least try to reduce the range of reception. We can do this by lowering the strength of the signal emitted by access points. You can also use special paints to coat the rooms that contain access points and servers. These paints are quite expensive, and it's doubtful whether they're truly effective. They do block out transmitted signals to some degree, but they don't warrant that an outside user will not be able to connect to your access point. Artificially reducing access point signal strength only makes it difficult for authorized users. They'll have problems connecting to a network. An attacker can always afford a bigger antenna. And we're back to the rule. The bigger the antenna, the better. Let's now take a look at Wi-Fi networks authentication methods. There are 3 authentication options. Access points might perform authentication without verifying user identity. If that's the case, anybody can connect to the wireless LAN. User identity can be verified through checking if they know a shared secret. Keys are usually submitted while a client is trying to connect to the protected network. It's crucial that you understand that these two are completely different technologies. One is used for authentication. We're talking about that now. The other ensures the confidentiality of data. We'll cover this in a moment. The third wireless authentication method involves the use of a radius server and 802.11x protocols. We've already talked about this set of protocols. To quickly remind you, in this case, an access point is configured as a radius server client. Using the EAP protocol, the radius server forwards the client-submitted authentication credentials. The server verifies the user's identity. If you use a radius server and the 802.11x protocol, shared secrets are not used. Each user has his own password. He logs onto his account and his identity is verified. This solution is both more secure and more functional. The 3 authentication methods can be used together with various encryption methods. Not all combinations will be a good fit, but you can try several of them. We've already mentioned open system networks that don't perform user verification. This is a part of the 802.11 standard. It's enough to submit the name of an open network and connect to it. A network name field can also be referred to as an SSID or a network identifier. They signify the same thing. The legality of connecting to other people's open wireless networks varies depending on a country. In the Netherlands, for example, an active intrusion to a protected wireless network is not considered a crime. It's similar for Germany. While it is a crime there, it's seen as the fault of the wireless service providers who jeopardize the safety of their customers by providing them with insufficient protection. In the majority of countries, however, it's the attacker who will be held responsible for the act. In the case of open networks, the identities of users and computers are verified against the MAC addresses of network cards. An open wireless network can also use encryption for transmitted data. Web security is used for this purpose. Open system authentication with web key encryption means the validity of the web keys will not be verified. Since frames are encrypted with this key, an access point will reject the frames that can't be decrypted. The second protection measure is using a pre-shared key. It's a hugely popular authentication method in home LANs. Before I move on to describe how clients are authenticated, I'll talk a bit about the drawbacks of this solution. If more than 2 persons share a secret, it's no longer a secret. A key must be submitted in all computers that want to establish a connection with a given wireless LAN. There's no mechanism for that, so we do it manually. That's why we will probably never change a set key. A shared secret which is not a secret and is never changed doesn't guarantee any security. We'll discover this in the second part of our module. Leaving aside the questions of authentication effectiveness, let's now see how this process looks. The technique makes use of the challenge and response mechanism we already know. A client attempts to contact a selected wireless LAN. An access point generates a pseudo-random challenge message and sends it to the client. The client has to then encrypt the received challenge with the pre-shared key, PSK, and send the encrypted response to the access point. Next, the AP decrypts the ciphertext and compares it against the challenge it sent earlier. If the results match, this means that the same key was used to encrypt and decrypt the message, implying that the client was in possession of the key and was authorized to connect to the VLAN. The system for sending challenge and response messages is not protected in any way. Note that the key itself is not transmitted over a network. Only the data encrypted with the key is transmitted. When you examine threats related to Wi-Fi security, it'll turn out that the process can be reversed. By intercepting the challenge and response messages, we can extract the PSK. Since all users share the key, all users share also medium access. In those VLANs that use PSK user authentication, all users have access to the same medium. This is like being in a local area network connected with hubs. Packets are received by all clients. It depends on the mode used by the receiver's network card to reject the packets that aren't addressed to it, or to choose to intercept and modify them. The only secure method for verifying wireless network user identity is provided by the use of the 802.11x standard. If you configure an access point as a Radius server client, you will need to submit a shared secret. In this case, the secret will be shared by the access points in the Radius server, and not by the X network users. This will allow the AP to check the identity of users who want to establish a connection. Each person will have their own identity. Each person will have their own secret. For example, the password stored in the Active Directory. This means that the Radius server will be an Active Directory server client. It will forward questions usually according to this pattern. First, it will ask whether the user who claims to be Bob has already submitted a correct password. The next request will ask for proof that a given user is authorized to connect to an office VLAN using Wi-Fi. A more secure version of this mechanism verifies the identity of users or computers against their certificates. This does seem very complicated. Other than an access point, you'd need a computer used as a Radius server and also a domain controller for this. As you see, the infrastructure is extensive. This is why this solution is not generally deployed in home VLANs. While it does bring a lot more security, it's excessive if there are only 3 or 4 users in a home network. As for business VLANs with 5 or more users, however, I'd strongly recommend configuring a computer as a domain controller or as a Radius server. We'll see that this solution will secure a network against all known attacks. Let's now move on to the security measures for ensuring data confidentiality. As we've said, the first security measure developed was WEP. A WEP key is indirectly used not only for secure data, but also to authenticate computers. An access point doesn't decrypt frames it can't decrypt. If the frames were encrypted with an incorrect web key, they will be rejected. What are the flaws of the web technology? One of the fundamental rules of cryptography is that one key should not be reused frequently. The more often you use the same key, the less secure it becomes. The web standard doesn't define any solutions for automating key generation. If you wanted to change a key, you'd have to do this manually and separately for each computer. As a result of this, keys are rarely changed. The encryption used in the web standard is weak. The process can be seen in the picture below. It's necessary to calculate the checksum of the packet first. It's an ordinary CRC checksum, not a cryptographic hash function. This means that the web-protected packets are vulnerable to tampering. An attacker can modify the content of a frame and forward it by calculating the correct checksum. The checksum is added to a sent packet. We've mentioned already that this is not secured in any way. The RC4 stream cipher is used for encryption. We'll talk about this cipher at the end of all modules. The secure use of the RC4 algorithm is based on the rule that the key shouldn't be used more than once to encrypt the same data. If this rule is flouted, breaking the ciphertext is trivially easy. RC4 is based on XOR operations. Let's leave aside cryptographic details for a moment. The same data is exchanged repeatedly over the network. This transmission doesn't relate to people visiting the same website. It's about packet headers having a set structure. Predicting field values of the headers is very easy. Given this, randomization was required to improve security. In this case, randomization is provided by the presence of an initialization vector, IV. Unfortunately, it's just 24-bit. A 24-bit IV is too small. This doesn't end the list of problems, though. We'll return to that soon. When an IV is used, data stream has to be mapped with a key stream. The exclusive, or XOR, is used for this purpose. The end result is a ciphertext, or the encrypted version of a packet that we send to an access point. Key length depends on a web version. It can be 64-bit or even 256-bit long. Even if the key is really long, it can't ensure the security of a network on its own. This is due to a small number of initialization vectors. There's only 16,777,216 available IV values in the pool. The problem is that the risk of repeated values, the risk of collision, is much higher than it would seem at first glance. It's enough to capture more or less 5,000 packets for the risk of finding two packets encrypted with the same IV to be over 50%. And having the same vector equals having the same key, because as we said, web doesn't support dynamic key change. This means that we've managed to capture data encrypted with the same key. All it takes now to extract nearly full information on the key is to combine the ciphertext using XOR. Implementation of this weak security mechanism is even worse. The standard doesn't specify the entities responsible for generating IVs. This has to be done by a network card. How? The standard doesn't say. Initially, network card manufacturers used the following system. 1 was for the IV for encrypting the first packet. 2 was for encrypting the second packet. 3 for the third. It was highly predictable. This means that there can be attacks that consist of assuming a specific value of a vector. You can also encrypt data but not encrypt headers. In that case, an attacker is not only able to capture physical addresses of the client he's eavesdropping on, but he can also modify them. He can control the packets transmitted in this network. We've talked about the potential problems connected to adding up checksum to packets. This issue will be noticed, for example, by Korek and others. If we add a checksum to an encrypted packet, there's a one-to-one relationship between the checksum bits and the ciphertext. By modifying any checksum bit, we can determine the validity of any part of the packet. The checksums will or won't match accordingly. An access point rejects the packets that have an incorrect checksum. This is a basic mechanism for maintaining reliability of data sent over wireless networks where there's a lot of interference. We can modify a ciphertext byte by byte. Modify the checksum and see if an access point rejects the packet. This will help you make sure whether or not you have correctly cracked the valid combination for the key for each part. The RC4 algorithm is vulnerable to revealing certain relationships between the key and IV. How can all of these problems be solved? Don't use WEP to start with. Look at the alternative solutions. WPA was ratified by Wi-Fi Alliance in 2003. As we mentioned, this was an interim solution. The name is a bit misleading. WPA2 suggests that it's the improved, more secure version of WPA protocol. It's the basic version of WPA instead, one that did not catch on. Users and manufacturers had to be encouraged somehow to move on to the new standard. WPA was replaced with WPA2, and it was decided that the interim version will be called WPA. Because it's essential to ensure maximum retroactive compatibility, we need to use similar security solutions. That's why we still use the RC4 algorithm. To enhance security, we extend the IV from 24 to 48 bits. This is a significant change. We also eliminate the problem related to the lack of dynamic key change. We introduced the TKIP protocol that allows the automatic generation of keys. WPA verifies the identity of users, authenticates them not only against the pre-shared key, but also using the already mentioned Radius server. The last problem that was noticed and fixed related to data integrity. Instead of a CRC checksum, the protocol used a cryptographic hash function. This function makes it more difficult to modify packets without affecting checksums. The first version of WPA is vulnerable to attacks. Most common WPA attacks target pre-shared keys. Since cracking them by going through all combinations through brute force attack, exhaustive key search, wouldn't be cost-effective, dictionary files are used for this purpose. If for some reason you need to use the WPA in the personal mode, in the pre-shared key mode, this key has to be long and complicated. Don't shrink from providing 63 random characters as a key. The key should not be found on any dictionary or word list. It should not be a simple permutation either. Adding 1 at the end doesn't do anything to improve the security of a key. Let's now briefly discuss WPA2. This protocol uses Radius servers. As far as wireless networks are concerned, this is a real revolution. The RC4 algorithm, which is vulnerable to incorrect implementation, is replaced with the advanced encryption standard. Additionally, each frame is encrypted 10 times using AES. This solution is known as CCMP. A brute force attack on the frame, a WPA2 protected packet, would take over 2 to the 100th power operations to succeed. This is practically impossible. The protocol makes use of a long, random, and unpredictable 48-bit initialization vector. Key management is automatic and native. You don't need a TKIP for this. How can you break into a WPA2 network? It takes the same methods that need to be used for a WPA network. There are essentially 2 classes of attacks. The first class utilizes, for example, the processing capacity of graphics cards that scale very well. You can run multiple operations at a time if a computer has more than one well-equipped graphics card with CUDA. The processing is complex, so it might take a bit. You can also try to guess the key. This works to limit the territory of an attack to a PSK-protected network. This will prove effective if the key is easy to determine. Now a brief comparison of the three technologies: WEP, WPA, and WPA2, or the 802.11x standard. WEP, like WPA, encrypts packets using RC4. Unlike WEP, WPA dynamically changes keys and has a stronger IV. WPA2 uses the CCMP version of Advanced Encryption Standard for encryption. The same protocol is also used for automatic key exchange. As you'll see, the solution is a great way of ensuring VLAN security. The security of VLANs, much as the security of computer systems, is optional. It's our task to choose appropriate technologies. For standard networks, there's of course many more technologies to choose from. Each technology protects a given layer, and they're less conspicuous. For wireless networks, the situation is much more simple. A wireless network administrator responsible for security has to make two simple decisions. Select a method for authenticating users. This should be done through a radius server. And choose a method for ensuring the confidentiality and authenticity of exchanged data. The WPA2 technology should be employed for this. Selecting these two options will practically guarantee a very high level of network security. Thank you. Welcome to a course on security threats in Wi-Fi wireless networks. This module will examine and present some specific instances of threats. A typical wireless network threat is related to the risk of establishing unauthorized connection to a shared medium. As an administrator of a wireless network, you can't control access to the network. Any person who is within the reception range of an access point may be an active user in a given network. As we've said, this is simply a matter of antenna size. Since anyone can connect to a network without authorization, it follows that anyone can eavesdrop on data transmitted in the network. What's more, attackers can intercept the data of other users who share an access point. This is much like working in a broadcast network with hubs and switches. Another typical threat is impersonating a trusted user. Computers are authenticated in Wi-Fi networks against their MAC addresses. A MAC address is not encrypted. It is transmitted in clear text using radio waves. To add to that, all network cards support changing their MAC addresses. The risk of deploying a denial of service attack that will block an access point hasn't been a problem for wired networks, or at least not to this degree. Since the medium is a radio wave, it can be interfered or jammed. Either of the two can be enough to disrupt the operation of a possibly important enterprise infrastructure. With wireless networks, you can run your own access point and spoof a trusted AP that was earlier used by clients. A client computer will connect to an access point that produces the strongest signal. We're back to the antenna size rule. If your rogue access point will have a bigger antenna, it will be used to establish connections with the network's users. Let's look more closely into this issue. You should be aware of the possible threats that await you if you use an unknown Wi-Fi network, especially if they're public. The attack I'll describe now was terrifically popular with intruders at European and US airports several years ago. From a technology standpoint, this attack is not a feat of creativity. It made use of a combination of simple technological solutions and basic social engineering tricks. A would-be attacker launches a fake access point in a crowded place, for example, in an airport terminal. To make users connect to this AP, the attacker's network has a legitimate-looking name, for example, Free Wi-Fi Airport or Heathrow Airport. Any innocent name will do. It could be the name of an internet service provider that is popular in a given area. The attacker aimed to scoop as many connections as possible. To achieve this, the rogue access points did not perform user authentication. They didn't encrypt transmitted data either. The networks were open. When you connect to an access point in an airport, a coffee bar, or a restaurant, you do it to gain internet access. That's why fake access points offered internet access. Any computer that connected to an attacker's access point sent data through the attacker's device. Even if an access point connection doesn't allow for changing some client-side network configurations, many configurations are performed automatically through an active DHCP. Let's move away from the risks connected with the possibility that it's an attacker who set a DNS server used by clients and take a look at a simpler matter. Users fully expect that once an access point connection is established and a website is opening, a page will be displayed from the Wi-Fi provider with a thank you message and a request to submit credit card details. As a result of this expectation, users will freely, in a transparent and unsecured way, provide the attacker with their credit card numbers. They send it to the attacker's server. If this trick is to be pulled off, a fake website has to look trustworthy. It should look similar to other pages from legitimate internet providers. There's a ton of tools on the internet that can help you download an entire web page to your computer's local disk. You can also download a logging page. It's not a problem anymore to set up a page that looks identical to any other page. I'd highly recommend to be cautious with using free public Wi-Fi networks, especially if a logging window appears with a request to submit any sensitive data, especially credit card details. This idea for attacks was subsequently developed and improved on. The next attacks targeted client computers. An attacker aims to intercept user credentials and use them to control a computer. We're back in a familiar scenario. A user is connected to a Wi-Fi network. An access point that supports the network is controlled by an attacker. The AP, which is at the same time a DHCP server, will then set up a default gateway, a router, and a DNS server. It doesn't configure a proxy server, an intermediary. The key objective of the attacker is now to force a victim's computer to send all data through his device, for example, a proxy server. If this is achieved, the attacker would be able to eavesdrop and modify the data sent by the victim on the fly. The on-the-fly modification of received and sent transmissions is a huge threat to computer security. We'll soon learn exactly why. An effective attack requires only to turn on the DNS server that was set for client computers by an access point as the default DNS server. The server has to be configured to return the IP address of your proxy server as an answer to all queries about names. Once it's configured, you control the communications channel between a client and the requested website. You can modify sent data on the fly. In the simplest scenario, you can inject scripts into data exchanged between the browser and the website. You can embed links to an invisible pixel stored on your computer disk on these sites. Displaying a page will also cause the browser to display the pixel. To download it, the browser will have to connect to your computer. While establishing a remote connection in Windows, before a logging page is displayed, the system sends user credentials to a given computer, probably using the NTLM protocol. Over the next module, we'll see that receiving an NTLM challenge is equivalent with obtaining a user's password. Inserting the above code line into a website means that the user will connect to the server number 10.0.0.1, and his credentials will be automatically sent there. The sent data won't authenticate the user and display the image, but we're quite satisfied with the information we've obtained. We've received a sent challenge message. Gaining control over a channel means that a person who set up an access point, for example at an airport or at a restaurant, knows our Windows password. This attack is still extremely popular, and a number of variations exist depending on the prime target of the attacker. Attackers can attempt to steal our credentials to a given website. Instead of an image, an attacker can inject a script that launches an app or a code that is stored on his server. This code can be used, for example, to sniff out values submitted in login and password fields. A relatively recent, extremely vicious type of attack enables attackers to modify the data downloaded by users on the fly. If you connect to a web server using HTTP to download the file is not protected in any way. The authenticity of HTTP packets is not being verified. The packets are not encrypted. They can easily be modified by attackers on the fly. Fortunately, there aren't yet any openly available tools on the internet that make these operations possible. It's obvious that before you launch a program, a warning will be prompted. Do you want to run this program? It comes from the internet and is potentially unsafe. Because we've grown used to messages like this, we will automatically hit yes. As proof of concept, an attack consisting of a downloaded and modified file being digitally signed on the fly with a valid certificate was shown. A user was still prompted with a warning, but the window had a different frame color in Windows systems, and additionally, it came with the information that the file was from a trusted source. As far as client attacks are concerned, as you've seen, an attacker aims to convince users to connect to his fake access point. This can be achieved by setting up an access point that would establish connections to networks with an SSID that a user wants to connect to. The access point will listen to packets checking access points near their client. Then it will extract SSIDs and set up a network with a given SSID. This is another proof that turning off SSID broadcasting is not a good idea. A better solution would have an access point broadcast itself, and it would be up to the client to choose the appropriate connection. Despite all these threats to security, the advantages of wireless LANs outweighs the risks. What can be done to tighten up the security? There's only one solution. If you connect to an untrusted network, don't log into any important services, like your business mailbox or your bank account. Immediately after establishing an internet connection, configure a secure VPN connection to an enterprise server. You need to make sure that all communications are really sent through the VPN channel. This doesn't always have to be the case. It's a matter of varying levels of routing detail. A person who controls a fake access point could have predicted that we'll connect using a VPN and set specific points in such a way that will connect to some websites directly through the rogue access point. Evil twin attack is an interesting variant of client attack. The attack targets business VLAN clients. Attackers have to set up an access point with an SSID that is expected from a user. The rogue access point has to emit a signal that's greater in strength than the legitimate access points. A user knows that enterprise networks are protected and that he'll have to log in to connect. That's why a rogue access point will also employ a logging mechanism. A radius server verifies user credentials in business networks. Our access point will also be a radius server client, but unlike a legitimate radius server, the evil server will authenticate all users regardless of submitted logins and passwords. This means that users will always connect to our access points. Whether or not they will be granted internet access depends on our access point configurations and our subsequent agenda. Until we physically connect our access point to a business network, users will not be able to access the network. The damage, however, is already done. A user sent his credentials to an attacker freely. He had to do it because a Radius server client, the access point, had to send it to the server. The data will either be sent in clear text or as a challenge and response message depending on a Radius configuration. If the PAP protocol was used, the data will be transmitted in clear text. Because an attacker is not trying to make his own life more difficult, he'll set his rogue access point and Radius server to use PAP. Radius clients negotiate different authentication levels from a list configured by an administrator. If a user agrees to use PAP, it's very simple from then on. If he doesn't, and goes on to negotiate a higher level authentication protocol, for example MS-CHAP, the challenge and response message will be encrypted with the user password. The encryption will have to be reversed. This operation will take us about 15 seconds. At this point, an attacker has obtained the user credentials. If he manages to physically connect to an enterprise network, he can, for example, log in as the victim. The fact that a user is connected to an access point means that the attacker is fully able to control a client. In this scenario, we did not expect any need for major user activity. A client was only expected to connect to an access point. What are the countermeasures? As a rule, you shouldn't only prove your identity to an access point. The access point should also prove its identity to you by way of mutual authentication. This would help prevent impersonating a trusted access point. Mutual authentication can easily be configured in Windows systems locally, or using group rules. You can see the latter configuration below. You can select in EAP settings whether you want to ensure the identities of an access point or Radius server. If it's checked, select Next a certificate to be used for verification. A Radius server is required to present its valid certificate that matches a certificate issued by a public certification authority. A common error in managing enterprise networks is failing to require mutual authentication. Another problem is accepting all the certificates pre-installed in a Windows system. This means that to run an attack, a potential intruder will only need to buy a valid certificate, which costs about $100. You should only trust certificates that were issued by your certification authority. You also need to have your own public key infrastructure. A denial of service attack is another matter. What is the easiest method for blocking out a Wi-Fi network? It's removing a magnetron from a microwave oven. After dismantling a microwave, you will find the device pictured above. It's the heart of the microwave. The magnetron shown in the picture is ready for sale on a Chinese website. This option works for people who don't want to dismantle their microwaves. It's enough to plug the device in and move away quickly. All wireless networks within hundreds of meters will be shut down. Easy and effective. What are the protection measures with regard to infrastructure attacks? All in all, given the outlined attack cases, you need to remember about several key points. Don't use the WEP protocol and try not to use the first version of WPA. If you are using WPA, or better still WPA2, this doesn't eliminate all potential threats. If you don't have a Radius server, ensuring that your pre-shared key cannot be cracked is vital. The key shouldn't be found in any dictionary that would make you a prime target for known types of cracking. The key also has to be relatively long. The longer it is, the longer it would take an attacker to brute force it. Attacks can be automated using professional tools like Wireless Security Auditor, developed by Elcomsoft, a Russian company that specializes in cracking tools of all sorts. We've already talked about PSK attacks. We'll see an example of this attack soon. Summing up these two modules, I can risk saying that efficient Wi-Fi protection is relatively easy to implement. A good solution is authenticating users to the 802.11x standard. For example, Radius Server, and protecting transmitted data using the 802.11i standard, for example, WPA2. Let's see what could happen if we don't implement these recommendations. Our access points use the old WEP protocol or the first version WPA. Moreover, they operate in the pre-shared key, PSK mode, and don't use a Radius Server authentication. This means that we're ripe for simple computer network attacks. The programs that facilitate these attacks have been the basic component of the backtrack distribution for many releases now. The usage of these tools has recently become even easier. Previously, you had to type in about 4 commands in the command line, a terminal. If your operation required turning the interface off and starting it in listening mode, this took 6 instructions in total. Now, breaking into a badly configured VLAN is as easy as launching Fern Wi-Fi Cracker. The tool is planned to be a component of the newest backtrack. This is a small application with an intuitive interface. There's even an update button for checking the current version. It'll help us break into a weakly protected wireless network. I'd like to show you how this is done. The program is probably already available for Windows systems. We'll use its Linux version though because Wi-Fi card drivers that run on Windows don't allow active data exchange with networks you're not yet connected to. The basic scenario of some of the attacks is forcing a client to disconnect. We'll talk about it more during the demonstration. We'll start with switching to backtrack. Here's Fern Wi-Fi Cracker installed, configured, and running. This tool uses the AirCrack and AeroDump NG suite of tools. Other than these two dependencies, we'll also need running Python scripts. To launch an attack, we need to select an interface, a network card. The interface here is called VLAN1. After selecting the interface, you can select channels that are to be scanned by double-clicking anywhere in the main window. The tool is set to scan all channels by default. We'll want to scan for the access points with active connections instead. After clicking on Toolbox Settings, you can enable the feature that locates the output as geographical coordinates. You can also set the Wi-Fi attack options there. If MAC addresses are filtered, you can type here the MAC address that had been intercepted earlier, or submit any MAC address if you don't want your real address to be saved in the access point administrator's logs. Let's start the scan. Note that 2 monitors appeared. Fern Wi-Fi Cracker scans for networks protected with WEP in the first window, while in the second, the search applies to VLANs protected with WPA. Let's start with the WEP scan. You can see here the BSSID of an access point. This is simply the physical MAC address of the AP. We need it for checking whether there's any active connections to an access point. The tool has detected one WEP-protected network, which means that looking at a MAC address, we know that it's connected to the found network. There are no other networks around. We've managed to detect a weakly protected network that is actively used at the moment. At the bottom of the window, you can see the number of the Ethernet frames sent and received by a client. We'll need now to choose from the main window the option you can see below. We need to select an identifier of the targeted network. In our case, this is default. You can select one of 3 listed attacks on WEP networks that can be seen below. You can also use default options and click on Attack. Since we've selected ARP request replay as the attack, we have an opportunity to see the communications between our computer and an access point. The point is obtaining a sufficient number of initialization vectors. If we manage to do this, we'll try cracking the key. Data encrypted with the same RC4 protocol key always looks the same. As you can see, we've found out that an attack that consists of forcing an access point to generate initialization packets by responding to our ARP requests has managed to gather an appropriate number of packets. To be able to crack the key, we needed 29,362 packets in total. After gathering and saving the packets to pickup, both monitors close. At the bottom of the above window, you can see a hexadecimal value of the key. This key will enable us to connect to an access point, to a weakly protected web-encrypted wireless LAN. The whole attack took less than 2 minutes. While configuring a web-protected access point, you can submit a password in 2 formats, either in a hexadecimal notation or as an ASCII string. The attack we've run produced the first format output. If you don't want to use this format, you can convert it to ASCII code. We've connected an online converter. It's a converter we've been redirected to by a search engine. After typing in the key cracked by Fern Wi-Fi Cracker, it turns out that the password of the web-protected network is HackM. Now let's try to break into a WPA network. We'll start with detecting available access points. To do this, click on the listening icon again. 2 monitors pop up. We've seen them already. This time, we're not interested in web networks since we already know the key to the detected network. We'll focus on WPA networks this time. The program has detected 2 such networks. One of the networks is actively used at the moment. The BSSID of the first network is DD_WRT, and AD is the value of the end of its MAC address. We compare it against the end of the address that can be seen at the bottom. They match. We can conclude that the first network is the one being actively used. The next step is to click on an icon you can see below in the main window. We'll select the DDWRT network in the new window. Breaking into a WPA-protected VLAN amounts to cracking a pre-shared key. In the case of web, which is constantly vulnerable to attacks, even a good configuration of all settings doesn't mitigate the risks. With WPA networks, the attack is based on the assumption that the key will be easy to crack, and that it can be found on a word list of a given language. As you can see, we have 2 such word lists prepared. One is shorter, the other is longer. For the purposes of this presentation, we'll start with the short list. Everything has been configured. It's enough now to click on Attack. The attack can be apparent in this case. If a network user is really using it actively, for example, downloading large files, there's a possibility that our actions will disconnect and reconnect him to the network. He'll experience a connection drop. As Wi-Fi users, we're used to a connection disappearing sometimes and that it can become weaker or slower. In this case, we're trying to force a user to re-authenticate. We'll check each time whether the password submitted by the user can be found on our shortlist. As it turns out, it can. The password for the attack network is password. The 2 presentations provided examples of typical infrastructure attacks, breaking into Wi-Fi networks. You were able to see for yourself that protecting Wi-Fi is up to you entirely. Appropriate countermeasures can simply be not using web, and in the case you're already using WPA, deploying a second version of the protocol along with implementing strong passwords. The best solution is to authenticate users through a Radius server. Thank you. Welcome to a lecture on the security of operating systems. The first module in this series will focus on operating system security models illustrated by Windows systems. We will try and answer the following question: what level of protection can be offered by an operating system? Let's start with basic security. What sort of protection can be expected from operating systems? An operating system must above all guarantee the availability of provided services. We as users need to be sure that the tasks we want to execute will be executed. We also need to be sure that the system performance will be reliable, for example, that the system will not fail. And the aspect that is most relevant in this course is that the data stored and processed by an operating system will remain secure and confidential, and that its integrity won't be compromised. Modern operating systems, or any of the computers we used, are almost always connected to some network. They're also almost always connected to the global network, the Internet. Their environment supports a number of applications which exchange data with external services without our knowledge. This is a problem because we have no control, or little control, over the data that can be found in our computer and is processed by it. A good example of this are antiviruses, or any other programs that update regularly. Some developers set the default control to such an aggressive level that an antivirus checks for virus database updates multiple times per minute. If you monitor network traffic, you'll see that your scanner sends out an update query regularly, even every 15 or 20 seconds. To standardize the security that is provided by a computer system, a classification for evaluating security levels has been introduced. Initially, the assessment criteria of operating system security were published in a document called the Orange Book. It was part of a Rainbow book series on computer system security. Several years later, the evaluation standard was updated and systematized. Today, the binding standards are the Common Criteria for Information Technology, the CC norm. As you can see, there are several standard categories. The table above shows relationships, or the corresponding security levels under the Orange Book and the Common Criteria standards. Let's start with the most basic systems. This is the D division, or the first EAL level. To be classified at this level, an operating system doesn't have to offer any guarantee of protection. The system doesn't support, for example, the separation of user sessions. This means that the physical address to the computer means de facto gaining full control over the system. This includes the ability to open and modify other users' data. To give you an example, the Windows 9X series systems are classified at this level. The second level provides for discretionary data protection. A system is required to authenticate and authorize users in a secure manner. Once identification is completed, prior to executing each command, a user will be verified for having appropriate privileges to run it. Early Linux and Unix systems are classified at this level. The third level systems enforce access control. Adding to the features supported in Level 2 systems, systems classified at this level are required to provide for user activity monitoring. Each allowed or disallowed operation has to be logged. An example of a system classed at this division is Windows NT. The fourth level is restricted to systems that support labeled security protection. It's an implementation of a model known in cryptography, the security theory, as the Bell-LaPadula model. We'll come back to this in the future. In a nutshell, the model assigns sensitivity levels for certain types of data. A person with a given level of privileges will be able to access only the data that was assigned to the corresponding or lower sensitivity label. Newer Windows and Linux systems are classed at this level. The fifth level also enforces structured protection. It requires the operating system structured to allow for the monitoring and control of all operations executed by the system. This means that the uncontrollable tampering with data of another process is impossible. All launched operations are atomic operations, and the access to the data processed by it must be authorized. The fifth level doesn't encompass popular operating systems. They don't even aspire to it. Some specialized versions of systems implemented on specific machines may be classed at this level. The sixth level systems require the provision of process isolation. Each security-critical operation must be separate and independent in the system. The highest level, the seventh level, is assigned to those systems that are able to formally, for example mathematically, verify their security. The systems have to effectively exclude any possibility of successful attacks. The security of these systems can't depend on configuration or user behavior. It has to offer formal assurance of full protection. Level 7 encompasses several devices, not systems. They're definitely not commercially available. The modules that deal with operating system security will talk above all about system security boundaries. The concept of a security boundary is vitally important as safeguarding a system against cyber threats amounts to risk management. We've realized this early on during the first modules of the first part of our course. To manage the risks in a conscious manner, you have to be aware of the protection that is offered by your computer system. You also need to take note of the fact that an operating system can only protect data when it's running. It doesn't protect data against local attacks. We'll try to give you hints on using popular operating systems in a considerably security-conscious way. And finally, we'll also take a look at the concept of granting rights not to users, but to the programs launched by users. This different security model has been supported for many years in many computer systems, also in Windows systems. This security model we've just mentioned, a model that is based on code on access rights, is on the shelf but seldom used. This means that it's the task of the administrator to stop users from launching any potentially harmful programs. In the next lecture of this series, we'll learn about the implementation of this. We'll also take a look at the techniques and tools for independent detection and removal of malware. The malware we referred to are mostly rootkits, programs that attempt to hide from users and administrators. At the end, we'll evaluate the security of our systems. Configuration errors are in practice the largest source of problems with protection measures' effectiveness. Users and administrators often don't modify the default configuration, believing it's set to provide the highest security, which is not true. Or sometimes reconfigure their systems in a way that lowers the security even further. See you in the training. Welcome to a course on operating system security boundaries. We'll delve into the issue of using Windows systems for illustration, as they're the most popular operating systems in use. Since Windows is so popular with users, we'll spend most of our working hours on protecting this system. Microsoft has a well-defined security policy that we'll also use as an example to highlight some theoretical aspects. Trustworthy computing forms a part of Microsoft's security policy. The initiative was launched in 2002, and its goal is to ensure the security, confidentiality, and reliability of data processing. It has also defined the concept of a Windows security boundary. This term relates to protecting users by sandboxing some areas, by separating some operations that are potentially unsafe. They have to be isolated so they don't run in an uncontrolled manner and affect other components of the system environment and other users. The simplest boundary might look like the picture below. A boundary uses rules to separate code and data from other code and other data. If it's defined in this way, a boundary specifies that a code that is launched on one side of the boundary shouldn't access the code and data of the other side, or that the access has to be controlled by an explicitly defined rule. The rules have to be intuitive enough so that the user can grasp and follow them. This means that an OS developer, in this case Microsoft, has to maintain the defined boundary. The developer has to react to all violations of the boundary and all attempts to cross it. If a security boundary is to isolate some processes, it has to be worth the time and money it will cost to maintain it. The rules used for a boundary have to be set explicitly. It can't be a state border, or the sort of border that you only need to slow down to cross through. It should be more like the border between North and South Korea. High fences, barbed wire, and a minefield in between. The boundary has to be strong enough to make unauthorized passage impossible, or at least significantly hinder it. If we assume it as such, it turns out that maintaining security boundaries could incur too great a price, not only for a system developer, but above all for users. If you had a chance to work with Windows Vista, you could witness this in practice. The system enforced a strict boundary between administrator and user account roles. An example of this was Windows pop-ups that repeatedly asked whether you really wanted to execute an operation. Microsoft has learned their lesson, and new versions of the system are less bothersome. Although, as we'll see soon, the boundary still exists. The more boundaries a system implements, the less user-friendly it becomes. You can't put too much weight on security by reducing functionality. A violation of a security boundary has to be met with a prompt reaction from the software developer, or otherwise boundaries wouldn't perform their function. One peculiar thing about cybercrime is that developing an attack technique requires specialized knowledge, commitment, and also money. But a subsequent use of a pre-made scenario is much easier. After a given vector becomes automated, it's a walk in the park. Any boundary crossing has to entail an immediate reaction from software developers. A consequence of the outlined assumptions is the fact that operating systems, including Windows, implement a lot fewer security boundaries than it would seem. It's worth noting that there's much fewer boundaries than the marketing materials that sing the praises of ASLR, DEP, and other security solutions would have you believe. As it will turn out, these solutions don't necessarily define any security boundaries. Let's start with the basics. Historically speaking, the first security boundary is the physical computer. A boundary in this case must separate all local computer processes from the outside world. Once a computer is connected to a LAN and the internet, everything that is external to the machine is treated as untrusted. You probably experienced this multiple times launching a program from a network share. If a file is contained in a directory outside of your computer, trying to run it will be prompted with at least one pop-up warning stating that the file comes from an untrusted site and can be potentially harmful to your computer. Copying the file or downloading it from the internet using Windows Explorer or Internet Explorer won't automatically make it trusted. Both explorers mark such files as files that have crossed a security boundary. Even if they're currently stored on a C or D drive, all attempts to run them will display the same warning messages unless you check the files as trusted. We'll talk about that later. Protecting this data entails the control of all data transmissions. This can be implemented through the use of system firewalls. Firewalls have been controlling both incoming and outgoing traffic for some time already. The goal of establishing this boundary is not, however, securing a system against local attacks. The fact that a physical computer is a boundary doesn't mean that it can actually safeguard a system against people who have access to the computer's keyboard. Obstacle: this boundary is the most vital security-wise. Violating it involves the risk that a system is infected with an exploit that can be remotely executed or used to take over remote systems. This is the critical security level. If a breach of this boundary is detected, a software developer has to release a critical security patch. The second security boundary is the operating system. A single computer can feature more than one system. This technology is known as virtualization. It's hardly anything new, being first developed as an IBM solution in the 60s. Soon after the first system was virtualized, IBM Scientific Journal described the first exploit that crossed the boundaries set by an operating system. By exploiting a bug in the input-output control system, the exploit enabled the uncontrolled sending of data between virtualized operating systems. Virtualization is managed by a program or a service called a hypervisor. There's a particular assumption that arose around the model that makes each operating system a separate system with separate security, regardless of whether it's running on a physical computer or in an environment virtualized by a hypervisor. People believe that it's enough to secure the host system, update it, run an antivirus, pay attention to the files launched in the host. They think that these actions will also protect everything that has been virtualized in the host. This is a falsehood. All virtual systems require the same level of protection and security as a system that is running on a physical computer. Violating the security boundary set by a system entails an immediate release of an important security update. For Microsoft, this is a significant boundary that requires protection. We'll look at the third boundary a bit more closely. This boundary is defined by a user session. It relates to keeping the programs launched by a user on a system from accessing the programs launched by another user. This is critical, for example, in a terminal environment. If a user session did not define a security boundary, Windows wouldn't be able to operate as a terminal server. This means that if a company's president and an IT staff member would simultaneously connect to a server, they would both have control over each other's processes and be able to read the data modified by the other user. This shouldn't happen. How is the boundary implemented? Note that all processes launched by the user are run in the user session. We'll discover this in a moment. An operating system is still able to tell when a session process has been launched. System processes, for example the services that are automatically run with the start of the system, have been separated to run inside their own sessions. Before this separation, they executed in the session of the first user who logged in. This constituted a critical breach of the boundary. Modern systems have amended this situation. All user processes are now tagged with a specific level of privileges. This permissions attachment means that the process can only be accessed by the user who launched it. Access control lists can be assigned not only to files, folders, and registry keys, but also to processes. Windows tags processes in such a way that only the user who launched them can access the process. To enforce data isolation, processes are bound to their own namespaces, to user namespaces. We've mentioned that this boundary is of key importance to a terminal server. There is a problem, however. If a user session really defined a security boundary, this would mean that an administrator doesn't have full control over his own computer since he can't interfere with the processes launched by other users. This shouldn't happen. A user session has been set to define a security boundary, but only for standard users. Users with raised permissions, for example administrators, are able to cross the boundary within the rules provided for the boundary. This is supported by Microsoft. Violating a user session boundary will also entail a release of an important security update. Before we go on to take a look at lower-level boundaries, let's see how the user session boundary has been implemented in Windows 7. We'll use sysinternals suite for this presentation. Sysinternals is a suite of tools developed by Mark Rusinovich. The tools are probably well known to all administrators and to other Windows system security practitioners. We'll run a program called Process Explorer. Even though the program is contained in a trusted directory, note that I still have to agree to run it. Taking a look at the program's properties, it turns out that the file is external. It comes from another computer. It's still blocked even though it's currently stored in my computer. This information has been saved. To disable the Open File Security warning, you need to unblock the program by clicking on the button you see above. The question is, where does Windows store this type of information? It's saved in an alternate file stream on an NTFS drive. Objects on NTFS drives can have multiple data streams. Alternate data streams are used exactly for this purpose, to store the origin of a file and allow a system to perceive it as a file that comes from an external site. Data streams may also be used to hide certain types of data. Coming back to our program, we'll run it with the administrator privileges. We'll later talk about the origin of the need to relaunch it and confirm the decision. Let's take a look at the processes that run under the current account, our account. The rows of these processes are by default highlighted in blue. The operating system's shell, for example Windows Explorer, is the currently highlighted process. Various processes are launched within this shell. The bottom pane contains information on the selected Explorer process. You can view, for example, the activity of the process. In this case, we can see the objects loaded by a given process. As you can see, a session has been set up for us. The identifier is 1. We're probably the first users who logged into this environment. By right-clicking on a process running in our session, you can select Properties. Let's move to the Security tab. Everything is tagged in such a way that the objects opened by a process can only be accessed by us, the current user account, a built-in system account, and a strange account with a visible seed. The 1-5-5-0 seed indicates a logging identifier. In a way, this is an additional identifier of the above user. No other accounts can interfere or tamper with the operation of the process, except for the operating system itself. We'll leave Process Explorer for a moment, but we'll return to it later. We'll run now a standard Windows tool, Windows Task Manager. Once all the user's processes are displayed, and we sort them by usernames, it turns out that we can view our processes and the processes of other users. This is possible because the program runs with administrator permissions. We have discovered first that a session defines a security boundary. But here we can see that an administrator account can cross this boundary. It's enough to right-click on, let's say, iExplorer.exe to be able to end it, which is an obvious interference with the operation of the process. The administrator crosses the boundary in an explicit and apparent manner. The last aspect of a user session boundary we'll cover is isolating session 0. To do this, we'll need a program called psexec. Let's start by launching the command line with administrator permissions. Next, go to the sysinternals folder. psexec is commonly used to launch processes on remote computers. It can allow us to gain access to a remote operating system and the command line of that system. One of the additional features offered by the tool enables running it in a different session after submitting that session's number. This is enabled by the -i switch. Let's now find out how it works. Let's run any program, for example calc.exe, in session 0. The calculator is running, but we don't see it on our screen. The isolation of the session is working. There's a new warning in the taskbar. A program running on our computer is trying to display a message, but we can't view it. The window appeared because Session 0 isolation is a feature that can only be implemented beginning with Windows 7. It wasn't available in the previous versions. All services were running before in the context of the session of a user who logged in first. This session encompasses also antivirus scanners, which are programs that run as system services. Antiviruses interact with users, display messages, warnings, etc. After the release of Windows 7, antiviruses shut down. To allow them to work, Microsoft introduced the dialog box you can see above. By clicking on View the Message, you switch in a way to a different desktop. You can see here the desktop of a user who launched Session 0, or effectively, the operating system. Let's quit the program and return to our own session. Because Session 0 doesn't show any new messages, the displayed window has also disappeared. Security boundaries start with a physical computer. We've also covered the subsequent boundaries, an operating system boundary and a user session boundary. Let's try to discover if a process also sets another system security boundary. What's the meaning of a process to begin with? The System Task Manager uses the term incorrectly. A process is a binary code saved to a file. A part of the virtual memory addressed to a system and code metadata are allocated to an executable code. The metadata includes mostly handles that enables the process to communicate with external processes. A process also involves a security context that describes it. These elements constitute a process as such. Returning to the Task Manager, the Processes tab shows elements that are not actual processes. What's more, some launched binary objects are contained here multiple times. Modern operating systems, including Windows, don't use a process to set a security boundary. A process defines a reliability boundary and is managed by an operating system. It allocates CPU and RAM to processes. This means that a single process can read and modify the data other processes work with in a way that is uncontrolled by the system. This occurs within a user session. If we run an untrusted program or an untrusted process in our session, this implies that we practically lose control over not only the results of the program's operation, but over the entire session. This is important security-wise, and we'll bring this up more than once later. We need to trust that a launched program will work as described by its developer. Otherwise, we need to verify this on our own. We can conclude that we shouldn't normally use the administrator account because a process run with administrator privileges can affect also other processes run by other users. A process that is run in this way crosses the boundary of a user session. PatchGuard is another technology we'll talk about. This technology has been developed to prevent the installation of programs running in the kernel mode. These programs operate low-level and can directly access other system processes, which means that they are able to access computer resources indirectly. PatchGuard is a security solution deployed in 64-bit systems. The working principle behind this technology looks as follows. If PatchGuard detects a modification of the system processes that is unsupported by Microsoft, the system halts as a stop error is reported. All the most important system processes, CentOS kernel exe, Hall DLL, IDT, SSDT, and MSR, are protected using PatchGuard. What's the purpose of this mechanism? Who develops programs that run in kernel mode? These programs include, above all, drivers and low-level services. Their creators are software manufacturers, ISVs. Many software manufacturers developed programs that patch the kernel to make it compatible with their company's designs. This meant that the programs made use of undocumented functions and features of the kernel. What followed is that any modification of these undocumented functionalities entailed the shutdown of a number of programs used on the computer. This practice resulted in Microsoft having their hands tied. Any amendment or change in the system structure could bring about a failure of multiple programs and a round of disputes with ISVs about making them work again. To streamline this process, the PatchGuard technology has been implemented. The solution reports critical errors which are signaled by the characteristic stop message. This provides a software developer with a clear sign that the program they are developing and testing uses an undocumented functionality and patches the kernel in a way that is not supported by a system manufacturer. These, in short, are the goals of PatchGuard. The goal was never to protect systems against malicious modifications of system processes. Remember that you shouldn't base your security policy on solutions that weren't created with security in mind. This issue is all the more vital because the misconception is quite common. This is why attacks occasionally target PatchGuard as well. Results of these attempts are later published and discussed at conferences. It's been repeatedly proved that the technology can be successfully bypassed. Microsoft doesn't seem to react to these claims in any way. The company doesn't treat bypassing PatchGuard, for example, modifying a system process to your liking and not following Microsoft recommendations, as a security boundary violation. And so the vulnerabilities won't be patched in, nor will any steps be taken to mitigate the threat. The attacks are feasible and quite easy to run. PatchGuard operates as a kernel process, so it can't protect other processes that have similar level of privileges. The program doesn't protect files stored on the disk either. The only objects that are protected are the processes loaded into memory. Another solution which is often considered a security boundary or a security technology is kernel mode code signing. This technology disables loading a driver that hasn't been digitally signed in 64-bit Windows systems. This constituted a rather serious vulnerability from the beginnings of the system, ever since Windows 95. The problem was that the majority of critical errors, blue screens, were a result of an unstable driver. Drivers usually operate in the kernel mode and so have direct control over devices. A driver bug causes the entire system to halt. From a user's perspective, it seems like a question of Windows malfunctioning. This had to be fixed somehow. While moving to a 64-bit environment, servers today are all exclusively 64-bit, as will client systems be in the future. Microsoft decided to sort the situation. Effective troubleshooting requires identifying a driver's manufacturer first. The manufacturer can then be told how to fix the bugs. If a program is not signed, contact is nearly impossible. Many modules in a program's code don't contain any fingerprinting or contact information. And even if they do, the information is arbitrary. A digital signature using a certificate allows a clear identification of a software creator. How does kernel mode code signing work? At the system start, a list of revoked and blocked drivers is loaded. This is something along the lines of an exclusion list. If a driver can be found on a list, an attempt to load it will be blocked. This solution employs an interesting idea. The future of operating systems will probably involve granting explicit permissions to launch some programs. All applications will be blocked by default. The history of firewalls was much like this. Firewalls used to explicitly allow all traffic. Microsoft would release, for example, a security bulletin on dealing with the slammer worm that advised users to block port 137 in parameter firewalls. And people would do this. It seemed that 10 to 15 years ago, all ports were open by default and only selected ports were blocked. Today, it's the other way around. All ports are closed and only selected ports are open. The same solution could be employed for software. Let's return to kernel mode code signing. Before a driver is launched, its signature is verified. The signature has to be valid. The procedure also verifies whether a certificate was used for the signing of the driver has been issued by an appropriate certification center. A certificate costs about $100. It's not about entering a loyalty reward scheme. The goal is to uniquely identify a program's manufacturer. Kernel mode code signing has also been a target for attackers. An attack that got a lot of attention was one that was run by Joanna Rutkowska, who became quite well known after that. Kernel mode code signing is not a rogue driver-proof technology. To run an attack of this type, it's enough to purchase an appropriate certificate. The technology doesn't offer a feature for blocking modification of disk files either. Another solution that is often seen as a security technology, and which was initially marketed by Microsoft as such, is user account control. We'll dedicate one of the next modules to it, but let's now try to find out if this technology really defines a system security boundary. User account control aims to ensure that programs aren't run with escalated permissions, administrator privileges. Even the programs launched by an administrator shouldn't be excluded from this rule. We've just had to explicitly allow a program to gain administrator privileges. Attempting to launch a process will display a pop-up box asking if you really want to run it, and the whole screen will be grayed out. If you wait long enough, you'll see, for example, that the system clock has stopped. The background image is a bitmap of the current screen. All these operations are there to make you take notice of a security-critical question. To return to your work, you need to react in some way to the displayed message. Since you haven't pressed Ctrl-Alt-Delete, the prompt could have been displayed by any process. It's easy to create a program that will display a question that looks like a legitimate system warning. If another process displays the window, a standard user will be asked to submit administrator credentials. In this way, a user gives administrator credentials to a malicious process. That's why user account control is not a security boundary. It's simply an additional feature that can be worked into the structured protection model we've mentioned earlier. Its goal is to disable or hinder the automatic infecting of computers by programs that require administrator credentials. Let's now move to a Java virtual machine and code access security. I'm talking about the .NET framework. Both technologies allow granting permissions to programs. As we already know, a process doesn't define a security boundary. A solution that can effectively replace this is the code access security mechanism. Both virtual environments enable granting permissions to programs that are independent of the user permissions. This means that regardless of the user account used to launch a program, if loading data from the main folder on the C disk is disabled for the program, it will throw up an exception. An administrator or program developer grants code permissions without regard to the user account permissions used to run the program. The mechanisms, of course, are overlapping. To run a program, you would need to have appropriate privileges, but once a program is launched, it executes its own additional permissions. How are they created in Windows? With the .NET framework, a program's permission set is assigned according to the level of trust that it's granted. We'd need to identify a program, read its label. Next, we'd need to authorize all operations executed by the program. An attempt to execute a disallowed operation will result in the error you can see below. Code access security is treated as a security boundary. Microsoft reacts to all attempts to cross the boundary by issuing an appropriate critical security update. The mechanism for gaining code permissions is complicated. To simplify it, permissions are created in several ways. First, a program can belong to a zone. It can, for example, belong to the internet or intranet zone, which means that it can be downloaded from a LAN or external network. A program can also belong to your local computer zone. It will then be granted a different trust level. The levels are governed by the site of origin of a launched program. Beyond that, we'll also have credentials, or a program signature. These two mechanisms will overlap to build a resultant program permissions list. If this mechanism is to be used to its full potential, software developers must request granting appropriate permissions to a program either declaratively or procedurally. The top listing in the slide above shows a demand for granting permissions to read a file. The below listing shows the explicit specification for a program to not execute some operations. The effectiveness of protecting an operating system is underpinned by risk management. To manage risks in a purposeful manner, you have to be aware of the threats that you may face and know the inbuilt system security technologies. A basic concept that relates to classifying the technologies is a security boundary. A security boundary allows you to control data flow between a code and another code. There's fewer boundaries in a system than it could seem. One boundary is set by the computer itself. The others are defined by a system or by the user role. Over the past 10 years, only one new boundary has emerged. A boundary set by a virtual machine, or a Java framework. Within the domain set by a boundary, malicious processes are not controlled. It's vital to plan your security solutions with this in mind. Thank you. Welcome to a module that will focus on malicious programs. As we've discovered in the previous module, a session is the last security boundary that Windows provides. Everything that ranks lower, all processes that you run in the context of a session, you do at your own risk. In this module, I'd like to take a look at the threats related to the fact that a process might have unrestricted access to other processes in a session. If the session is run as an administrator, a launched process may have access to the entire operating system. The first category of malicious software I'd like to analyze are Trojan horses. The term Trojan horse is often misapplied. The press and media are the biggest culprits here. It's often mentioned in the news that a Trojan horse was detected or made it possible for intruders to attack a system or connect to a victim's computer. Actually, to be precise, it's the so-called backdoor that enables an attacker to obtain access to a targeted computer. The role of a Trojan horse is to conceal itself as another program. It's a user-targeted attack. And even if you remember to update your defense mechanisms, have a top-shelf antivirus and the most expensive firewall, this doesn't matter with Trojans. If you launch a Trojan horse, your operating system will allow it to execute. It's an example of a social engineering attack. And since there are automated tools for generating Trojans on the internet, this attack ranks among the most dangerous. We'll use here a rather old piece of software created in 2003 or 2004 by Tatya, a Turk who went on to sell the tool online. The tool came in two versions. Besides a demo, a free version, there was also a commercial version of the tool. Its creator disappeared from the internet after some time. Tatya's last blog said that he wished the program had never been developed and that he hoped that it would only be used for non-malicious purposes. Tatya now probably works for a government institution, or the institution took care of him in some other way. The program shown in this presentation is simple and quite old. Professional tools for creating Trojan horses offer a much wider variety of features. And they're even more easy to use. This is why running an untrusted program is connected with risk. Various commercial reports indicate that a large portion, perhaps even 50%, of binary files shared over peer-to-peer networks and the like, and at least 10% of files shared on websites are modified and have Trojans or backdoors added to them. Let's explore how easily Trojans can be created. We'll use Beast 2.07. This is a tool dedicated to building Trojan horses that you can find on the internet. Trojan horses can be backdoors at the same time. Once they're run on a remote computer, an attacker can obtain full control over the computer. That's why Beast is perfect for the presentation. We'll be able to see step by step how an attack proceeds. Modern environments used to generate Trojans are today much richer. Their payload is usually more complicated than ejecting and inserting a CD drive of a remote machine, which is the goal we'll be trying to achieve. First, we need to build a server. Building a server involves setting up some basic options for a server. Since we'll be trying to connect to a remote computer, it's better to make it connect to us rather than the other way around. The advantage of reverse connection is that it eliminates one problem we mentioned earlier in the modules on computer networks. We deceive a firewall and/or an intrusion detection system by making a trusted, protected computer connect to us rather than vice versa. This is a reversal of a TCP session. We could also try to hide in a different process. We'll talk about concealing methods later. Our process will run directly in the host process the program will bind to. As you can see, we can hide under any process. We can also create a service that will be run automatically. If a victim terminates a program to which we've added a Trojan, the Trojan will still work. Submit the IP address of a computer that's to be connected to by an infected computer in the Notifications tab. This is not the address of our computer, but for example the address of a computer we broke into yesterday. You can also request the program to send out an email to a submitted address. You can also be notified of a new victim through the instant messenger. We'll use the TCP protocol instead. You can specify in the Startup tab if your Trojan is to survive the termination of the program to which it's injected, or perhaps survive system restart. Over the next modules, we'll examine mechanisms for automatically running objects during a system launch. It'll turn out that registry keys and ActiveX controls are a good place for hiding. The threat of detection by an antivirus can be lowered by disabling one of over 300 antivirus scanners in the AVFW Kill tab. You can even disable them every 5 seconds just in case a user fights back and tries to run them again and again. Since XP Firewall was so popular several years ago, it has its own checkbox. You can disable it here without having to go through a list of 300 programs. Another option allows you to enable a keylogger. A keylogger is a program that monitors the sequences of pressed keys on a remote computer. If it's enabled, it's enough to wait for a user to log onto a website or run their mailer program to provide a password. It's not cached, of course, because the user protects the credentials. The server is built. Let's now save it. As you can see below, here's what our Trojan looks like. It's not highly probable that a user will decide to run it. If a program that's provided in this manner or found on a website is launched by a user, there's no use talking about system security anymore. Let's try to make the program more slight. We use Binder for this purpose. We need to select the Trojan and then select some random popular application. For example, the newest version of OpenOffice, or a decoder which will convert files from X to Y. We also want our Trojan horse to have an icon from the selected file rather than no icon. Click on Bind Files and save the modified program, making it seem like the newest free version of the program. For example, exact file free version 3.exe. If you take a closer look at it, the program is a bit larger than the original software. I don't think anyone will notice this during the download. The program was copied to a remote computer for the purpose of this presentation. Ignore the social engineering aspect for a moment. Simply assume that somehow we've succeeded in persuading the user to download and run the program. Let's see what happens if the victim runs an integrity checker with the injected code. To get a better picture of the attack as it unfolds, we'll also show you what happens to the attacker's computer. A victim launches the program, and we'll start our server. In this way, we're controlling two machines. Alice and Cecil are the users logged onto the computers. Cecil will become the first target. We'll use the Go Beast button to connect to a selected computer. Thanks to Beast, you can now view the directories on the victim's hard disk. You can download and delete files, change file names, and run processes. You have control over the computer. You can also view the victim's configuration by looking at registry keys. You can also see the programs launched by the victim. The list includes our program. We'll simulate a scenario where the victim has, for example, opened a web browser. Using the Kill App button, you can terminate any program running on a remote computer. Besides these options, Beast offers many features added for entertainment. You can, for example, hide icons on the victim's desktop or eject and insert their CD drives. If your computer begins to act up after you download and run the newest version of a program, icons appear and disappear, the system clock appears and disappears, strange processes are run or terminated. This is not Windows' fault. The cause could be that the program you run contained an injected Trojan horse. Your system is now controlled by someone else. If you suspect that a given application can be the source of the problems and terminate it, you'll see that this doesn't bring about any changes. The Trojan is still running, and with that, we're ending the first presentation on Trojan horses. Trojan horse attacks, which could be mounted for example using Beast, are a result of users' ignorance. To tell you the truth, ignorance is perhaps the wrong word here. Many people are perfectly aware of the risks related to running files you come across on the internet, but think that since their computer doesn't contain any sensitive or important data, they can take the risk and download some program from the internet instead of buying it. If the price is advertisement pop-ups and warnings, it can be afforded. Many people seem to decide that their data can be sacrificed, and that it's worth it to take the risk that their computer can be used for attacking other systems. Running a program is more important for them. This approach is common, but still is perilous and the stakes are high. Another hazard relates to the lack of regular system updates. Also, other software installed in the computer is often left outdated. This issue has a bearing on security as computer holes and vulnerabilities are being detected practically on a daily basis. There's no piece of software that's perfectly secure. A while back, a certain developer announced that he'd pay $100 out of his own pocket if a bug is found in his program. This is the only known case when someone publicly claimed that they created a perfect application. The program in question was quite basic, and this happened 25 years ago. The reality is that programs do and will have bugs. Some of these bugs can put the program or the entire system, and perhaps even the user, in jeopardy. It's essential to remember about regular software updates. Software developers take different approaches to detecting and eliminating known vulnerabilities. As far as Microsoft is concerned, the company treats this issue with considerable respect. Keep in mind a simple security rule we've mentioned earlier. If you don't install security updates and patches regularly, you practically give up control over your network. The next presentation will show why this is so crucial. We'll see how easy it is to take over a system that has known vulnerabilities or known security holes. We'll switch to the Metasploit environment and run the program. The framework was used before in one or two case studies. Metasploit is, broadly speaking, a tool, a framework used for testing software security. The basis of the program is a database that contains known security holes with descriptions. Exploits, programs that automate attacks, have been developed for many of the vulnerabilities. Metasploit's database also contains exploits in their descriptions. A framework user only needs to choose a target computer that is potentially outdated. Next, an exploit has to be selected. Using it, you can execute the exploit remotely and attack the system. One of the most popular exploits makes use of a security hole in Windows File Server. The list of exploits in this version of Metasploit, the program hasn't been updated for 11 days, includes a vulnerability that exploits a stack buffer overflow in Windows SMB. Metasploit allows you to view the provider of the exploit and includes a list of susceptible operating systems. Note that one Windows system comes in many language versions. Because this exploit uses a buffer overflow, it has to know the memory addresses used for some system libraries. The addresses can be different depending on the language version of the system. Our attack is universal and covers most of the language versions. Let's see now if the computer we want to connect to is vulnerable to the attack. We'll use the presented exploit. We've gone through the first part of the attack. We've selected a vulnerability and a corresponding exploit. Now it's time to specify the targeted computer and set up the address of our computer, the address we want our victim to connect to. The address will be configured globally as a localhost global variable. We'll need our own IP address. It can be obtained, for example, by typing the ipconfig command in the command line interface. Our address is 192.168.0.56. One variable is already set. The second will be the address of a remote computer. All attacks are run on computers we control, so it's not a problem to check the address of a remote computer by typing the ipconfig in a computer's command line interface. The IP address of the remote computer is 192.168.0.55. Let's set a local variable, since it's possible that we'll be changing targets. Let's now view the configuration of the attack. The attack is launched on a computer with the IP address of 192.168.0.55 on the port 445, which is the default port used by SMB. It seems that so far, so good. The second part of the attack is selecting a payload, the actions that you want to execute after you break into a remote computer. Let's assume that the payload is making a remote machine connect to us. This would be proof that we've taken over the computer. Let's use one of the predefined code snippets. We're almost ready to begin. Let's see if we can manage to take over a remote system. It seems that we've succeeded. A session is opened with a 192.168.0.56 host. This means that the attack has been launched successfully. We can now check if we can connect to the computer. As you can see, a connection can be made. You can now launch remote programs of your choice in the system. Let's go back to the command line interface and execute a code remotely. For example, start a calculator. A process has been launched. Because we physically control both computers, we're able to check if the remote system really runs a calculator. As you can see in the Windows Task Manager, the calculator is launched. What would actual attackers do in our place? The attackers would probably be interested in sensitive data and take a snapshot of login details and other confidential data being provided on a form or a website. An attacker could also acquire additional information on the remote computer. Scraper is one of the scripts that gather system data during the reading of registry keys. After Scraper is launched, the program will try to gather information in the session that was declared, session ID 1. If the program succeeds, all configurations will be written to a file and sent to us. The attack will probably succeed. Registry keys are being exported. This process takes quite long. This is because the computer we targeted has a low processing power. If we had malicious intent, after the process is completed, we would also need to hide the fact that we had broken into the system and harvested some data. The information on intrusion is probably recorded in system logs, in the system security log in particular. Also, other logs can contain traces of the attack. In that case, let's try to wipe all system logs. If a victim browses through the logs from time to time, they'll notice that a deletion event has been logged, which could be a problem. This would be the sole information that points to a successful attack having been run. The last thing we'll want to do is exactly that, clearing event logs. As you probably all know, Windows has 3 event logs: Application, System, and Security event logs. As you can see, all entries in the logs have been deleted. Using several Metasploit commands, we've managed to take over a machine that wasn't updated regularly. We were able to monitor the processes launched on a victim's computer. We also run our own processes and gathered system configuration information. This could be beneficial, for example, if we wanted to break into another computer on the same network. At the end, we also wiped the security logs. That's it for this case study. You realize now how easy it is to run unwanted programs on your computer. Malicious code can be injected into a program you downloaded from the internet. Not installing updates regularly can also contribute to the unauthorized remote launch of programs and processes. There are many potential threats. Your system is not risk-free, and you have to factor in the possibility that malware could already be installed on your computers. Malware payloads are diverse, ranging from relatively minor problems like tailored advertising to serious perils such as data theft or using your computer to attack other machines, including government institution systems, which could get you into trouble. To counteract these threats, you need to be able to detect and remove unwanted software from your computer. At least 10% of some home computers are infected with malware, so this is a universal concern. If your computer runs one unwanted program, you can be sure that soon the system will be plagued with a myriad of malware. An infected computer runs from 20 to 40 unwanted programs on average. The programs can be associated. They're cooperate. They watch over one another and launch one another. They'll try to prevent each other's removal. What should you do if you suspect that your computer is infected with malware of this type? First, you need to keep it from spreading. It can be done simply by disconnecting a computer from a network. Next, it's necessary to identify suspicious processes. Often, the unwanted or malicious programs will try to conceal themselves in the system. They can hide as system components or run as drivers. There are also low-level programs that hide in BIOS or uniprocessor unit systems. If you manage to identify the malicious processes, terminate them. This operation seems simple, but may be quite complicated to accomplish. If you terminate one process, it will be promptly relaunched by other allied processes. Standard Windows tools don't allow for suspending or freezing processes or terminating more than one process at a time. That's why this simple attack strategy is so effective. Assuming that you have successfully terminated a malicious process, you need to prevent it from running again after the system is restarted. It's vital to locate the paths that have been modified by the malware, configuration settings, and remove unwanted programs entries. It's also good to get rid of binaries of unwanted programs. Provided they're not added to other programs, they should be deleted. If they're injected into other programs, the entire program has to go. Your last task is a controlled computer restart. After the system is restarted, you need to repeat all operations to make sure that the computer is free from malware. How can you do this? The basic tool that can be helpful in the unaided identification of malware and battling it is Process Explorer, which we'll get to know in a moment. The program is equivalent to Windows Task Manager. This tool is both user-friendly and rich in features. Before we run it, I'll give you some hints on what you should pay attention to. Malware frequently masquerades as popular legitimate programs, so look for processes that have weird file names but whose icons are lifted, for example, from Microsoft Word. Malware creators can be lazy in that respect and borrow other programs' icons. Let's also look for programs that come with no icons and have empty description lines. Another target for suspicion are programs that aren't signed by their creator. This isn't exclusively about a lack of digital signature. We also refer to programs that lack any information about their developer. All files and processes that claim to be provided by Microsoft is submitted in the manufacturer name field, but have no digital signature should be carefully eyed. Microsoft has been digitally signing their applications for many years. Pay attention to files that are found in the Windows or Windows System 32 directories. The system folders should contain only Microsoft applications. Software has not been installed there for quite some time. There could also be something fishy about compressed or zipped processes. Packaging files is a popular technique for bypassing antiviruses. If a file is compressed or encrypted, an AV scanner will be unable to match it to a known signature of a malicious program. Let's also check if a program contains strings that explicitly suggest its real purpose. If a program contains, for example, the "own you" string, this spells trouble. If you find a URL inside, especially if a program developer did not use the name of the site but only its IP address, this is also suspicious. The addresses are probably services or servers that a program connects to for instructions or updates. You should also pay close attention to applications that actively use internet connection. These programs send and receive data, and we had no idea that they even run on our computer. Let's also look at programs that hide under popular processes such as svc host exe or run DLL32 exe. The programs are used to launch systems, services, or libraries. We'll show you in a moment why we need to watch out for them. The Windows XP system used for illustration in these presentations has Process Explorer installed and ready for use. On the first launch of the program, you'll be asked to accept a license. The programs we'll talk about now, Process Explorer and Process Monitor, are freeware. They can be downloaded from Microsoft websites. Let's first see how the Process Explorer works. It's obvious at a glance that the application differs from the system tool. The shown processes are sorted into a hierarchical order, a process tree view that shows child and parent processes. As you can see, the Explorer process also started other processes. If you run a command line interface and launch a calculator in it, you'll be able to see that a command line interface has been started in the system environment, and that it started the calculator in turn. The feature that allows you to view the process hierarchy is very helpful. You can see there that there are very many processes that are top level. Let's see why. Right-clicking on a process displays a list of operations. You can, for example, terminate a selected process. After killing the command line process, the calculator is still running, but moves to the top of the tree. Windows systems, unlike Linux or Unix systems, don't track or store information on child-parent relationship processes. Windows can't rebuild the relationships in any way. The system seems to consider this as redundant. In the majority of cases, terminating a parent process will cause its child process to move up in the process hierarchy. What else sets Process Explorer and Windows Task Manager apart? For a start, Process Explorer returns greater amounts of information. Let's analyze the SCV hosts process. There can be several SCV hosts exe processes listed. SVC hosts runs many times and it's actually not certain what processes the program has launched. One of the most common problems you can encounter with your computer is that SVC hosts can use up over 99% of your CPU. And we don't even know what it does or if it can be terminated. These questions can't be answered because SVC hosts is simply a program that helps other processes run. And the problem is that Windows Task Manager doesn't display its child processes. Hovering a mouse over a selected process in Process Explorer is enough to discover that this instance of SVC host launched 2 services. By right-clicking on a process, you can also select Properties. The properties display not only the path of the selected file and its configuration parameters, but also show services that have been launched by it and their directories. Tracking individual elements is simple. It's also easier to notice suspicious processes. You can also view in Process Explorer the provider of a selected piece of software and see if the application is described. Also, the icon of the program is visible. All these features are missing from Windows Explorer. By clicking on the properties of a process, you can see if it establishes any network connections. If it does, you'll be able to see the computers to which it connects. You can also move to the Strings tab and see all strings that can be found in the file from which the process is run. If this file is encrypted, you can display information directly from memory. You can check it for any suspicious content. If the file is compressed, it will be highlighted in a bright color in the program's main window. As we mentioned, many unwanted programs can be loaded directly as system drivers. Let's see if there's anything that can be done with this problem. After highlighting the system process, you'll be able to open the program's lower pane. The pane shows references, for example, the operations executed by a selected process or libraries loaded by the process. In the case of a specific process like system, the lower pane will contain all loaded and running drivers. You can display the properties of drivers in the same manner. The properties will include the directory in which the driver is stored and the strings that can be found in the file. If something seems alarming but you're not absolutely certain that it's malware, you can right-click on the selected process and click on Search Online. This will open a default web browser with search results. You'll be able to read the opinions and comments on the process online. Process Explorer shows processes run by child processes, process tree, and overall returns much more data on selected processes than Windows Task Manager does, including path, description, and icons. The tool also offers a feature for displaying operations executed by a process or the libraries it created. If the process is the system process, we'll see a list of drivers loaded into memory. The program offers detailed information on all selected objects, including strings that are contained inside the process or its binary image. Another edge it has over Windows Explorer is the Find option. After it's run, you can select any window. Once it's selected, the main window of the Explorer will highlight the process that created the selected window on the screen. Often your desktop may contain elements whose origin is unknown. The Find feature may help us identify them with ease. New processes will be highlighted in green for a moment, while processes that are terminated show in red. This feature is very handy since if a process you end will restart after a while, this will be clearly noticeable in the main window as rows will be highlighted in green and red. The last option that can help us identify unwanted software is the feature for verifying signatures. Let's take a look at sump.exe. If the file was digitally signed, the Image tab would show an option for verifying the signature's correctness. We'd be able to see if the certificate is valid and whether or not the file had been modified. We'll examine quickly a process that is potentially signed digitally. For example, pros.exp.exe. Since we've selected Global Verification, the Verify button is not active. At the top of the window, you can see that the program is not simply claimed to be Microsoft's, but that it has in fact been signed by a Microsoft certificate. This difference is crucial. Process Explorer will be better in detecting unwanted software than the System Task Manager. It'll give you the tools for investigating and looking into processes that are suspicious. You can see what the processes do. You can check if they have a valid signature and also see which programs are network processes. And with that, we've arrived at the end of the Process Explorer overview. We'll come back to this program in a moment, trying to stop sketchy processes or remove them from a system in some other way. Once malicious or suspicious processes have been identified, it's necessary to stop them. As we mentioned, trying to stop a process which is monitored by other processes is quite difficult. You can't stop all of them at the same time. If you stop one process, it will be automatically restarted. Malicious programs not only hide with the use of other processes, but often modify system components to oversee them. The solution is freezing a malicious process instead of killing it. Switch the process to the suspend mode. A suspended process does not execute, it cannot operate. It doesn't use up any CPU time, and it seems to be placed outside the system's scheduler queue. A suspended process is still, however, marked as running, so it won't be relaunched by other processes. If all associated controlling processes are suspended, you'll be able to terminate them one by one. On terminating the processes, your next task is preventing them from relaunching in the system restart. This can be accomplished with the use of msconfig, a standard Windows utility. If you believe msconfig, the number of automatic startup processes is very small. The reality, however, is that several hundred applications and processes are run. Hundreds of locations are checked. That's why we'll rather use another program. Autoruns is a component of sysinternal suite. After you make sure a malicious program can't relaunch, you need to physically remove it from the computer. Removing a program can be more complicated than it seems. If some other process maintains an open handle to a file, making the system unable to delete the file, this can be a problem. To identify a parent process, we'll again resort to Process Explorer, or a third component of sysinternal suite, Process Monitor. With this utility, stopping an entire process won't be necessary. It'd be enough to terminate a handle to an open file in the process. If it fails, you can also attempt to remove the file at system reboot. We'll schedule the removal, but the operation will be executed very early on during the launch of the operating system. This will occur ahead of any other process capable of blocking the removal. To accomplish this, we can use a fourth tool that is a component of the sysinternal suite, move file. Let's discover this procedure step by step in practice. First, check what information on processes that are automatically run at system start is returned by msconfig. Besides system services, there are only 3 entries in the Startup tab. Only 3 programs are supposed to run at startup. Let's compare this list against the information returned by autoruns, a component of sysinternals. Launching the program, you can see that the list of tabs that represent sites that can contain automatically run files is quite long. The launched computer scan isn't yet completed, but you can already see there are more results than 3. During the scan, we can move to the Logon tab. As you can see, some programs start automatically when you log on to your computer. The suspicious elements in this section include programs that claim to be provided by Microsoft, but have not yet been verified. In a moment, we'll run an automatic verification of all entries similar to the ones performed in Process Explorer. Programs are automatically run in Windows not only at logons. Environment extensions, system shell extensions, can also load programs. You can even see here an error, a program or a library that should be loaded but can't be found. There are also many tasks that can be scheduled to start up automatically at system boot. You can see here one instance of such a task. Each time you locate this entry, you can delete it or verify it online, but also track it with Process Explorer and check the properties of the process. As far as registry keys are concerned, you can jump directly to the place in the registry where the entry is found. The scan has ended in the meantime. This is a demo version of the system, so there isn't a lot of entries. You can still discover some things that shouldn't be there. Some weird drivers that have been deleted are on the list. The entries are not found. You should either delete the entries or verify them in some other way. Since the displayed list is quite long, it's useful that the application implements a way to filter results and compare save entries with an updated list. Filtering can be set to hide Windows entries. This is the default option. You can also hide Microsoft entries. By checking the second option from the top, you can hide all Microsoft results that have been verified through the use of digital signature. Unchecking the options will automatically expand the list of startup files. The programs you saw before should be paid close attention. These processes or programs can be suspicious. We'll also show how you can remove a file that can't be deleted in a standard manner without the use of move file. This is an excuse to showcase another helpful tool, Process Monitor. Process Monitor captures in real time the activity of all or of selected processes. As you can see, Explorer EXE performs some operations on the registry. You can also view the result of each attempted operation, whether it's successful or failed. We'll create the test directory in the command line and go to the directory. Next, we'll create a subfolder test2. Now let's locate the sequence of operations executed by our program. By right-clicking on a program, you can create dynamic filters. The filter we'll create will include the CMD.exe process. The list of actions that are visible in the main window includes only the operations executed by our process. Like the other utilities we've shown, Process Monitor includes a feature that makes it possible to identify processes. You can easily find a specific process. Process Monitor is not restricted to tracking system programs' activity. It is also a great troubleshooting tool for programs that require escalated permissions to run. We'll talk about this later. In that case, the program's window will contain error messages. They can be used to check program activity and grant a user permissions to files, folders, and registry keys without granting the user administrator privileges. It's an important feature that can help you implement the principle of least privilege. The last exercise in the module and the last class of malware are rootkits. The discussion will cover the definition of rootkits and methods for detecting them. A rootkit is not necessarily a malicious or harmful program. It's used to hide the existence of some process from users and administrators. What can be hidden using modern rootkits? This category can include other programs or their payloads in a system. Also, internal system mechanisms can be hidden, as well as services, files, directories, user accounts, and active network connections. A rootkit can hide anything, really. This doesn't make it malicious per se. Unfortunately, it is often used to conceal the existence of programs that can harm your system. Historically speaking, the first virus, Brain, made use of stealth techniques as well. It wasn't strictly speaking a rootkit. It didn't attempt to hide other objects, but it did take cover in a system. Rootkits have a relatively long history. The first rootkit was written for Unix in the 60s. The solution employed for the program was very simple. It aimed to replace Unix systems' tools for displaying files, directories, and processes with utilities that did not display some files or selected processes. Rootkits have come a long way since that time. Rootkits can be divided into 3 subgroups based on their working principle. The first group of rootkits are designed to hook user interface but not the kernel. They execute in a user mode. The second class of rootkits alter kernel processes. The third group modify data structures under the kernel's API. These rootkits run at the lowest level. Let's now discuss each type. Let's start with user mode rootkits that hook user API. Imagine that a user launches Windows Task Manager. The program is used to display active processes. To perform this function, the application calls a Windows API function implemented in the NTDLL library. If a rootkit is placed in this library, Task Manager would receive only selected information instead of information on all active processes, Explorer, WinLogin, and malicious malware exe. The information that a rootkit is trying to hide is filtered in the user mode. What are the strengths of user mode rootkits? Above all, they can be run and executed without administrator permission. A weakness for an attacker is that rootkits that hook a user API are easy to detect. We'll show possible detection methods in a minute. The popular Hacker Defender is an example of a user mode rootkit. The free demo version of the rootkit is still available at www.rootkit.com. It used to be developed extensively, and personalized versions were sold for more than $100 per item. The official free version of the rootkit was easily detected by antiviruses and rootkit detectors. A tailored version was practically undetectable. You could also buy a rootkit subscription from the vendor that guaranteed that the rootkit would not be detected for 6 months. The second type of rootkits are kernel mode rootkits that hook the kernel API. Let's go back to the example given before. A user or administrator wants to display a list of active processes. This time the list is not filtered user-side, but in a system function call. A rootkit operates kernel-side and filters the calls by modifying kernel API. Kernel mode rootkits are much more difficult to detect, which makes them more effective. A drawback for attackers is that they require administrator permissions to run. Writing kernel mode rootkits takes a lot more skills than other types of rootkits. They can be an example of malware that has been blocked, at least for now, through the use of defense mechanisms such as the requirement to assign modules and kernel mode drivers or technologies that prevent patching the kernel. NT-rootkit is a popular rootkit of this type. It was created by the webmaster of www.rootkit.com. A third type of rootkits that execute at an extremely low level and are quite complex are rootkits that directly modify kernel data structures instead of kernel interface. This makes rootkit code invisible even from the kernel, but it's still run. A system has to assign CPU time to the rootkit from time to time, or the rootkit wouldn't have a chance to perform its function. The cloaking is not performed by filtering API, but in hiding directly in the kernel. An example of a rootkit of this type is the aptly named FU rootkit. Fortunately, the stealth techniques used by rootkit creators are not flawless. The presence of a rootkit in a system can always be detected. How can you do this? First, by verifying signatures. Having a database of programs that are known to be rootkits and checking your system for their existence. This solution may not be very effective, but it's easy to run. That's why it's become automated and now forms a part of the Microsoft malicious software removal tool. You can also detect anomalies in the operation of your system. A rootkit will modify the operation of a system by definition. It will try to hide something in the system. This principle is the basis for checkers and detectors like System Virginity Verifier, provided by Joanna Rutkowska. The tool can be used to evaluate the state of a system. If a system has been installed recently, it has no antivirus and no new drivers, it will be evaluated as a 0 or 1 on the infection scale, which means that the probability that the system is infected with a rootkit is very low. When you install an antivirus, the system will probably move up on the level of the risk evaluation. As you can see, a system that had a rootkit installed was assessed as level 5 on the scale of 0 to 5. A change in the operation of the system was very apparent. The third method for detecting rootkits was deployed by Mark Rusinovich in the Rootkit Revealer. This tool is another component of the sysinternals suite. Rootkit Revealer works as shown in the picture. The assumption behind it is that since a rootkit hides something in a system, a user mode program like Rootkit Revealer won't be able to see the hidden files, processes, accounts, or services. But if Rootkit Revealer sends the same query without consulting user mode and kernel mode APIs, but refers directly to low-level structures, for example, files on a disk, it will be able to compare the results between the two calls and see a potential discrepancy. The exposed difference must be due to something. It's due to a rootkit hiding something from the first call. Let's now find out how this works in practice. Let's start by looking at the rootkit from the viewpoint of an attacker's computer. The computer has Hacker Defender downloaded from the internet and installed. The program's basic version is made up from only 2 files. A binary file, an exe file which is in fact the rootkit, and the ini file which is the rootkit's configuration file. If you take a look at the configuration file, it turns out that it only requires to specify what objects are to be hidden in a target computer system. They can include processes, services, registry entries, free disk space, open ports, or files and directories. When hiding files and directories, you need to remember that the use of wildcard characters can be dangerous. By typing, for example, W*, you can hide the entire Windows system folder from a user. Our version of Hacker Defender has additionally a client program. This version is not only a rootkit but also a backdoor. What's more, the backdoor is cloaked by the rootkit. Let's now try to connect to a computer that already runs a Hacker Defender rootkit and the backdoor that it hides. Submit the IP address of a selected computer, the port that is listed on by the hidden backdoor, and the password. We've successfully connected to the target computer. You can access the victim's command line interface. The last thing we'll do is taking a look at the contents of Cecil's desktop. Cecil is a user who logged onto the attacked computer. Note that the user's desktop, besides folders like autoruns, contains a zip archive and a folder named hxdef, an hxdef100r folder, and a zip archive of the same name. A lot of suspicious elements. You can plainly see that they can be found in the user's desktop. Let's see now what the user sees. We'll switch to Windows XP where we're logged in as Cecil. Some objects are invisible in this view. To give you a better picture of this situation, let's create a new folder and create a file inside of it. Everything's in order. We'll create a second file. As you remember, the Hacker Defender rootkit was set to hide objects that have the name starting with hxdef. We'll change the file name so that it includes that string. After the window is refreshed, it seems like the file is gone. Let's now change the file name of the second file to hxdef11 or a similar name. The name doesn't seem to change. After you refresh the window, the file disappears. The rootkit hides all objects that have the same name that starts with hxdef, just as it was set to. The folder we created is visible in the desktop but seems to be empty. We know, though, that the folder does contain some files. What can be done in this case? Mark Rusinovich's rootkit revealer comes to the rescue. Clicking on the scan button will make the tool check if the system contains some objects that are hidden from users and administrators. Run the scanner. The scan shouldn't take too long. The first result are the 0-byte registry keys. The alarms are probably false positives. Rootkit Revealer shows them since if a registry key is empty, the Windows Registry Editor, regedit, will not display it. This serves as a reason for hiding data in 0-byte registry keys, which happens quite often. But the next results should never be here. The next rows reveal a discrepancy between what is visible for the user and what's really found in the system. A user can't see registry keys that, as you can gather from their names, are related to Hacker Defender. The directory and zip archive we mentioned before is invisible to the user. You can also see here the files that we hid a moment before. We changed their names. Detecting a rootkit is possible, as you can see, but removing it from a system is a much more demanding task. Before we move on, it's worth taking note of the race between Hacker Defender and Rootkit Revealer. As you've seen, Rootkit Revealer is able to successfully expose a Hacker Defender rootkit. Knowing about this discovery, the Hacker Defender developer tried to get the better of the scanner and hide the rootkit again. How can you defeat Rootkit Revealer? A Hacker Defender rootkit's configuration file contains a section where you can specify processes that the rootkit will not hide from. The section names Rootkit Revealer as one of the such processes by default. What is the purpose of this action? Scanning a computer with Rootkit Revealer, the program sees all the objects in the system. There'd be no discrepancies, and the programs would report that there's no difference. Mark Rusinovich, who wasn't working for Microsoft at the time, was notified about this move by the tech support staff who detected this in their customers' machines. A counteraction is hiding Rootkit Revealer from the Hacker Defender. The scanner creates services with pseudorandom names and so on. This is in fact a no-win situation. You can create new defense mechanisms and bypasses for both sides ad infinitum. If you bought a Sony BMG CD several years back and played it on your computer, Your machine was infected with a Sony rootkit. The company's copy protection measures ended in a real nightmare. To protect their digital rights, Sony included in their CDs a piece of software that operated exactly like a rootkit. The software would install and hide in the system to track and prevent copying the music. After the scandal was made public by Mark Russinovich, Sony admitted to making a mistake and withdrew the rootkit-infected CDs. Coming back to the main issue, what steps can you take if you detect a rootkit? If you're able to find legitimate-sounding guidelines for the rootkit removal on the internet, you can well follow them. Unfortunately, it's far more probable that eliminating the rootkit will involve disk formatting and reinstalling the system. Removing some files or changes made by the rootkit doesn't mean that all changes have been founded and deleted. The last exercise in this module will focus on typical system configuration errors. You can unwittingly install a malicious program cloaked as a legitimate tool, a Trojan horse. You can fall prey to an automated attack that exploits known vulnerabilities or a lack of regular system or software updates. You can also run malware without realizing it. The malware is hiding in your system through the use of rootkits. That's all true, but many problems arise as a result of system misconfiguration. One of the problems is using an administrator account on a daily basis. You don't need administrator permissions to read your mailbox or browse the internet. Another problem is logging onto domain administrator accounts on a workstation. A logon entails the caching and saving of credentials on the workstations and then the computer's disks. Users have direct daily access to these machines, which are protected with weaker security mechanisms than servers or administrator computers. Another problem is also assuming that the default system configuration provides the highest security. This is not true. The default configuration is simply the most universal settings. It is set to run on the largest number of computers with the largest number of installed programs. This configuration is neither the most efficient nor the most secure. Since detecting this type of errors could be complicated, Microsoft released a utility called Microsoft Baseline Security Analyzer. Let's take a closer look at the program. MBSA is a simple tool that can be used to evaluate system configuration on one or multiple computers. It can serve to, for example, check the security state of all computers in a network. This presentation will analyze a local computer. The program will check if there are issues with an overuse of administrator privileges. For example, whether there are too many administrative accounts. MBSA will also check if the administrator accounts are protected with passwords of a sufficient strength. It will then check for typical vulnerabilities in popular Microsoft services like IIS, Web Server, and SQL. It will also see if the system and all Microsoft applications are updated. You can run a scan in the meantime. MBSA connects to a Windows Update server. This could be a local Windows SUS server or an internet service. Next, a digitally signed list of available applications is downloaded. The program will compare the list against your computer state. An installation of an update is logged into the event log and into the registry. That's why the software is able to verify at any time if your system lacks a particular update that has not been revoked. Since the downloaded file is digitally signed, you can be sure that it includes all updates that have been officially released. After the scan is completed, you can view a report that assesses the configuration of the computer you're working on. The generated report first shows the most critical problems. You can change this setting, of course. In our case, it turns out that both software and operating systems are outdated. 2 important updates are missing for software, while the operating system lacks 20 updates. You can also always learn more, what you can or should install. If for some reason you don't know how to do this, you can learn this also from the tool. The mentioned vulnerabilities are marked as critical. Another critical vulnerability that directly bears on the system's security is that 2 of 5 accounts that are created on the system have easy-to-crack passwords or have no passwords. The next vulnerabilities are less critical. The program can inform us, for example, that automatic updating is disabled or that passwords don't expire. You need to review descriptions for all issues each time they're reported. You will also find step-by-step instructions for solving the problem. The next part of the report shows information on computer configuration. There are no problems here, especially given that both IIS and SQL don't operate on this computer and that the Internet Explorer configuration has not been changed. Microsoft Baseline Security Analyzer is an easy-to-use tool that can quickly find typical administrative vulnerabilities and tell you how they can be eliminated. This last case study ends the module. This part of the course showed malware threats and the ways for dealing with the problems. Thank you. Welcome to another lecture on operating system security. This time we'll examine the mechanisms of authentication and authorization and talk about managing user accounts and resource access in a system. This module will teach you how to differentiate between authentication and authorization. The two terms should not be confused with user identification. We'll find out which types of passwords are secure and which are not, and carefully examine the methods for storing user passwords in Windows. Remote user authentication protocols will be used. We'll show you protocols used for proving identity of remote computer users. We'll also tell you why one of the types of credentials stored by Windows, cached credentials, is not putting system security at risk, as the popular myth would tell you. The Kerberos protocol will be examined. This is the safest protocol for authenticating users in Microsoft Windows networks. We'll also try to crack different kinds of passwords used by Windows users. And then we'll also try to give you an answer to the questions on authorization mechanisms, such as, what is the difference between role-based access control and discretionary access control? Finally, the module will cover the purposes and applications of a new access control system introduced in Windows Vista, which was an implementation of the Bell-LaPadula model. See you in the training. Welcome to a module that will focus on authentication, or in other words, the mechanisms for establishing the identity of users. Let's start off by explaining the involved terms and concepts. Authentication is a process of proving and verifying the identity of a user. You can see an example of authentication evidence in the left side of the slide. To be able to authenticate someone, you need to have a reason for believing that that person claiming to be Bob is really Bob. A sufficient reason could be an identity document that contains a photograph of its holder or a person who looks like them. This doesn't mean that the person is who they claim to be. The authenticity of the document should be verified. See if the issuer of the document is on your list of trusted entities. Identification, on the other hand, is, for example, this simple claim. My name is Tom. Nothing else is needed. There is no need to prove or confirm the claim. Identification does not equal authentication. Authorization, in contrast to the two above concepts, involves verifying if a person who has confirmed their identity, who is successfully authenticated, has an appropriate level of permissions required to execute an operation. Operating systems usually authenticate users only once, at system logon. Authorization, on the other hand, is performed each time a user attempts to perform any operation. Run an application, open a document, delete a file, and so on. Authentication can be applied to a user or a program, or even to data. The most common method for authenticating users, which will probably remain popular for quite some time, is checking if they know a secret that nobody else should know. This involves checking if a password entered in the login screen is correct. Authentication can also be performed in other ways. You can, for example, authenticate a principal, a person, by ensuring they possess some data that is exclusive to them. This type of information is usually saved in private keys or stored on smart cards. We'll go back to smart cards later. Biometric authentication is another solution. Biometrics is based on a person's distinctive features. Modern operating systems can implement the use of all three techniques either separately or together. The most common method is password authentication, which we'll look into more closely in a moment. Smart cards authentication is also very popular. Many computers, including portable computers, are equipped with biometric readers. They're less popular, however, and one could claim that they're less effective. Authentication is a process of proving an identity with the use of a secret. If something is to remain secret, it has to be changeable. We should change our passwords more or less regularly. It's also easy to issue a new certificate or renew an existing certificate. It's harder, however, to replace a hand or an eye. It could happen as well, perhaps not too often, that employees will travel to places where bodily integrity is low on the priority list for local criminals. Coercion can make you give away your password or hand over your smart card. It's harder, however, to persuade someone to part with their finger or eyes. It doesn't make sense to implement authentication methods that only provide further threat to users. Let's return to passwords for a moment. The problem with passwords is that with time, computers are running faster and faster. A password that was secure 10 years ago, 8 characters including alphabetic, numeric, and special characters, has decreased on the security scale. To catch up with increased computer performances, user passwords would have to be ever longer. We'll show this in a minute. Longer passwords mean more trouble with remembering them. A 64-character random password is practically impossible to remember. And even if you do memorize it, you're sure to make typos entering it. That's why implementing additional authentication is crucial. Since we've mentioned that biometrics is not an ideal solution, we're left with smart cards. The advantage of smart cards is that they can store large amounts of data, which means that passwords and keys can be long, and we don't have to remember them as well. This is the main strength of smart cards. Announcing that your company will implement two-factor authentication could also bring some unexpected benefits. This was the case with Microsoft Corporation. Some time ago, 20 to 30% of traffic at perimeter routers in Microsoft networks was made up from attempts to crack staff passwords. Usually the attempts failed, but even ignoring the potential threat to security, cracking attacks were an infrastructure issue. The network slowed down as a result. Microsoft announced that they'll also use smart cards in addition to passwords to log onto a computer. This makes cracking a password impossible without physical access to the card. This is the second authentication factor. One is something the user knows, a card's PIN. Second, something the user has, data saved in a card. Most attackers, except for the ever-optimistic types, stopped brute forcing Microsoft passwords. The network sped up without any infrastructure development. The solution is easy and effective. With regard to the passwords you use, I'd like to show you a website. Let's take a look at howsecureismypassword.net. You can submit your password there and see if it's really secure. If some of you actually provide your password to the forum, Please review the earlier modules on modern cyber threats and social engineering tricks. By submitting a password to this site, you give up your password and IP address to the computer that probably uses it to complete strangers. Apart from this tiny detail, note that some passwords guarantee no security at all. These non-secure passwords are the most popular combinations of characters. That's why we used dictionaries to break into Wi-Fi networks in the previous modules. Let's try to enter a different password. It takes a second for a standard PC to crack the string Thomas. Adding 1 to the end is an improvement. By also adding an exclamation point, you can get a pretty good result. This is about password entropy, about the randomness of a password. The more entropy your password has, the better it is. Entropy is measured in bits. A good strength is about 80 bits. Let's try to think of a password that doesn't form any known string, for example, QAZXSW. As you can see, we've been beat to this idea. This password represents a keyboard layout. The site is well worth visiting, not to check your actual password, but to check some ideas for passwords that you can use. Let's verify first if a strong password is enough to provide adequate security. Before we add a smart card authentication factor, passwords are the only secret used for identifying users in a system. If someone obtains our password, they will be indistinguishable from us in the system. They will be able to send out emails or post messages on the internet in our name and browse through our data. What can make a password relatively secure? The above slide shows a standard Windows login screen. Not all people know, though, that the password length is not restricted to any length in the form. The form will accommodate longer passwords. You don't have to limit password length to fit in. It's difficult to think of a word that contains 16 to 18 letters, but you can provide passwords that are phrase-based, passphrases. They'll be easier to remember and more secure. Let's now review protocols and services used for authentication. The mechanisms allow Windows systems to verify if a password or a passphrase is accurate. The first aspect that is worth remembering is that Windows doesn't save user passwords in any way. The system doesn't know your password. It doesn't need to know it. Authentication isn't about the system knowing a password. It's about being able to check if the submitted password is correct. These are two completely different things. To verify if a correct string has been entered, it's enough to compare the signature of the provided string against the signature of the last updated string. Windows stores password signatures, not passwords. What are these signatures? Older Windows systems, including Windows XP, store LM protocol passwords. The passwords are referred to as landman hashes. We'll explain why it's not quite the same thing soon. All new or relatively new Windows systems, Windows 9X is excluded, even if updated systems can also support this feature, store passwords in an NT LAN manager hash format. These hashes are commonly known as Unicode hashes. The third type of credentials stored by operating systems is cached credentials. You've probably noticed that if you connect to a network share or a server, you will not have to provide a password with subsequent connections. The credential has been cached in some way. We'll return to this later as well. Windows logon procedure is critical for system security. The MSGina DLL system library is used for logging in. This is worth taking note of since there's a rogue version of the file available on the internet, called, for example, fakemsgina.dll. This means that if you replace msgina DLL with fake msgina DLL or similar files, a user will not be able to tell a difference with a logon. The login screen will look the same. But apart from submitting the login and password to a security subsystem, the default security services provider, the credentials will also be saved to a text file and forwarded to an attacker. Remember that logons are simply a technology, and there has to be a file that governs it. A default cryptographic services provider in the newer Windows systems is Kerberos. The service is by a large margin the most secure method for proving user identity. There are in fact no documented attacks targeting Kerberos except for some peculiar cases. Kerberos' strength is that it doesn't reuse your password. LAN Manager and NT LAN Manager both constantly reuse your password hash to encrypt some data, network credentials. Kerberos uses a ticket instead. A ticket is valid 10 hours by default. This means in effect that we can change the password every 10 hours. Unfortunately, Kerberos may sometimes be unable to authenticate a user. If it can't prove a user identity, the system will automatically fall back to older cryptographic services provider, NT LAN Manager. In Windows Vista and later, LAN Manager is disabled by default. We'll find out that it was high time for that. If you log onto a local computer, your credentials don't leave that computer. Even if you're connected to an untrusted network, there's no way for a would-be attacker to eavesdrop on your credentials. Logon is a protected process that involves comparing the entered password against the contents of the Security Account Manager database. The Windows system disk contains 3 important files. The first is the SAM file, which contains your credentials, LM passwords, NT passwords, and cached credentials. A local computer knows the credentials and can authenticate you. Remote authentication is performed differently. If you don't work in a domain, if there's no central user credentials database, an Active Directory database, the same SAM files will be used. To connect one computer to another when a trust relationship has not been established, you need to provide account credentials that are valid for your computer. There's a problem on the horizon already. How do you send confidential data? A password over an untrusted medium, an untrusted network. It turns out that a password is never sent over a network in clear text. It's used for encrypting other data. The above diagram shows the network principle behind the first version of the NTLM protocol. There are 2 versions of NTLM. This authentication method involves exchanging challenge and response messages. The algorithm used for that purpose was considered secure several years ago. The data encryption standard was developed in the 70s. Today, the algorithm is anything but secure. There are devices that crack DES ciphertexts in real time when they're sent over a network. The procedure looks as follows. We, a client, would like to authenticate in a server. A client sends an authentication request. The response to this request is a challenge, a pseudo-random string. A client encrypts this challenge using a password. The first version of NTLM will always send 2 responses. The first will be the same challenge encrypted using an LM password. The second response is the challenge encrypted using an NT password. Both messages will use DES encryption. Since the server's SAM database contains our password and at least one of the NT or LM hashes, it's enough to decrypt the challenge message and check it against the original message we forwarded. If they match, we're sure that the encryption used the correct password. This is equivalent with successful authentication. Theoretically, this is a great solution. Passwords won't be thrown into a network and we're authenticated remotely. The problem is in the details, as it often is. In this case, the issue lies in the LM password generating mechanism. We'll examine this in the next part of the module. LM version 2 is a lot more secure. This tightened security is due to not sending a response that is encrypted using an LM password. The authentication does not use any LM hashes at all. Other steps in the procedure are quite similar, although there is more randomness. The second version of NTLM supports mutual authentication to a degree. Although authenticating to Windows networks using the LM protocol is feasible, you shouldn't normally fall back on this under any circumstances. The second method is NTLM, which also shouldn't be the preferred authentication. Even the oldest versions of Windows used today support the second version of NTLM. NTLM version 2 does provide some security. During one of the next case studies, we'll show you that the security is very basic. A better way to ensure authentication security is using Kerberos version 5 instead of NTLM version 2. You could ask what makes the LM and the NTLM protocols so unsecure, and why they're still used. The answer to the first question will be answered later. We'll deal with the latter now. To authenticate using Kerberos, you need to be able to reach a key distribution center, a domain controller. This functionality is supported only in the Active Directory domains. A user may want to log on to a computer that is not connected to a network. If not for NTLM version 2, Windows logons would not be possible if a system can't reach any domain controller. The price for absolute security would be too high. So NTLM version 2 is and will continue to be implemented in Windows for some time. Let's now look into the generation of an LM hash. An LM hash is, strictly speaking, not a hash, since it uses a DES algorithm and not a cryptographic hash function. Why was Microsoft so stubbornly using weak cryptographic algorithms in the past? The answer is politics. The export of strong cryptography used to be restricted in the US. Windows NT administrators might remember a special patch that allowed them to make use of 56-bit keys instead of 40-bit keys. The patch was only released once the embargo was lifted. Microsoft was unable to export strong cryptographic protocols as the American government considered this a threat. As you might imagine, European software producers strongly supported the ban. Let's return to the LM hash. Assume a user's password is the string Seattle1. The protocol converts the string into uppercase. In earlier versions of Windows, such as XP, user passwords aren't case-sensitive. Uppercase and lowercase letters can be used interchangeably since the string will be converted anyway. The system doesn't recognize the case of letters used in a password. The second drawback is that the protocol restricted allowable characters to alphanumeric only. After a string was converted to capital letters, the password was divided into two parts. The first 7 characters were the first part of the password. The other 7 are the second part. The password has 2 ideal halves. In order to make the 2 parts equal, passwords were padded with spaces to 14 characters. If you use LM, they are still padded in this way. This has interesting implications, and we'll come back to this later. One of the consequences to this solution was that an 8-character password is more vulnerable than a password that has 7 characters. The 8th character meant that a part of the password was made up from 1 character and nulls. This was a fixed string, so even from the DES ciphertext you could deduce what was there. The character could also hint to what was contained in the first part. If the character was the last digit of a birth date, you could assume that the earlier characters were the preceding digits. We already have the 2 7-character parts. Now each part is separately encrypted with the DES algorithm using a fixed key, a literal. The output of the encryptions is then joined using an ordinary concatenation. The result is a LAN manager password. As we've seen, a LAN manager password is not 14 characters long. It's split into two 7-character passwords, since both parts of the password can be cracked separately. The number of operations needed to crack it is lowered again. It's enough to perform about 10 to the 12th power operations to check all LM manager passwords. For modern machines, 10 to the 12th power is not a large number. A password can be cracked in a matter of seconds. NT-LAN Manager is a protocol that employs solutions that are both simpler and less vulnerable. Above all, it opts for a hash function instead of the DES. Because of the restrictions and the embargo we mentioned, the hash function is not very secure. It's Message Digest version 4. It's not a serious problem, however, as nobody will try to generate a password that will have a hash identical to yours. This attack would not make any sense. What's the difference between NT and LAN manager passwords? First, the NT passwords are case sensitive. They also allow you to use a password that is longer than 14 characters. An implication that is worth noting is that if you work on a system that uses LAN manager, for example on Windows XP with the default configurations kept, you should provide a 15-character password or longer. A LAN manager hash can't be generated from this password, and so Windows will not generate the hash. You'll be a lot more secure than anybody else. For NTLM, the maximum password length is 127 characters. What does this mean? The simple fact that passwords aren't broken in half and letters aren't converted to uppercase means that an alphanumeric-only password, like the passwords used in LAN Manager, requires 10 to the 25th power operations to brute force it. This provides a lot more security. If you use a 14-character password with special characters, a brute force attack would take 10 to the 67th power operations. And if you insisted on using up all the password space provided, 127 characters, cracking the password using a brute force attack would require 10 to the 611th operations. NT and NTLM passwords are deterministic. It's similar with Linux and Unix systems. Determinism means that the same hash must always be generated from the same password. There's no seed in it that would create pseudo-randomness. LAN Manager was used up to the release of Windows Vista. The protocols that replace it give us a lot more security. If you still use Windows XP, at least select a different protocol than LAN Manager. Cached credentials were mentioned before as well. We said that if you connect to a remote computer once, you don't have to authenticate a remote system again. How does that work? A Unicode password, which is our NT password, and our login and domain name are used to generate a string. The Unicode password is already a result of hashing. The generated string is again hashed with an MD, Message Digest function. The output is a cached credential. It is subsequently saved in a protected registry key. You could perhaps say that it's possible to harvest it. An attempt to obtain the password would need to successfully reverse two hashing functions. This probably hasn't ever turned out a success. If attackers take time and apply their skills to it, they can at best obtain a user's password to a specific network share. The password is not active in other servers or for other users. This means that an attack would only produce a result that is already known before, simply a local user's credentials. Before we move to Kerberos, let's briefly discuss the SAM file. Both the content of the file and the file itself are encrypted. You can make sure of this by running the syskey tool, SAM lock tool in Windows 7. The software is pre-installed in the system, although it is rarely used and remains quite obscure. The first window shows the SAM file is encrypted. To disable encrypting, you need to change the system configuration. Turning off SAM encryption is not recommended. It wouldn't make any sense. Encryption was first applied to the file back in Windows NT 4. There's no need to go back so far in time. If you decide to encrypt something, you need a decryption key to decode it. At a startup, Windows doesn't prompt a user for any keys. It only requests a user login and password, which implies that the system is able to decrypt a SAM file on its own. The key for decoding the SAM file is saved in the same disk and in the same folder. One half of the key is contained in the security file, the other half in the system file. Cracking a password requires all three files. The SAM file contains passwords, while security and system contain the key to the password database. To provide your system with maximum security, you can move the key to another location. It can be generated from a password submitted to the window above. After you set it up, after a system start, there would appear a low-level request to submit the password. If you don't submit it, Windows will not start up since it is unable to reach the SAM file. The key can also be stored on a disk. It can't be saved on a USB drive for some reason. You can also leave the file in the default location. There's a certain error here. I'm not sure if it was patched up in Windows 7. We won't check it now. Anyway, if you would change something in the window above and click Cancel, syskey would operate it in a peculiar way. Since we used the Update option, the tool assumed that we'll change the location of the key that protects the SAM. It thought that we wouldn't need the old file anymore and deleted it. If you click Cancel in the second window, a new key would not be generated. This meant that you could work with your computer only until you switched it off. Windows would not restart again, and the system would have to be reinstalled. If there's any lesson to be learned from that, even if you return to your previous settings, click OK. Let's talk about Kerberos now. What's with the name? Kerberos is Greek for Cerberus, the three-headed dog which guards the gates of Hades. Why three-headed? Kerberos is a standard specified in RFC 1510 and RFC 1964, unlike LAN Manager and NT LAN Manager. It's based on three types of principals. A principal is an identity that can be authenticated to a Kerberos domain. Principals include users. A user principal has a user principal name, or services. A service has a service principal name. A principal can also be a key distributor or any entity that manages keys. What sets Kerberos apart from other protocols? The protocol is based on tickets. We'll talk about this soon. An indirect impact of tickets is the ability to delegate credentials. This is an interesting functionality that wasn't available in LAN Manager or NT LAN Manager. The delegating feature is often used in web applications. Kerberos can be used to establish a trust relationship between networks, between two domains. A domain does not have to be a Windows domain, but it has to be a Kerberos version 5 domain. You can also prove your identity to a service, for example, to print documents on a network printer, in a way that doesn't require forwarding your encrypted password to the service. Each principal needs to have their own secret in Active Directory domains, Kerberos domains, for authentication to work. This secret is known as a long-term key. The standard defines a long-term key as a key extracted from a user's password. You submit your password, and a long-term key is generated from it. In Windows, it can also be a private key issued by a certification center. This is an expansion of the standard. How does Kerberos user authentication work? The first step is to pre-establish your identity. Your long-term key is used for this purpose. One of the strengths of Kerberos is that it doesn't overuse a user's password. It's forwarded to other nodes only when necessary. LAN Manager and NT-LAN Manager send out passwords to all systems that request them, also without a user's knowledge. Kerberos doesn't do that. Your long-term key is sent only once to obtain a ticket-granting ticket, TGT. Kerberos forwards your password only to its trusted sender. Naturally, the password is not in clear text. What is sent is a timestamp encrypted using the user's long-term key. A timestamp string is composed of date, hour, minute, second, and Zulu tag. Windows Kerberos domains always use Greenwich Mean Time. We'll also describe later a potential credentials harvesting attack. An alternative method for authentication is using a smart card. Insert a card into a card reader in a local computer and enter your PIN code. The Kerberos protocol, which operates on a different computer, will authenticate the user against the data stored on the card. This is a strikingly different arrangement from web applications deployed in banking, where an identifier is generated using, for example, a key generator, a small gadget that creates random strings of digits. You can use this mechanism also for authenticating to Windows, but this generator is not linked in any way to a domain controller. A password generator authenticates users locally. Another protocol is used later. The two authentication methods operate on two completely different security levels. Kerberos makes use of a key distribution center, a domain controller. All controllers have a key distribution center, logon server functionality. What's interesting is that a server that lets us access a printer is called a print server. A server for storing files is a file server, but a server that issues keys is called a key distribution center and not a logon server. The term can only be found in one error message. If a user tries to log on when the KDC is unavailable, you will see a prompted window. There are no logon servers available to service a logon request. A KDC has two tasks to do. Its role is to generate and manage TGTs and service tickets. A key distribution center is a machine that generates a number of random keys and manages them in some way. TGT tickets are used for authentication. They serve as a temporary password. A TGT lasts by default up to 10 hours. When it's valid, all services in a domain will uniquely identify a user based on that ticket. If you would like to use a specific service, you need to present a service ticket to that service. We'll show you the exact mechanism in a moment. A domain can have more than one key distribution center. Note that the KDCs have to share a secret. If they don't, it could happen that when one controller issues a TGT and is deactivated, a user wouldn't be able to use a network because the second controller doesn't recognize the user. To make all controllers able to share secrets, all controllers in a realm work in a KRB TGT account. This is defined in the RFC standard. This account seems inactive looking in its properties, but you shouldn't delete it. It is internally used by all domain controllers. Since this account is the same within the domain, it has the same password, the same long-term key. All controllers can exchange secrets cross-realm. A key distribution center has a secret to encrypt the TGTs it issues. A TGT ticket can be reused multiple times unless it expires or is revoked. Let's now look into the Kerberos domain authentication process. A user is not yet logged on to a computer. To be able to log on, the user has to have a service ticket. Logon is a service. A user has to authenticate with a TGT ticket to obtain a service ticket. And to obtain a TGT, the user needs to first communicate with the domain controller. A user forwards an authentication request. At this time, a timestamp is encrypted using the user Bob's long-term key and sent to the KDC. A KDC knows all long-term keys of a system's users. That's why it's able to decode the forwarded message and check the current time against the sending time. The default tolerance is 5 minutes. This means that changing the system time has a direct bearing on overall Windows security and requires administrator permissions. If a user changes the clock by more than 5 minutes, Kerberos authentication will fail. Our local system doesn't give up yet. It doesn't pop up an authentication failed message. It tries another authentication method, NT-LAN Manager. If authentication succeeds, a user will obtain a TGT ticket. To be able to use a server service, you need to get a service ticket that is issued by a KDC. A user presents a generated TGT ticket. If the user is authorized to connect to a specific service, the KDC will issue a service ticket. Now you can forward the service ticket to an applicable server and use a service, provided that the ticket is valid. A server that hosts a given service can verify it by contacting the KDC. This robust solution eliminates a number of security threats, including the man-in-the-middle attack. Even if a would-be attacker gains control of user service server interchanges, it doesn't amount to much. The attacker would have to take over user KDC interchanges. It's easier to protect 1 or 2 key distribution centers than many service servers. We've mentioned Kerberos credential delegation. If you launch, for example, Notepad, the editor will run the credentials of the user who launched it. This is obvious. But what if a user runs a program that connects to another program running on a different computer? How is that user authenticated on a remote machine? Kerberos is the only protocol that enables delegating credentials. This functionality involves a service forwarding a user's ticket to another service on behalf of that user. It's useful for logging into websites that connect to a database server. We're visible in the server as a user who is not connected to the computer. Kerberos has only one security vulnerability, and we'll discuss it during a presentation that will show overall protocol's threats. During this module, we've talked about authentication and authentication methods, LAN Manager, NT-LAN Manager, and Kerberos version 2 protocols. We've stressed the necessity to secure system passwords. Thank you. Welcome to a module on identity theft, or the methods and techniques for stealing user credentials from systems. Let's begin by attempting a classification. What subtypes can credential stealing attacks be divided into? We refer to authentication credentials and not passwords, since we are now aware that operating systems, except for poorly designed systems, don't store user passwords. The first type is an offline credential stealing attack. Having accessed or gathered some credentials, an attacker might attempt to recover a user's actual password from them. This sort of attack is very vicious and quite notorious. If you hear that the database of company X or Y has been leaked, don't expect it to contain any plain text passwords. These type of databases are obsolete now. The leaked files will instead contain credentials or hashes generated from passwords. There's still the risk, of course, that having obtained the credentials, an attacker can reverse a hash. We'll talk about how to do this in a minute. But attackers don't have to do it at all, since they have credentials that are capable of authenticating them in a system. Passwords are irrelevant in this scenario. What's important are the LN and the NT hashes and the TGT ticket. If an attacker has a TGT or a hash, user passwords are no longer a prerequisite. He can make good use of the credentials he got a hold of. The second class of credential stealing attacks are passive online attacks that intercept credentials sent over a network. After a successful interception, the credentials are used to obtain a user's password or to impersonate the user in a system. Interception is a time-consuming process that doesn't always go well. That's why the man-in-the-middle attacks or replay attacks are usually used to run it. We'll talk about one replay technique in particular soon. Active online attacks rely on cracking passwords. An attacker doesn't have to have any cryptographic resources. He only knows something about the user and will try to guess or determine that user's password. If this knowledge proves insufficient, the user, for example, has a secure password, it's very easy to detect and block an active online attack. An effective countermeasure in that case is to enforce locking an account after a limit of failed login attempts is reached. The fourth category of credential attacks are strictly social engineering attacks. Why would anyone want to lose a day's, a week's, or a month's time cracking a password if it's enough to politely ask a user to share it with you? How are offline attacks constructed? What methods are used? A brute force attack is one of the potential threats here. This is an exhaustive key attack that relies on checking all combinations of characters. As you remember from the previous module, a successful brute force attack on NT-LAN manager protocol takes from 10 to the 20th power to 10 to the 600th power operations depending on the strength of a user's password. This would take a lot of processing. Dictionary attacks are at the other side of the scale. There's a list of potential or common passwords and each entry is checked one by one. This check doesn't take long. There's little computing here. Remember that an offline attack requires the possession of some cryptographic resource, such as an NT or a LAN manager hash. It's impossible, even today, to generate a list of all possible passwords and store it locally in the case of secure protocols. Possibly with LAN Manager, a good server would be able to store an exhaustive password database. Why did Microsoft decide to implement this protocol at all? 20 years ago, when Windows NT and Windows 95 operating systems were being developed, nobody assumed that the solutions then used would still be implemented in 2012. Even 10 years ago, hardware and software was evolving so fast that 2 new architectures were released in a year. A year-old computer was already outdated and unable to support many functionalities or run many applications. Nobody thought 20 years ago that the solutions then created will be in use for this length of time. The year 2000 problem was the perfect example of this. Many programmers simply did not expect their code to remain in use for systems for so long. Coming back to offline attacks, we already know that calculating all possible combinations consumes a lot of computational power, and that storing all calculated combinations is infeasible as it would require massive storage resources. Let's try to strike a balance. The trade-off is provided by rainbow tables developed by Philippe Oxlin. Instead of saving all possible hashes somewhere, you can only save some of them. What hashes should be selected, though? We don't know what would be the efficiency of a rainbow table. The trick is using a reduction function. This function should be as random as possible. We don't base here on some arcane knowledge of hash generation or on user data. We'd like to use a function that maps a hash to a corresponding password more or less randomly. The reduction function is the opposite of a hash function, such as the MD4, MD5, or SHA-1 functions. We save a first password in a rainbow table. Let's track a single chain. The first value is a password, followed by a function that generates the hash from the password. For example, a LAN manager or NT-LAN manager hash. Next, we have a reduction function that is used to recover a password from the hash. As we said, this is supposed to be random, so the extracted password will not be the same password that was first entered. We generate a hash from a newly created password, and next, using a second reduction function, we generate a password from the hash and so on. This creates a single rainbow table chain. Instead of saving all combinations into the table, we only save an endpoint. We save the starting password and the last computed hash. To increase the chance of all possible passwords being contained in a rainbow table, there has to be a lot of chains in it. We add a second reduction function to improve the odds. If each reduction function was displayed in a diagram in a different color, it would look like a rainbow, hence the name, the rainbow table. We took the best of the previous attack techniques. We have some things pre-computed and saved. The first password and the last hash. But the data doesn't take too much space and can be stored on a standard hard disk. Now, computing is simply reversing individual chains by comparing a password being cracked against the values returned by transformations that reverse the direction of the arrows in the chart. If there's a match, we have found the password. If the values don't match, it seems that we're not successful and the password is not contained in the chain in the rainbow table. We had to apply some computing power and use up some storage, but overall, this solution looks extremely effective. Let's now see the usage of rainbow tables in practice. We'll show how easy it is to crack LM and NT passwords using the tables. Then we'll also take a look at the risks related to a Windows user connecting to a different system. We'll intercept NT-LAN manager credentials and recover an NTLM password out of them. We'll use this password to extract a user's original password. We'll start with an offline attack. We'll turn on an operating system, but in a different way. The original system will not start up, and instead the popular overcrack application will run automatically. The program is available in a live CD version, and an installation version we'll look at later. This program is fully automatic. You only need to launch a disk with the software to obtain a user's password. You can run the program and then have a coffee or tea break. When you return to your workstation, you should be able to see cracked passwords on the screen. Windows XP will be the attacked system. As you know from previous modules, the default Windows XP configuration stores both LAN Manager and NT-LAN Manager passwords. We have access to the SAM file. Since Windows is not booted, it doesn't protect the file. We also have access to the security and system files, which means that it's now possible to decrypt the SAM. The attacked computer's user has not used the syskey tool and hasn't moved the key to an external location. This means that we can access the LAN Manager and NT-LAN Manager hashes, LM and Unicode passwords. As you know, LM passwords are converted to uppercase and split into two halves. As you can see, the program cracks both halves at the same time. One password has already been determined. The first half was root, the other was blank. We also cracked two letters from the second half of another password, but we don't have the first half yet. We crack LM passwords. In this column, you can see the results of reversing NT functions. Since NT passwords are case sensitive, the cracked passwords are also case sensitive. The determined passwords are so simple that they're probably contained in a dictionary or a permutation list. We are using rainbow tables, however. This will be easier to see when we launch the program again in an installed version. What are the drawbacks of this approach? The method seems effective since after 2 minutes we've managed to find 9 out of 13 passwords. But if this workstation belonged to somebody else, 2 minutes would seem like a lifetime. Let's leave the attack at the current state. We'll run offcrack again, but this time not from a live CD. We switch to Windows 7. Offcrack is already installed in the system. The GUI looks similar, but it will be more noticeable here that we are using rainbow tables. We'll use XP free fast tables that are available for free on the Offcrack website. You can easily download and install them. If you'd like to install other tables, they unfortunately have to be paid for. As a small digression, I'd mention that most rainbow tables shared in the internet don't include many diacritics. If a password contains a diacritical mark that is not found in the table you use, you won't be able to crack it using this table. We should now indicate the location of the SAM. The file can be extracted from a computer that stores passwords we want to crack. Under C:\Windows\system32\config, you can find 3 files that were mentioned before: SAM, Security, and System. If you try to copy the SAM, it can't be done. The file can't be deleted or edited as well. The file is blocked, and these operations are exclusive to the Windows Security System only, the Security Account Manager, SAM, itself. If we'd like to see what blocks it, we should use Process Monitor to do this. So how can you access the SAM to copy it to your multiprocessor RAM-heavy PC to make cracking passwords faster? You need to launch a victim's computer under a different system. Then you can copy the 3 files and indicate their paths in the program. You can also crack single passwords in Offcrack. Here's the window where you provide the password in the pwdump format. pwdump is a popular utility used to dump memory passwords. pwdump can be run under an account that has debugging permissions, for example, an administrative account. Selecting the local SAM with the pwdump 6 options launches the program. After a while, Offcrack will display system users and the passwords in the NT version, not in the LM since this was Windows 7. We said before that it's extremely difficult to crack an NT hash if it's secure. pwdump saves the data that was accessed by a DLL injection into the SAM manager to a text file. The text file has the format you can see below. For the purposes of this presentation, the file has been prepared earlier. This cryptographic resource can be harvested by a person who breaks into a server. The file names users and their NT and LAN manager passwords. You can copy the user's data and paste it into Offcrack. The selected user's password is apparently shorter than 7 characters. We know this because the second part of the LAN manager password is padded with spaces. Let's try to crack the password. Rainbow tables are loaded now into memory. After they're completely loaded, the cracking will begin. It turns out that the password of the admin3 user is the string pass. You already know why the LM password is in uppercase. You can also see that the user Bob has no password set. The password for the user Alice has not been cracked, on the other hand. The rainbow table we used did not contain the string that was Alice's password. We'll log into Windows XP. The system is needed for the last presentation in this module. Even though our passwords, even as NT or LM passwords, are not sent over a network in plain text, we can use Cane-Enable, a tool we used before, to sniff them out. This time the tool will not poison ARP caches, but simply listen in. Here are the results of the previous listening session. As you can see, Cecil and IT admin are the users that connected to us, or whose NTLM sessions we have intercepted. Let's try to connect to an attacker's computer in Windows XP. We don't have any ulterior motive. We simply want to see what the computer is sharing. We don't want to download files or run applications on that PC. We only want to connect to it. If you typed in netview lspc in the command line interface, the result would be the same. We can't connect to lspc. A window pops up where we can enter a different login and a different password. Coming back to the attacker's computer, let's see if there are any changes. IT Superadmin is another user next to Cecil and IT Admin that appears in Kane-Enable. As you can see, the user attempted to authenticate using a secure version of the NTLM protocol, Session Security. We know the user's LM and NT hashes and also the challenge and response messages. As you can see, the LM messages contain only nulls. This means that this is the second version of the protocol. If there's no domain, you can't authenticate in a more secure way. You can also select Cecil, IT Admin, and IT Superadmin and send them to a cracker. Kane-Enable features a cryptanalysis attack option that uses a rainbow table just like before. We don't want to repeat the same attacks over and over, so now we'll try a brute force attack on the NTLM session security hashes. You can see only one security hash, probably the newest one. We don't know how the earlier ones were intercepted. The attack begins by clicking Start. The cracked password belongs to the user Cecil. It turns out that the user has a blank password. Things get interesting now. Paradoxically, the fact that Cecil has an empty password is what rescues the user. You can't connect to a computer as Cecil now. Windows disables remote authentication using blank passwords. Microsoft implemented this solution a while back because many administrative accounts were blank by default. Up till recently, Windows created administrative accounts with no passwords during installation. It turns out that a blank password can be more secure than a lazy or simple password. For example, tour1. This password was brute forced during this short talk on Cecil, in about 30 seconds. IT Superadmin only tried to see what we shared. This was enough, however, to sniff out the user's password. We didn't need anything else. You can also crack NT and LM passwords using online services. We'll review now one of the many services of this type. You can enter a cryptographic resource in the format onlinehashcracker.com. Clicking Search will display the plaintext password used for generating the provided cryptographic resource. Let's see what happens if we search for one of the found hashes. We'll choose LAN Manager. This brings us back to the previous modules. It's not very clever to submit your own passwords to a dubious or untrusted service. As you can see, the hash has been correctly identified as a LAN Manager algorithm. It also turns out that the cryptographic resource was extracted from the password P1. You can use a variety of methods to crack a password if you have an appropriate cryptographic resource. The Showcase service also allows users to crack WPA2 keys, although this feature has to be paid for in most cases. If a hash you provide is not found in the cracked hashes database, the site creators can crack it for you for a small fee. This was the last practical presentation in this module. What other ways can be used to obtain a user's identity? Replay attacks were extremely popular some time ago, and even today they can still compromise Windows XP systems with default settings. The attack exploits a vulnerability found in the LAN Manager and NT LAN Manager protocols. The protocols don't sign challenge and response messages. The messages are not time-stamped. This means that a message can be reused unnoticeably. SMB and SMB Relay are programs shared on the internet that can help you exploit this hands-on. An attack scenario is as follows. A client attempts to connect to a server. The client has to be persuaded to connect to us. This can be done, for example, by sharing some interesting resource. This attack, just like the ones shown before, aims to convince you that local area networks are not more secure than the internet. Sending your credentials over a local area network can be as dangerous as sending them over the internet. The server should forward a challenge next, since we want to connect to it. Instead, it tells us that it wants to connect to us. What a coincidence. We react in a correct way. Following the protocol, we send the challenge. At this point, this challenge is a message that we, the client, send to a server. Next, the server realizes that we wanted to connect to it and sends a challenge message. As it happens, the challenge is the same challenge that we sent to it a while before. We don't know that, though. Since we've received a challenge message, we encrypt it in an appropriate way using an NT or LM password, and forward it as a response to our or the server's challenge. The server doesn't attempt any cryptanalysis and sends back the same response to our challenge. The result of this abuse is that the user pictured above in the slide has been authenticated to the computer of the user pictured below on the left, and not the other way around. What's more, the attacker has gained the permissions of the user who started the process. What are the countermeasures? Signing packets is a good solution. Since LM and NTLM don't implement this feature, you need to sign packets in an upper layer. SMB protocol packets should be signed. The slide above shows how to enable SMB packet signing. Challenge response attacks have also been shown. Cracking the passwords was easy and fast. Windows has a setting that specifies which version of an authentication protocol issued by a specific provider will be used. Take a look at the options. You can select sending LM or NTLM responses. Nothing less secure is available. You can also send LM and NTLM and, if negotiated, use NTLM version 2. If an attacker doesn't agree to it, we'll send only LM and NTLM. This solution is just as vulnerable. You can also send only NTLM responses without LM. This doesn't tighten security in practice, however. The minimum authentication security level that should be set for all client computers is sending NTLM version 2 responses. If Kerberos responses fail, you should only use NTLM version 2. Server properties, on the other hand, should be configured to the last security level. Only NTLM version 2 responses should be sent. LM or NTLM should be refused. If this policy is set on a server, and a client has set the policy we talked about before, the security is as high as possible without Kerberos. Kerberos doesn't offer full protection either. There's no such thing as a protection guarantee with security. Kerberos is susceptible to a certain class of attacks, to attacks that compromise long-term keys. To run them, an attacker needs to get a hold of some cryptographic resources. This can be done by capturing the communications between a client that requests a TGT key and a domain controller. What happens then? We know already that a user's identity is verified against the message sent to and decrypted by a domain controller that contains a timestamp. The tolerance window for differences between the timestamp and the controller's system time is 5 minutes. The problem is that timestamps always have the same structure. You know at the front are day, month, year, and then hour, minute, second, and a Z at the end. Z stands for Zulu. If we sniff out or obtain some encrypted resource, and while trying to decrypt it using potential passwords, we need a user passwords list again, we'll get a value that looks like a timestamp. This means that the password is cracked. There's little chance that we'd get that timestamp value using a different key. This is how KerbSniff works. KerbSniff is a light 10-year-old application you can find on the internet. It should be launched at the communications line between a client and a domain controller. This line is relatively safe. Most administrators take steps to protect it. As you can see, this protection has good grounds. This module featured facts and knowledge on varied methods of identity theft. Windows system user credentials were used as an example. We showed offline attacks and outlined replay attacks, online attacks. The module also showed the techniques and tools needed to capture a user's password in about 5 minutes or less. Thank you. I'd like to invite you for training on operating system security. This time we will look at additional techniques and safeguards implemented in recent versions of Windows, in particular the 64-bit versions. In this module, we'll learn how the user account control feature works and what protection it provides. We'll look at encryption techniques of entire hard drives using BitLocker functions and compare it to the TrueCrypt solution. We'll analyze the ability to encrypt individual objects, for example, files and folders on NTFS drives, using the encrypting file system, or EFS. We'll return to the topic of the principle of least privilege. We'll talk about why we shouldn't run our own programs as well as system services with administrator privileges. In conclusion, we'll spend a few minutes to discuss security that is characteristic for the 64-bit version of Windows. Let's get started. Welcome to the module entitled Windows Security. In this module, we'll look at the technologies that further improve the safety and reliability of this operating system. The first function to further protect Windows users is the user account control, which was widely commented on, particularly during its premiere and for some time afterwards. Its operation is based on the assumption that we have two types of users: users with standard privileges and users with administrative privileges. These are users who either belong or don't belong to the computer's local administrators group. If a user launches any program or process, a personal access token for this user is attached to the program. This means that when logging onto the system, we receive a certain token that will identify us. It'll contain our security identifier plus a list of privileges that we have directly or through membership in various groups. Windows automatically attaches such a token to each program we run. How does the user account control function work? In newer versions, Windows automatically checks user tokens. If they're privileged, the system automatically creates for such a user an additional token which is invisible. This is a token that's devoid of administrative privileges. If the administrator logs onto the computer, he has two tokens: an administrative token, or AT, and a standard user access token, or SAT. An important note is that the process can only receive one of these tokens, either the AT token or the SAT token. The SAT token is attached to all processes by default. After receiving the token, the process cannot be changed in any way. This is due to the fact that some programs are closed and restarted when we request additional privileges. This was the case with Process Explorer. Such programs must receive a new token with additional privileges. For this mechanism to be somewhat functional, the designers of Windows assume that the program which requires additional privileges for actions will ask for such in the course of its action. The user will be able to decide whether to allow such a program to modify the user privileges for a work session, as well as the entire operating system. The principle of token inheritance always works. If we have a program running with the administrative token, the program activated by it will also receive this token. It's worth remembering, for example, before you run the command with an AT token. The SAT token will automatically be assigned to the processes run by the user if he belongs to the privileged groups. These are predefined groups. For example, groups created during the installation of the operating system. They are automatically given certain rights. One of the privileged groups is the administrators group. Another is the backup operators who may create and restore. They have access to data of other users. For the needs of creating a copy, we can read files and folders that we normally don't have access to. This clearly requires raising the privileges. Members of the Network Configuration Operators group may change system settings, including lowering the level of the security system. The Advanced User group is really an unused group, or at least shouldn't be used. This is a group created in order to ensure backward compatibility with certain programs that otherwise do not want to operate on the Windows environment. In addition, Windows checks to see if we have one of the 9 specific privileges. Each of these privileges may compromise security, so if we have it, it will be automatically withdrawn. SE Create Token privilege allows creating new tokens. This privilege must be disabled, because otherwise there will be a gap in the entire mechanism. A person who has the SE TCP privilege may start system processes. These are processes which operate at a high level of confidence. SE Take Ownership privilege allows taking ownership of objects. SE Load Driver privilege allows installing drivers. These are processes running in kernel mode system. SE Restore privilege restores the system's backup. SE Impersonate privilege allows impersonating other users. We can launch processes acting as someone else. Thanks to the SE Relabel privilege, we can change the levels of responsibilities. In this way, we can change the integrity and user account control mechanism. Any person who has the SE Debug privilege may connect to other processes and debug or monitor their action. Also, the previously shown PW dump works this way. If some program requests raising privileges, it should do this in the secure desktop. The secure desktop is not protected by the Ctrl-Alt-Delete key sequence. However, it's well designed, so it's difficult to overlook. The security desktop is primarily to minimize the risk of spoofing programs in a dialog box. This security only raises a level. On the internet, there are programs that emulate the window asking for additional privileges. The secure desktop is also designed to draw our attention. It's hard to overlook such a window. Let's think about the purpose of user account control. Windows users, unlike users of other systems, are accustomed to the fact that they work in administrative accounts. This has a lot of historical justification. We log on to the administrator account and we work on it the entire time. It's difficult to imagine how Microsoft, while ensuring the safety of users and without compromising their reputation or the brand of their systems, would have to convince all users to suddenly begin to use standard user accounts. All the more, many programs do not run correctly if they do not have additional privileges. This is due to what we talked about a moment ago. Companies producing or creating and testing this software use the administrative account on a daily basis. The programmer wrote the program, which ran on the administrative account. The tester logged on to the administrative account and found that the program operates correctly. No one became especially involved in testing whether the program will also run when we take certain privileges away from it. The user account control mechanism is enabled by default, and its configuration is reduced to a single dialog box. This is probably the ugliest dialog box in all of Windows. In Windows Vista, this configuration was more extensive. In Windows 7, It boils down to the fact that we can say how often we want to be asked whether we agree to attach the process to an administrative token. You've probably noticed in Windows 7 that this question is asked less often. Windows 7 designers notice that there's no sense in asking such questions if, for example, we run a trusted program, such as a part of an operating system whose operation is determined in advance, and it's known what a given function is doing. If we run a system component that's digitally signed by Microsoft, it should automatically receive administrative privileges because it does not pose any threat to the integrity of the system. This simple fact has caused the number of questions to be greatly reduced. Let's see then how the user account control mechanism works. If we're still using a 32-bit operating system, we'll also see how the mechanism allows running applications that for some reason require additional privileges. We'll see how the user account control mechanism automatically virtualizes processes. In testing Windows 7, run the command line. Although we're logged in as a user having administrative privileges, we've not asked for granting an additional token. So the cmd.exe process runs with the standard user privileges. Let's go now to the System folder. We're in the Windows folder. Without any problem, we can read its contents. Let's try to write something in this folder. An error message is displayed, informing us about denial of access. By default, standard users do not have the rights to modify the content of the System folder. If we now run Windows Task Manager and find our program cmd.exe, it turns out that we can virtualize it. The virtualization option is automatically run for processes of third-party applications. As far as CMD is concerned, it's not automatically enabled because we should not virtualize this program. We do this solely for the purpose of demonstration. If a third-party application wants to perform an operation, just as we did a moment ago, it will be automatically virtualized. Let's see what changed. Now, the same file in the same folder can be created. Was the privilege to the folder changed? Rather not. Maybe this file wasn't even created. Let's check. As we can see, the file exists and the fragment of some text is saved within it. The question arises, where is this file? In order to answer this question, we run Windows Explorer, but we run it from this process. Because the parent process was virtualized, the newly run process will also be virtualized. We see that a new button appeared, which normally we won't find in Explorer. When you click on this button, it turns out that we can see our file. So what happened? Note the location of the file. It is no longer a system folder, it's a user folder. All operations performed by the virtualization process are captured by user account control and redirected to a folder where they can be performed. This is a solution which is solely intended to enable older and poorly written applications to run. This is why virtualization is not available in 64-bit Windows. Microsoft's assumption is that the transition from 32 to a 64-bit platform is the equivalent to the transition to a higher quality. Here there should be programs written so that they work properly with standard privileges and do not have to be virtualized. Unfortunately, the only program that fully incorporates the integrity level mechanism and user account control up to now is Internet Explorer. This same Internet Explorer, running on Windows 7 and on Windows XP, offers completely different levels of security. In Windows XP, it's not run in protected mode. In Windows 7, it's run by default. How was it done? In one of the earlier lectures, we said that the Internet Explorer process runs on a low level of responsibility. Therefore, it cannot modify anything that is located at higher levels of responsibility. If the user would like to perform such an operation, the proxy IEuser.exe is used. To use this proxy, we have to explicitly agree to this. How else does Windows protect its users? The first mechanism is ASLR. The ASLR mechanism is designed to prevent buffer overflow attacks, in particular, automated buffer overflow attacks. In the future, we will speak in more detail about these attacks. For now, let's remember that in order to carry out an attack of this type, the specified library need be found in the memory. We need to know at which address in the operating memory a certain library is allocated. We need to know how it works and how it's built. To hinder such automation, newer Windows systems, every time they're launched, load the system libraries in a different area of the memory. Cells with addresses from 1 to 255 are chosen at random. Exploits have a 1 in 255 chance that this will work. We can trace such an operation in Process Explorer. In a moment, we will have the opportunity to see it. Unfortunately, the ASLR mechanism is not mandatory. System libraries are covered, but programs are not covered. The protection of programs in this way is the decision of the user. In the past, in order for programs to be protected by ASLR and other mechanisms such as DEP, which we'll talk about in a moment, it was necessary to set the corresponding bit in the header of a given program. It was necessary to have access to the source code or open the file in a hex editor and manually edit the appropriate bits. Not many users or administrators wanted to do this. The solution came again from Microsoft. We have a tool that allows enabling this protection also for programs that do not require it, without any interference in their privileges. In a moment, we'll see this. This tool is called the Enhanced Mitigation Experience Toolkit, or EMET. Let's talk for a moment longer about the DEP mechanism. This is another way to defend against the same threat. DEP is available on 32-bit platforms as long as the hardware supports the mechanism. That is, if the processor is compatible with the solution. In the case of companies AMD and Intel, these solutions are called differently, but their task is the same. The point is that in contemporary PC architecture, there is no dedicated storage area for data, or a memory area for code. There is one RAM, virtual address space memory. What's in it depends on the program which allocated it. It could be such that when overriding a return code from a function call, again we're dealing with buffer overflow attacks, the attacker tries to execute code that's placed in a data area. For example, by passing it as a parameter invoking some program function. The point is that somehow from the outside, the manner in which the program runs can be changed, without changing its code. The DEP function means some areas of memory are data only. The attempt to execute code contained in such a designated memory area results in an error. The program is automatically stopped by Windows, at least in theory. Because lately there's been increasing talk that in the case of Intel processors, the low level of security was overcome and programs were forced to execute code labeled as data only. Let's see then how ASLR and DEP work and how they protect third-party software using the EMET program. We'll take a look at only part of the first. Run Process Explorer as a privileged process. Then select the Explorer process and in the bottom window display the library. This way we'll see what libraries are used by the Explorer exe process. These are shared libraries or shared data areas. We can see, among other things, at which address each library is loaded. We're particularly interested in the ntdll library. This is a kernel system loader. The library will begin the boot process. When we switch to graphics mode, it means that ntdll just launched. If we have the ASLR mechanism enabled, then after restarting the library, the address must be different. with a chance of 1 to 255. Now let's look at the DEP protection. Displaying the computer's advanced properties, we can accidentally click on the Settings button in the Performance section. In fact, DEP has nothing to do with performance. It may only sometimes slow the computer. Going to these settings, it appears that data execution prevention is turned on, but only for the operating system. The programs are not protected by DEP. We protect this code fragment, which is anyways most likely resistant to attack, because it is thoroughly checked in the Microsoft Corporation's Trustworthy Computing Group, the initiative that we mentioned earlier. In order to change this, we need to select a second option. From now, all programs are protected by DEP. If a program does not work, because it happens to invoke a code fragment, such as ISAPI libraries, which are located in the area of memory that cannot be invoked, we should configure the settings as seen above. This is the default configuration of the server system. There is no reason not to change it for the client systems as well. But what do we do if we've inherited a program which has been operating in our company for 10 or 15 years, its author is completely unknown, the code was lost long ago with its creator, and for some reason we still need to use it? The best thing we can do is use the Enhanced Mitigation Experience Toolkit in order to give the program some additional security. Now we'll see how easy it is to use the EMET tool. It allows us to configure the system, such as change the DEP option, which we saw earlier in the system properties. These are global options. We already talked about DEP. We also talked about ASLR. But in the EMET program, there's one more option, which is called CHOP. Here it deals with a type of buffer overflow attack that uses structured exception handling. If a function reports an error, the code handling this exception is in a different area of the memory. Another possibility is that it reports an exception caught by another code fragment. We're dealing with a hierarchy of a structured exception handler. The attacker attempts to take advantage of this mechanism in such a way that the function that handles the error at the end of the action does not return control to the function that caused the error, but another memory address is indicated. This will be a memory address where the attacker probably already managed to place his own code. We can use the CHOP mechanism to protect us from such attacks. This mechanism works quite simply. It saves the last address on a list of an exception handling function. Now, when an error handling finishes and the program execution control returns to the main program, CHOP checks to see if it went outside the stored address. If so, it immediately stops the program. In the EMET program, we see a list of certain processes and whether or not they're protected by DEP. What can we do to protect an additional program? We click the Configure Apps button and we indicate a program that we'd like to protect. Suppose that we'd like to protect a program from the sysinternal suit series. Let's select here the ProCXP program. For ProCXP, we can enforce DEP protection or CHOP protection. We can also enable ASLR and additionally protect the program from the type of attack characteristic for Internet Explorer, called heap spray. In a heap spray attack, the attacker tries to multiply its code fragment, which is injected, for example, as a parameter invoking a function. The more copies of the attacker's mini program that are placed on the heap, the greater the chance that when it later overwrites the return address, it will indicate its own code to execute. Heap spray allocates memory on the heap for the program in advance, and makes sure that jumps in specific addresses are controlled. Therefore, the question is raised: how can ASLR be forced for a program that it does not support? The program always wants to load at the same address. The EMET program allocates memory for a program that we indicate, then it makes it available. Of course, EMET supports ASLR, so each time a given application starts, in our case ProCXP, it will load it under a different operating memory address. This actually ends our protection. After running Process Explorer, we see it in the EMET program. DEP protection is enabled for our process, and it is virtualized and protected by EMET according to the options we previously set. The same application that was previously susceptible to buffer overflow attacks is now resistant to these attacks, without changing even a single line of code. We also have PatchGuard as additional security. As we know from one of the earlier lectures, the PatchGuard program is designed to prevent changes in the kernel system structure, which are incompatible with Microsoft assumptions. The operation is based on the fact that when such a change is detected, the system is immediately stopped. However, PatchGuard does not protect against viruses, rootkits, or changes to the disk. The same occurs with kernel mode code signing. It's additional protection that prevents loading unsigned drivers. In the 64-bit version of the operating system, all drivers must be signed. However, it is not security that can be bypassed. It's not even designed as such. But we've already mentioned this. Newer versions of Windows, particularly 64-bit versions, in addition to security limits, have a few built-in safeguards. Even if the application does not use such safeguards, we can configure it virtually using EMET for it to use such safeguards. The net result is that work in a 64-bit environment is inherently safer. Thank you. Welcome to the module devoted to encryption and mechanisms implemented directly by Windows that allow data encryption. We start from how the operating system protects the confidentiality of critical data, for example, various types of credentials. Above all, we have two clipboards for data. Data Protection API is a Windows subsystem responsible for security. It protects both user data, each user in a separate storage, and the computer itself. Let's see how it looks for keys. Secure communication using SSL protocol or secure communications using a secure version of Internet Protocol or IPsec requires secure key storage. Keys are stored locally on the system drive. They are not, however, stored in plain text, but encrypted. To encrypt something, you need to have the key that encrypts it and later decrypts it. In this case, it's the Data Protection API, DP API, key. On the same level as the DP API, there's the Security Account Manager database, the SAM file if we're talking about a local computer, or the Active Directory database if we're talking about domain controllers, as well as LSA, Local Security Authority Subsystem Security Secrets. LSA secrets include account passwords used to start system services. If the computer is a domain controller, when it promotes this role, we need to give the password of the local administrative account. On domain controllers, there are no de facto local accounts. It's difficult to imagine running a domain controller while not running the domain at the same time. If different errors or inconsistencies appear in the Active Directory database, the safe mode must be available. In the safe mode, we log onto the account with the appropriate password. Secrets of that level are then encrypted with a start key, whose location we can configure using a syskey program. By default, it's stored in the registry on a hard disk drive, where Windows is installed. We can also transfer it to a floppy disk. Then this disk would need to be connected to the system during startup. It can also be derived from the password that Windows asks for during login. In regards to the user, the situation is very similar. The user may have, for example, EFS keys. We'll talk about them in this module. In other words, encrypting file system keys. A user may also have keys that allow a safe exchange of data by email. In other words, S/MIME protocol keys. These keys are stored locally. By default, they are protected by DP API keys on the user account, not on the computer account. On the same level, there's a user's profile data. This level is also protected with a start key. The result is such that if we have the startup key, we have access to data from the SAM file level. If, however, we have the DP API key, we automatically have access to the SSL and IPsec keys. Everything is encrypted, but the user does not need to provide any decryption keys. The default configuration is fully automatic. Though the configuration is automatic, it does not mean that it is absolutely safe. The purpose of the encryption is to guarantee the confidentiality of data. Someone who is not familiar with encrypted messages may haphazardly change it. The ciphertext can always be changed. In the simplest case, you can delete it. We've seen that programs work in this way to allow resetting the local administrator password. If we wanted to encrypt all the data we've talked about earlier, plus everything on the computer disk, we would need to encrypt the entire disk. At this point, several problems appear. One of the immutable principles of computer security states that the ciphertext is only as safe as the key used to decrypt it. Once we encrypt the entire disk, where will we write the key to decrypt it? This is the first problem. The strength of the ciphertext depends on the way in which we encrypt the data. As end users, we don't have much impact on this. However, we can always consciously choose the algorithm. The strength of the ciphertext depends on the length of the key. This is not a proportional relationship. Generally, however, a longer key improves the safety of the ciphertext. It's not that a key which is 2 times longer will give us 2 times higher security, but we will be a little safer. Disk encryption uses symmetric algorithms that do not allow data encryption of any length. They only allow encrypted data blocks with a strictly defined length. If we use the same algorithm to encrypt many successive blocks, it turns out that the ciphertext is very easy to break, even if the key was long and the algorithm secure. Here we're talking about cryptographic systems and in particular block cipher modes. When selecting the method of encrypting the disk, we need not only to deliberately choose the algorithm and key length, but also the block cipher mode, if we have such. In the case of BitLocker and TrueCrypt, this can be selected. If we encrypt disks, we need to use solutions that when saving, automatically encrypt each sector, meaning 512 bytes of disk space. The solution also needs to automatically decrypt sectors while reading. It would also be good that during the entire encryption and decryption, computer performance would not visibly be reduced. When designing BitLocker, which was quite a few years ago, it was assumed that when reading a single byte, the processor can execute from 50 to 100 individual instructions, or cycles. Therefore, the assumption was adopted that the encryption of 1 byte data units cannot burden the processor with more than 35 cycles. BitLocker uses the AES algorithm to encrypt a single chunk of data, which requires about 20 processor cycles. This means that it's in the range even for computers produced 5 years ago. Since we're deciding on data encryption, we should be certain not only as to its confidentiality, but also its authenticity. Ensuring the authenticity of encrypted data on the entire disk is relatively difficult. Most often, the method used is attaching a signature to the ciphertext. At the same time, this indicates whether someone has changed the ciphertext or not. In the case of encrypting the entire disk, this is not an option, because where will the signature be saved? Some intermediate solution needs to be adopted. A haphazard change to the ciphertext needs to be more difficult. How can this be done? Diffusion can be applied, in other words, a diffuser. It works so that a change of 1 byte in the sector will cause a pseudo-random change of a large number of bytes in other sectors. The effect will be as such that if someone suspects that at a certain place in the ciphertext there's a SAM file, and tries to reset the administrator password by deleting the corresponding ciphertext bytes, then the contents of many files of the operating system will automatically be changed. The result will be that the system will not boot at all. That's why in addition to the AES algorithm in BitLocker, an original algorithm by Microsoft Research is used, which is called diffuser. It requires about 10 cycles for diffusing 1 byte. The result is such that for today's computers, the activation of the almost invisible protection of the entire hard disk drive is connected with a reduction of efficiency of about 5%. That's all concerning the basis of cryptography and data security. Encrypted disks must be managed in some way, especially in companies. We need to have the possibility of remote administration and remote program configuration that will encrypt and decrypt data. After all, we will not do it to each computer separately. In addition, some embedded emergency mode is mandatory. What do you do in a situation when a user we encrypted data for, or the user encrypted the entire disk himself, forgets a password? For example, the password that allows him to decrypt the disk. There must be some way to decrypt data on the disk on behalf of the user. Of course, this affects security because it's based on trust to the administrator. Additional benefits of programs that encrypt the disks could be something like hiding the fact of the presence of data on the disk. This is something that has not been implemented in BitLocker. This is something that makes TrueCrypt stand out as compared to BitLocker. TrueCrypt has such functionality that when one disk is encrypted, it will create a second disk encrypted with a different key. Since both these disks are encrypted, the analysis of these disks' content, for example when the computer is off, does not show any difference between one encrypted disk and the other. In general, it should be maximum pseudo-random data. Now, if someone asks us to decrypt a disk, in most cases those who are authorized to do so, such as the police, if they ask us, we have the obligation to reveal to them the password for this type of security. If we have the password to one disk, it will be decrypted and its content made available. If, however, we don't give a second password, everything that was encrypted and was on the internal hard disk will remain invisible, at least in theory. An additional advantage to disk encryption could also be checking the integrity of the computer. This function is only available in BitLocker and is not available in TrueCrypt. Its idea is that interference in the computer, for example moving the hard disk or a change in the order of the starting devices, causes automatic blocking of the encrypted disk. We've already mentioned authenticity. We said that a signature is used for it. However, in the case of disks, that's not possible since the sector has a fixed sector size. We can't force manufacturers of hard disks and low-level software to reserve for us a few extra bytes in each sector. We also can't write checksums to another sector. since there are programs that are based on the fact that sectors are independent of each other. Examples of such programs are database servers, which in their own way manage writing and reading. It cannot be that a change in data in one sector causes their automatic change in another sector. This is what would happen if a checksum were there. We could solve the problem by artificially doubling the size of the sector. Then all the problems are solved. We have a lot of space for the checksum. In addition, the operating system sees only half of the sectors and there are no relationship between the sectors. Unfortunately, we'd have to convince users that when buying, for example, a 500 gigabyte disk, it really has to be 250 gigabytes. We could meet some resistance. Therefore, disk encryption software, instead of using MAC signatures, broadcasts bits on as many sectors as possible. In addition to encryption, specific sectors use keys to avoid simple mathematic relationship. Well then, encrypted disks must be managed in some way, especially in companies. We need to have the possibility of remote administration and remote program configuration that will encrypt and decrypt data. After all, we will not do it to each computer separately. In addition, some embedded emergency mode is mandatory. What do you do in a situation when a user we encrypted data for, or the user encrypted the entire disk himself, forgets a password? For example, the password that allows him to decrypt the disk. There must be some way to decrypt data on the disk on behalf of the user. Of course, this affects security because it's based on trust to the administrator. Additional benefits of programs that encrypt the disks could be something like hiding the fact of the presence of data on the disk. This is something that has not been implemented in BitLocker. This is something that makes TrueCrypt stand out as compared to BitLocker. TrueCrypt has such functionality that when one disk is encrypted, it will create a second disk encrypted with a different key. Since both these disks are encrypted, the analysis of these disks' content, for example when the computer is off, does not show any difference between one encrypted disk and the other. In general, it should be maximum pseudo-random data. Now, if someone asks us to decrypt a disk, in most cases those who are authorized to do so, such as the police, if they ask us, we have the obligation to reveal to them the password for this type of security. If we have the password to one disk, it will be decrypted and its content made available. If, however, we don't give a second password, everything that was encrypted and was on the internal hard disk will remain invisible, at least in theory. An additional advantage to disk encryption could also be checking the integrity of the computer. This function is only available in BitLocker and is not available in TrueCrypt. Its idea is that interference in the computer, for example moving the hard disk or a change in the order of the starting devices, causes automatic blocking of the encrypted disk. We've already mentioned authenticity. We said that a signature is used for it. However, in the case of disks, that's not possible since the sector has a fixed sector size. We can't force manufacturers of hard disks and low-level software to reserve for us a few extra bytes in each sector. We also can't write checksums to another sector, since there are programs that are based on the fact that sectors are independent of each other. Examples of such programs are database servers, which in their own way manage writing and reading. It cannot be that a change in data in one sector causes their automatic change in another sector. This is what would happen if a checksum were there. We could solve the problem by artificially doubling the size of the sector. Then all the problems are solved. We have a lot of space for the checksum. In addition, the operating system sees only half of the sectors and there are no relationship between the sectors. Unfortunately, we'd have to convince users that when buying, for example, a 500 gigabyte disk, it really has to be 250 gigabytes. We could meet some resistance. Therefore, disk encryption software, instead of using MAC signatures, broadcasts bits on as many sectors as possible. In addition to encryption, specific sectors use keys to avoid simple mathematic relationship. Well then, how can we encrypt our hard disk? The first decision we make is the choice of algorithm. Most often we can choose Advanced Encryption Standard, AES. This algorithm won the competition for successor of the DES algorithm, which was started in 1997 and lasted for the following 3 years. It was a moment in time when it was repeatedly proven that DES can be cracked in less than 24 hours. It was time for it to be changed. The change occurred through an open competition. Anyone could submit an algorithm proposal. For 3 years, professionals, mathematicians and cryptographers, analyzed the actions of various algorithms and tried to crack them. AES won the competition. Thus, its security was confirmed. In addition, AES is relatively quick, insofar as that we can use 128-bit keys. The disadvantage of AES is that if we double the key length, the encryption and decryption process is clearly slowed down. Performance may be 40 or 50% lower. Without a doubt, its advantage is its resistance to certain sophisticated cryptanalysis attempts. Together with this, more and more popular are single-chip processors. They're both more powerful and more functional, performing more and more tasks. We can use single-chip processors to encrypt. It turned out, however, that safe algorithms implemented in single-chip processors are not that safe. You can get the key from them by analyzing the data transferred between individual blocks, between physical devices soldered on the keyboard. Among other things, you can see the power consumption of individual microcircuits. This is important because certain operations require more power than others. For example, multiplication is more expensive than addition. There's also a relationship between the key and the cost of operation, which can be precisely measured using, for example, an oscilloscope. Multiplication by 0, for example, is always faster and requires less resources than multiplication by any other number. Analyzing the data transferred between the modules, conclusions can be made regarding the construction of the key. An interesting fact is that in order to protect against such attacks, the creators of these single-chip solutions started to protect critically important modules with paste. After removing the housing, immediately saw where the interesting modules are. AES is designed to balance the number of different operations, such as addition and multiplication. It's resistant to this type of analysis. When selecting an encryption algorithm, we also have the choice of the serpent algorithm. This is just as safe as the AES algorithm, but clearly much slower and non-standard. This algorithm took second place in the competition. The next algorithm is two-fish. This is Bruce Schneier's algorithm, who also participated in the competition. How should we then store the key? How to generate the keys? There are 2 problems. The first problem is randomness, and the second is the secure storage of keys. When speaking of TPM modules, let's imagine them as smart cards. Why are smart cards called smart? What tasks do smart cards fulfill? They store the key. However, the key can safely be stored on a floppy disk or a flash drive. Smart cards, which simply store keys, are certainly not smart. These are definitely dumb cards. You can also buy them, and in the past were extremely popular, since they were fairly cheap. The intelligence of the cards depends on the fact that they not only store the key, but also protect it, by not making it available on the outside. This card is to generate the key. Otherwise, it would have to download it from the outside, which it shouldn't do. In addition to this, it must also carry out operations using this key, for example, decrypt data. It does this so that the key would never have to be made available on the outside. If it fulfills these conditions, we can say that it's a smart card. The problem is, however, that this is quite simple and it should be a fairly cheap device. So a card may try to physically get the data or destroy it. These types of attacks are confirmed and have occurred many times. Bearing in mind what we said about smart cards, let's now look at the TPM module. TPM modules, example seen above, are standard equipment in most likely all contemporary portable computers and servers. The task of the TPM modules is implementing certain algorithms. They're different algorithms according to the manufacturer and type of module. In addition, these modules generate and safely store keys. They de facto do the same as smart cards, but we do not connect them to the computer from the outside, because they're soldered to the board. They're relatively safe there. Of course, you can try to remove the housing of the TPM module and connect a probe directly to its modules, conducting an analysis of performance, time, and power. The TPM module in BitLocker is not used only to generate and store keys, but also to verify the integrity of the computer. The point is that the TPM module calculates the signature of the computer's process registers. The first thing the computer launches is the old BIOS system. This system saves certain information in storage registers. We'll take a look at that in a moment. The TPM module reads this information and compares its hash to the hash that was previously saved. This means that a change to the integrity of the computer, for example, connection to a new hard disk, or even a connection to a USB drive, will cause that the integrity of the computer will not be confirmed. The checksum will not agree. This means for the TPM module that the BitLocker key stored on it is to be blocked and not made available to the outside. Let's take a look then at which storage registers are used by BitLocker. Registers 4, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are used by default. We can also ask for an additional check of the runtime registers. We can, for example, check the ROM memory register. We then risk that in the event to any changes of the memory, the checksum will not agree. We can also check the runtime register connected with the BIOS system. This in turn would cause a situation that when we want to update the BIOS system, we would first have to turn off the BitLocker encryption. If we do not, we don't encrypt the disk. We have some information which clearly confirms the authenticity and integrity of the computer. It checks whether or not it's the same computer, if it's trying to run it from a CD or a USB drive, if someone has not connected a disk drive to it, or whether someone has taken out a disk and connected it to another computer. As we mentioned, this information is vital to make a decision on whether or not the key stored in the TPM module will be decrypted. Let's now look at the keys and their hierarchy. We already know that encryption consists of encrypting individual disk sectors, the AES algorithm operating in CBC mode. This is a mode in which the encryption key to the next sector is derived from the previous encrypted sector. Encrypted data are diffused by Elephant. Let's go to keys now. We have the storage root key. It's called SRK. It's safely stored in the TPM module. The volume master key, VMK, is encrypted using SRK. The VMK key protects BitLocker's full volume encryption key, FVEC. The point is that we need to be able to change the key without having to decrypt the entire disk with the old key and re-encrypt it with the new key. For such a solution to be possible, there must be an intermediate element. We'll be able to decrypt with an intermediate key and encrypt with a new key. This, however, will continue to be the same intermediate key which will decrypt the entire disk. Enabling and disabling BitLocker can be done very fast, regardless of how the disk is protected. Additionally, a copy of the VMK key is password protected, which we must provide when enabling BitLocker. If something terrible happened to our TPM module, we need to be able to return to our data. At this point, we can open the VMK key with a password, which we have saved or printed. The VMK key can additionally be protected by a smart card. Then you need to connect it when turning on your computer. Protection of the VMK may also be a combination of all these modes. The most commonly used mode, though, is the TPM module. In this mode, the mechanism of action is as follows. The BIOS system records the values of the PCR registers. It does this every time it's run. Based on selected PCR registers, the SRK key is generated. If the SRK key is valid, if the checksum was correct, it allows decrypting of the volume master key. In turn, this key decrypts the FVEC key already saved on the disk. The FVEC key is the primary key which allows decrypting other disk sectors. Starting from the Windows 7 version, BitLocker allows encryption not only of the BASIC and the system disks, but also of USB disks. This solution is also called BitLocker to Go. The general mechanism is exactly the same, but does not require the TPM module. In this case, the TPM module is optional. We can encrypt USB disks, and the key that was encrypted will be protected by a password and not stored on the TPM module. The solution is relatively efficient. We can encrypt a flash drive with a few gigabytes in about half an hour. It takes about the same amount of time to decrypt it. The use of such a flash drive means the reduction in efficiency of about 5%, such as we mentioned earlier. The initial encryption of the entire area is quite time-consuming, but it can be cancelled at any time. Interestingly, we can connect the flash drive encrypted in this way to earlier versions of Windows. A program code will be written on the flash drive, allowing its decryption. Hence the name BitLocker to Go. The attached program permits reading encrypted data, but does not allow their modification. Such a flash drive only becomes a carrier for reading all computers with the exception of those with the relevant edition of Windows 7. In conclusion, we compare BitLocker to TrueCrypt. These are solutions with similar functionality. Both systems allow encryption of entire disks. This functionality is based on the fact that operating systems are not linked directly to a disk. We have a hierarchical structure of layers, and between these layers we can place additional programs, such as drive encryption programs. This may be a layer between the physical disk and a partition, or between a partition and a folder. BitLocker is an original solution of Microsoft, and TrueCrypt comes from the TrueCrypt Foundation. BitLocker is a little newer, but it's commercial. It's available only on selected versions of Windows Vista and later. It does not allow hiding disks. It does, however, allow authenticating the user by using a password, key, TPM module, or any of their combinations. In TrueCrypt, we only have a password or a key. For the same reason, BitLocker supports checking the integrity of the computer, and TrueCrypt does not. BitLocker also allows for the generation of extra keys for administrative reasons. Neither of the two programs enable hardware-based encryption. Only TrueCrypt allows the encryption of a physical disk in the lower layer. BitLocker encrypts all partitions, but not all of the physical disks. Partitions can also be encrypted with TrueCrypt. Encryption of virtual disks is characteristic of TrueCrypt. As far as algorithms are concerned, in the case of BitLocker, AES has been chosen for us. In the case of TrueCrypt, we can also choose the algorithm ourselves. I'd recommend AES. An interesting thing is that we can encrypt the disk using several algorithms. We can encrypt data again a second time. In regards to mode encryption, in BitLocker we have CBC as well as in TrueCrypt, and I recommend selecting CBC. Elephant is an original solution in BitLocker to check the authenticity by diffusing bits. TrueCrypt partly verifies the authenticity by such that a change in one bit of plain text causes a change of more than one bit in the ciphertext. Knowing how BitLocker works, let's consider what we should not do, so that after disk encryption, the data saved on the disk would actually be secure. What happens if the computer's integrity is confirmed? Let's suppose that someone stole our laptop. One of the tasks of BitLocker is to protect laptops from theft. This does not mean that someone cannot steal our laptop. It means that if someone has stolen it, he can't read the data on the disk. Someone who steals our computer will probably turn it on. BitLocker will be invisible to them. The key will be read and decrypted with the TPM module. Then it will be decrypted with the next key, and finally the entire disk will be decrypted. The thief will see the login window. If our password is easy to guess and the attacker enters it, he has access to decrypted data. All investment and time devoted to encryption is useless. What then does BitLocker protect from? It protects if someone has physical access to the computer. He will not be able to run it under the control of another system other than the original. The details of the TPM modules will not agree. The attacker will not start the computer from the overcracked CD like we did previously. For the same reason, the attacker will not copy the SAM, security, and system files because he won't even know where they are on the drive. He also can't delete and he can't change their content. BitLocker, although it's not very invasive and invisible, is very effective as long as we use difficult passwords to guess. Since we have an encrypted disk, why encrypt individual files? Why do we still need EFS? Once we have an encrypted disk, we're protected against local attacks. Therefore, BitLocker is often enabled on servers as well as laptops in order to additionally ensure the safety of these critical devices. What will happen if we would like to exchange confidential data with other users? BitLocker and TrueCrypt will not allow it in any way. We need to have a solution operating in a higher layer. Not between a physical and logical disk, but between a folder and what the operating system sees, the folder content. Here, EFS comes to our aid. EFS is available since Windows 2000. The mechanism of action is as follows. To encrypt something, we need a key. If we don't have it, then when we try to encrypt the first file, our computer reports on our behalf a request to issue the certificate with a key. The request will be reported to the Domain Key Distribution Center. If such does not exist, then our computer will issue us a certificate. A public key will be in the received certificate. A private key is also linked with the certificate, which we write in the user profile. This is very important. Deleting a user profile, its loss, damage, or resetting the password involves loss of the EFS key. Now having private and public keys, we can generate a file encryption key, or FEC. With this symmetric key, we can encrypt our file. To decrypt such a file, we need to have access to the FEC key which we just talked about. Think about it as a session key. We encrypt the session key with the previously received EFS key. With the same FEC key, we can also encrypt the additional ESF keys. This is what is frequently done. These are the keys of persons with whom we'd like to exchange an encrypted file or key recovery agent. This person will be able to decrypt the FEC key and thus decrypt the encrypted files if something happens to our profile. A modular structure of the operating systems was used with the ESF. An additional component was introduced between the layers. In this case, it's the NTFS driver layer, in other words, the new technology file system. The encryption itself runs completely automatically. In a moment, we'll see. How does it look from the user's perspective? In order to ensure security, an additional NTFS driver component first checks whether we have all the necessary keys. For example, is the user profile loaded? Next, it generates a FEC key, encrypting it for security. Then a backup copy or a temporary file is created. The new file is located in the same folder as the file that we wanted to encrypt. The content of the newly created file is encrypted. The file is marked as encrypted. When transferring to it data from the original file, the data itself is also encrypted. This is what happens when selecting the File Encrypt attribute. The original file will be cleared. If everything went well so far, the content of the temporary file is transferred back to the original file. The content is encrypted and remains so. In the meantime, the original file was marked as encrypted. Saving the information about the encrypted file ends the entire operation. The temporary log file is automatically deleted. The procedure is repeated if we have recovery agents or persons whose FET keys we write in the file. The final effect is that we have an encrypted file, and in the DDF and DRF fields of this file, encrypted FET keys are placed. There are as many keys as there are people who have shared access to the file. We are the one that's encrypted the file, the recovery agent, and the person we want to share the file with. The decryption procedure is very similar. First, we must have access to the FET key. To do this, we check what's in the DDF and DRF fields of the file. We read the contents of these fields, meaning the encrypted FET keys. Then we decrypt them. Having the decrypted FET key, we can try to decrypt the file itself and transfer its contents to an application. For example, display the text file in the notepad. Let's see now how work with the EFS system looks in practice. Let's take a look at the properties of our hard disk. Work with BitLocker results in the fact that the TPM module needs to be initiated, and then we can turn on BitLocker. In order to do so, we must not only have the right version, but also have the correct edition of Windows. The Enterprise Edition allows encryption, while the Professional does not. Since we're starting this process for the first time, we need to protect the key with an additional password, as we've already mentioned. This means that there will be 2 copies of the key. For the password to be safe, it has to be generated for us. We can also save it to a file and move it from the disk to a safer place. We can also print it or put it on a USB flash drive. The whole procedure after the initiation of the TPM module was almost ready. Clicking 2 more times would have started the encryption of disk C. Let's see now if the TPM module is initialized. More operations may be related to the TPM module. As can be seen, we can configure operations supported by a given TPM module. In our case, the TPM module has already been initialized, meaning it's been turned on and protected by a password. You can only turn off, reset, or clear the password. The TPM module that is prepared in this way is sufficient for the correct operation of BitLocker. From now, we encrypt the system disk or additional disks. However, working with the EFS system is a bit more complicated. On the disk, let's create a text file and save some text in it. Encryption results in the setting of a certain NTFS object attribute, file or folder. Open the object's advanced attributes, where we can compress or encrypt the file. When encrypting a file, we'll have the opportunity to see a warning telling us that folders rather than files should be encrypted. Folder encryption means encrypting all the files in that folder. In that case, why should we encrypt folders and not files? Because having an encrypted folder, newly created files in that folder will also be encrypted. Many programs, including programs in Office, create temporary copies of files with which we're working. If the folder is unencrypted and we work with an encrypted file, the created copies will not be encrypted. They should be deleted when we finish work, but that does not always happen. We, however, encrypt the file ourselves. What happened? We can see the file's encrypted, but its name is marked in a green font. We also had the opportunity to see that Windows cares for us. Since the computer issued us a certificate and ESF file, it now reminds us to copy and store it in a safe place, such as on a flash drive kept in a safe place. If something happens to our profile, we will still have problems with access to this file. Let's take a look now at the EFS attribute of this file. In fact, we're the only person that has access to the FEC key copy. There is no one else. There is no recovery agent. We do not belong to a domain, so there's no administrator who would care for these things. We also see that everyone has authorization to this file. It seems so. All users have full control. We'll see what happens now if someone tries to read the file. Switch now to the account of another user. Try to open the text file you created earlier. We have privileges to this file, but we cannot see its content. We can delete it though. Encryption protects the confidentiality of data and nothing more. We have mentioned this several times. If something is encrypted, it does not mean that it cannot be changed or deleted. In this module, we discussed technologies that allow protecting all data stored on hard disks. We focused on the encryption of entire disks, and in particular, the encryption using BitLocker technology. We also talked of how ESF technology complements BitLocker technology. I hope that the information in this module will help you ensure confidentiality of data, even if the data carrier falls into the wrong hands. Thank you.